This is Audible.
Bishop, an Arizona vengeance novel, written by Sawyer Bennett, narrated by Kirsten Lee and Lance Greenfield at Brickshop Audio, Inc.
Chapter 1. Bishop. I see her and it's all over for me. At least for tonight, anyway. I'll be back, I mutter to Dax as I push away from the bar, snagging my beer at the last second. Shouldering my way through the crowd filled with 20-something yuppies, here to take advantage of the last few minutes of happy hour, I keep my eyes locked on her. How could I not, when those full, wet lips wrap around a straw sticking out of her fruity-looking cocktail, prompting wild images of those same lips wrapping around my cock. Before I can reach her, another man, who I'm sure is having the same lewd thoughts as I am, steps up to her and blocks my view. An involuntary growl rolls up out of my chest, and I grip my beer bottle harder than necessary. More images swamp my brain, and I can see myself cracking the bottle over the fucker's head. I figure at that point, I'll just drag her off to my lair like a caveman. "No, thank you," I hear her say as I pass behind her. "You going to turn down a free drink?" the man asks incredulously. "I can buy my own drinks," she purrs at him before taking another long pull from her straw. Her cheeks hollow slightly, and my dick twitches. Stepping to the other side, I set my beer on the bar and lean an elbow right beside it. Her neck twists, and her gaze locks with mine. Fuck me, but those eyes are incredible. A golden color that I'd noticed earlier from across the bar. Even in the soft light provided mostly by neon beer signs, they almost glowed. I noticed that, along with her gloriously long, chocolate-colored hair, as it flowed down her bare back, revealed by her sexy halter top. Long-ass legs and curves everywhere. Tits, hips, ass, all fucking spectacular. The original plan had been to buy her a drink too, but that's clearly not the way to this woman's heart. "What can I offer you besides a drink that would get you to talk to me?" I ask her. The man on the other side of her snorts, but apparently my honest question has some merit. She tilts her head, studying me for a moment before she replies, "Read any good books lately?" Well, fuck. I'm not much of a reader. I shake my head with an apologetic smile. Sorry, not my thing. "I just finished a reread of The Count of Monte Cristo," the other guy says, moving in closer to her. I'm gratified by the humor that flashes in her eyes before she twists her neck the other way to give him her attention. I see an opening to make my move. Staring over the back of her head at him, I correct his slip of words. "It's The Count of Monte Cristo." The gorgeous woman who I'm bound and determined to take home tonight turns right back my way. My eyes drop, and I grin at her. "I read it in high school. I have a good memory, so we can talk about that if you want." "I meant Monte Cristo," the man blurts out, almost frantically, but she doesn't look back his way. Instead, she holds out a perfectly manicured hand to me. "I'm Brooke." "Bishop," I return as I shake her hand. I have an inherent sense that she would not be charmed if I kissed it. To give the other dude credit, he knows this is defeat and melts away into the crowd. Motioning to the stool beside her, I ask, "Mind if I join you?" "Be my guest," she says sweetly, swiveling slightly to face me. She uncrosses her legs and recrosses them, not even bothering to pull down her scandalously high-riding skirt. It's black, with shiny silver threaded through, and the silvery top she's wearing displays a set of fantastic tits. I noticed them when I first saw her, but since coming to stand beside her, I've kept my eyes meticulously locked on her face. She knows they look phenomenal and that I've already looked. "Are you here by yourself?" I ask her. Because while not totally unusual, most women dressed like that come out in packs for a night of fun on the town. "I was actually meeting a coworker here tonight, but she texted me just a few moments ago that something came up and she can't make it." "That works for me." "Gotcha," I say, as I pick up my beer and hold it up to her. "And then hopefully I can keep you well entertained in her absence. So, what did you think about the Count of Monte Cristo?" Brooke laughs and picks up her drink, tapping it to my bottle. "Actually, I'm not big into the classics. I'm more of a fashion magazine kind of girl." The fashion thing I get right away. I've dated enough women and paid for enough designer bags and shoes to know that Brooke is very much into high-quality retail. However, her refusal to let a man buy her a drink tells me she's also independent, so she may not be into a man buying her those things. Honestly, I wasn't into it either, buying someone I was dating something expensive. I did it, I guess, as a sort of thank you, and it was something they'd wanted. I did it knowing exactly what it meant to them. The women I date, and that most professional athletes date, are in it for the lavish lifestyle I can provide, with even grander hopes it could be a permanent thing one day. It's just the way it is. "So, what does this fashion magazine kind of girl do for a living?" I ask her, getting settled into the type of conversation that I hope will spark enough of a connection that I'll be fucking her later. Her smile is neither coy nor flirty, but as direct as her gaze. "I do event planning. What about you?" "Sounds exciting," I say, having no goddamn clue what that even means. She shrugs. "That remains to be seen. I just relocated here." Funny. So did I. Now would be a good time for me to wow and amaze this woman with the fact that I'm a professional hockey player and I just moved here to join the newly franchised team, the Arizona Vengeance. And you know, if it puts her in my bed all the more quicker, so fucking be it. I shoot a quick glance down the bar where I'd left Dax, my teammate who joined me here in Phoenix direct from our positions with the New York Vipers. The Vengeance is the first team that's been added to the league in 18 years, and I'm not overly thrilled to be here. This year, the Vipers are poised to give the Carolina Cold Fury a solid run for their money for the championship, and now suddenly to be moved out west to an expansion team has not made me happy. It's why a night fucking my brains out with this gorgeous creature would be a great way to end my summer vacation before training camp starts tomorrow. Dax is talking to a woman, leaning intimately close, and I'm guessing he's going to be getting lucky tonight. My eyes come back to Brooke, and I decide to leverage my star status to move things along. If my gut is right about this sexy as fuck lady, it's going to be a long night. Before I can even tell her about how I'm a hot as shit right-winger, she leans into me and places a hand on my thigh. "Bishop?" I swallow hard, frozen by the softly suggestive tone in her voice, and because her eyes seem to glow golden as she stares at me. "Yeah?" "I'm going to be honest," she murmurs from way down deep in her throat. "I came out tonight looking to have some fun. I'm homesick and out of sorts and don't know anyone around here other than a coworker I met today and who stood me up. I've had 3 of these daiquiris, and I'm feeling frisky. Do you have any interest in getting out of here?" Jesus fucking Christ. I just scored the jackpot of all jackpots, the absolute most gorgeous, hottest woman in this place tonight, and I didn't even put forth an ounce of effort other than to remember the Count of Monte Cristo. My eyes cut to her drink glass. 3 of those? I'm not drunk, she says, as she starts to pull her hand away. My hand clamps down onto hers, holding it tight to my thigh. My muscles leap under her touch. Didn't say you were. And I figure I'll know soon enough when you get off that stool and start to walk. Just want to make sure you don't wake up with regrets. She appears to be fine. Her speech is clear, and our conversation was quick and natural. Some women would be blitzed on 3 drinks. Others wouldn't be affected that much. I never have regrets, she tells me while lifting her chin. I stare at her a moment, gauging the truth in her words and the way she holds my gaze without blinking. There is nothing I want more in this moment than to go home with this woman and make her come over and over again. But more than that, for some reason, I just don't want her to regret it. Finally, I give her hand a short squeeze as I stand up from my stool. I help her alight from hers. Let's get out of here. Just need to let my buddy know I'm leaving, and then I'm all yours for the rest of the night. Perfect, she says, flashing me a blinding grin in return. Christ, those teeth are as perfect as the rest of her. Can't wait to feel them scrape down my cock, because I sure as hell plan on using my teeth on her. Biting down on my lower lip, hoping the pain will stop me from coming, I grab hold of Brooke's hips and try to slow her motion as she rides me. I have to admit, I was genuinely confused as to what type of lover Brooke would be. She propositioned me in the bar and didn't bat an eye when I suggested her place rather than mine, since Dax is my roommate and he called dibs on our apartment when I told him I was leaving. But in my car, she shyly said she didn't have any condoms and we'd have to make a stop. I wasn't chagrined when I told her I was covered, because what self-respecting single dude doesn't go out prepared? Turns out, her boldness in seeking a one-night stand didn't strictly translate into the bedroom. She was borderline timid at first when we first started making out. But by the time we were naked, she was grinding down on my fingers as she came for the first time. Brooke yanked hard on my hair as she groaned out a primal release and demanded, "I want that again." So I attacked her clit, this time with my mouth, while my fingers worked at her slippery pussy. She fucking tasted amazing, and the sounds I pulled out of her were even better. Before I could get her off a second time, she pushed me away and demanded I get on my back. Within moments, she had my cock sheathed with a condom and was riding me hard. And as much as I know it's going to feel spectacular when I blow my load, I don't want it to come, no pun intended, from her efforts. Not this time, anyway. I want to be the one to make her come a second time, and the way she's bouncing on my dick with her fingers furiously rubbing herself between her legs while hot as fuck takes away my power and control. The muscles in my arms, chest, and back contract hard as I lift her off me. I ignore her hollow cry of surprise, followed by a whine because I took that orgasm away from her, and flip her onto her stomach. My hand dives between her legs, and I give her 2 fingers. Christ, she's so fucking wet and responsive. Moving into place and covering her from behind, I pull her up to her hands and knees before thrusting back inside of her. Brooke screams at the invasion, my cock burrowing in deep as fuck. She arches her back, tossing her head, and that soft hair I've been itching to fist floats across her back. She moves slightly, and one shoulder drops. Brooke gasps, and I lean slightly to the left, not for 1 second forsaking the pounding I'm giving her. I gently chastise her, before giving a sharp slap to her ass. Get your fingers away from that sweet clit. She groans and drops her head so it flattens out on the mattress. Her immediate submission to my demand causes my balls to tighten, and I wonder what else I can get away with. Bringing my hands to her hips, I start riding her rough. She throws an arm out, palm now splayed on her headboard as she braces against me. I'm so close, she pants. Give it to me, Brooke, I mutter as I lean over her, bringing a hand to the headboard. I grip it tight and use the leverage to throw myself into her. Sweat drips down my temple, lands on a perfect ass cheek still red with my handprint. Oh, God, she moans. Oh, God. Crazed with the need to come, my balls feeling like they're boiling. I bite down on my lip again to hold off. Gotta get her there first. Come on, baby, I urge her, resisting the call of her clit. I could give it a slight pinch to get her to shatter, but I've never been about the easy way. Bishop, she groans as I pound into her so fast my balls start to hurt from the motion. Bishop! I use my thumbs to pull Brooke's ass cheeks apart. I watch my cock hammering in and out of her, and I decide to give her something else to scream about. My finger is still wet from her juices, so I press my index finger to the sweet rim of her ass. Brooke sucks in air and lets out a keening cry as I push my finger in deep. She fucking explodes. Both her pussy and her ass rippling and contracting all around me. My balls unleash. I come so hard, my eyes roll into the back of my head. I pull my cock out, shove it back in hard, and curl my finger. Fuck! Sweet, motherfucking waves of pleasure rage through my body. So powerful, I feel dizzy. I have a goddamn full-body orgasm that rips me apart. Brooke continues to moan, rotating her hips as her orgasm seems to go on and on and on. Jesus! I groan in both repletion and stunned surprise over whatever the fuck that just was. Her body starts to sag under mine, and I let my weight come down onto her slowly. I leave my cock tucked in place, but gently slide my finger out of her, rolling us both to our sides. My arms wrap around her stomach, and we lie in silence as we start to come back down to earth. That was fucking incredible. The night's not over yet, but it's going to go down as the best one-night stand I've ever had in my life, and I seriously doubt it can be topped. Chapter 2. Bishop. The expansion draft is quite the league spectacle. To ensure that the new kid on the block, and that would be the Arizona Vengeance, has equal footing, the team was allowed to choose one player from every team in the league. Conversely, each team in the league was allowed to give protection to 7 forwards, 3 defensemen, and 1 goaltender. I was one of the players the New York Vipers decided not to protect. It's not that I wasn't good enough. Quite the contrary, as I was a first-line right winger. I was left to float out there without any protection because I had one of the highest salaries. The Vipers felt by relieving the team of my salary, they could get some good rookie talent in the regular draft. The new crop of incoming players was exceptional. I'd been with the Vipers for 5 of my 10 years in the league. I was a valued member of the organization, at least by the fans. The ownership, not so much, since they willingly let me go knowing I'd be a top prospect. New York City had become my home, and 5 years is a long time to develop deep connections with some of your teammates. The only good thing was that Dax got picked up by the Vengeance as well, although that was a result of free agency. While the Arizona Vengeance may be a new team with no cohesiveness, we can at least lay claim to having the best arena in the league. The brand new venue cost a whopping $375 million, with another $100 million shopping complex built around it named Vengeance Town. It's completely state-of-the-art and all shiny new. Although today is the first day of training camp, I was here yesterday for the grand tour of the complex, as well as to get our team photos taken. Many arenas house the locker rooms and training facilities on the bottom floor. In contrast, the owners of this arena, some entertainment investment group, built an extra 2 floors on the top of the east and west sides of the building, all encased in glass and steel. As such, our workout room and family lounge area on the east side boasts phenomenal views of the Phoenix skyline, and the locker rooms on the west side are light and airy. I've been assured the glass is mirrored, so people can't peep in with binoculars or cameras. I'm early for our first team meeting of training camp, so I take my time to wander the halls and look at the hockey memorabilia on the walls or housed in glass cases along the way. I see a few of the new guys. Some I know, and others I don't. Chin lifts and fist bumps are the greetings for now. I assume I'll develop bonds with many of these guys, and some I won't. There are assholes on every team. Passing a few offices, I note the nameplates on the doors. Some of the Vengeance staff occupy these, and some are home to arena employees. There's always some buffer between the players and the front office, but over time, I'll get to know many of them as well. I stroll past a set of offices, most with the doors closed, but the ones that are open, I boldly look in. I'm mostly ignored, but others look up and give me a friendly smile. I come to one office where I get a flash of beautiful bare legs propped up on a credenza against the wall. The owner of said legs is shielded by a high-backed leather chair. She can't see me, so I shamelessly ogle. Just as I'm almost past the open doorway, the legs come down and the chair spins to face me. My entire body locks tight when I see Brooke staring right back at me on the other side of her desk. Her eyes are wide and blinking furiously with shock. Flashes of Brooke riding my cock last night and of me shoving my finger in her ass assault me so swiftly my cock starts to thicken in my pants. I want to reach down and rub a quick one off. I'm so ridiculously horny. Like a fucking teenager. I would have thought after the hand job I'd just given myself in my shower not an hour ago would keep my dick slightly mollified. But when you've had the best one-night stand of your entire life ending less than 12 hours ago, apparently not. There's no thinking, only reacting. I step inside her office and shut the heavy wooden door behind me, noting that there's no plaque like the others. I vaguely recall Brooke saying something last night about being a recent transplant here and that she worked in event planning. The smile that forms on my face is lecherous at worst, sexy at best. Fuck, I want to do her right here on this desk. Bent over the desk, more precisely. Fancy meeting you here, I say, my grin turning more wicked as I round her desk and come to a stop right by her chair. She shuffles her feet, which are in killer black pumps, as she swivels toward me. Her head tilts back, and her mouth is slightly open, as if she knows she needs to say something, but can't. Her eyes hold mine for just a moment before they slide down my body to rest on my crotch, which is now face level with her. There's no hiding the outline of my dick, which is getting even harder thinking about her blowing me right here. After I spread her out on her desk and hike that tight skirt up. "What are you doing here?" she asks, her voice a mere whisper. Her eyes are back on mine now, and her cheeks are slightly pink. She licks her lower lip, and I can't stop the groan that pops out. It's like she's a gift from heaven. My hand reaches out and curls around her neck, pulling her right out of her chair. She's completely compliant, and her eyes go a little glassy as I lower my face into hers. "This is fucking fate," I mutter just before I kiss her. She responds instantly, both of her hands gripping my shirt, her nails slightly scoring the material. My dick goes fully hard, and I wrap an arm around her back to pull her into me. Brooke moans into my mouth, and how I ever thought this would be a one-night stand is beyond me. But when we parted, and I left her house in the early morning hours, I didn't ask for her phone number, and she didn't ask for mine. Maybe neither of us did, because we were destined to find each other again. "Do you work here?" I ask her. "I'm the assistant director of team services," she replies. Interesting, but not really. I kiss her again, and her tongue slides so sweetly into my mouth. I pull back slightly and mutter against her mouth. "Please tell me your door has a lock on it, because if it does, I'm going to fuck you really hard and fast bent over that desk of yours." Brooke moans, but shakes her head, pulling back from me. Her face is flushed, and her eyes are guarded with worry. "Seriously, what are you doing here, Bishop?" "I work here," I tell her with a laugh. "Sort of. I'm with the Vengeance." "With the Vengeance?" she gasps. "What do you mean?" "I mean I'm one of the players." I grin at her as I realize she's the first woman I fucked in my adult life that didn't know I was a professional hockey player before we got carnal with each other. Brooke's face pales and she groans, but this time it doesn't sound sexy at all. Her forehead drops to her chest, and her fingers flex into my shirt for a moment before they relax. "What's wrong?" I ask her, as I bring my hands to her hips to give her a slight squeeze of reassurance, although I have no clue what I'm reassuring her of. She shakes her head, refusing to look at me. "I had no idea." "Why would you?" I ask her gently. "Unless you were really, really into hockey, I guess." Her head pops up, and I really don't like the look on her face. Her hands flatten on my chest, and she tries to push me back. "You need to leave. Like right now. This was a big mistake." "Whoa, what the fuck?" I growl at her, completely unwilling to accept that last night was a mistake when it was beyond incredible, and I just found her again and realized the real mistake was walking out of her house without getting her phone number. Or even her last name, for that matter. My hand slides to her lower back, and I pull her into me so she can feel my cock. The pressure she's putting on my chest relaxes a bit, but I sense she's conflicted. Before she can decide what she really wants, the door to her office opens. Both our heads snap that way, and Brooke gives a tiny gasp of distress. My jaw tightens over the intrusion, but my eyes widen in shock when I see Claude Perron standing there. The new head coach for the Vengeance. "Daddy." Brooke says, with what sounds like panic in her voice as she scrambles out of my embrace. I gape as my head snaps Brooke's way, but I don't even have time to focus on her. It's moving back to her father, who has entered the office, slammed the door shut behind him, and is demanding of me. "What in the fuck are you doing with your hands on my daughter?" There's no chance to respond, to defend Brooke's honor, to come up with a really plausible lie, or perhaps to defend myself if Claude Perron decides to use those meaty fists of his on me.
"He's my fiancé,"
Brooke blurts out, and I'm so stunned I can't even move. There's no more snap in my neck. I can't even take my eyes off her father and his look of disgusted shock over this news. I try not to cringe as Brooke steps back up to me, moving right in close to my body. She loops an arm around my back and gives a little shrug as if to say, "Oops."
"Surprise."
"Fiancé?" Coach Perron growls menacingly at his daughter, and she stiffens, as if she's afraid of him. That doesn't set well with me, yet I'm too freaked out to even slip an arm back around Brooke with any type of gallantry.
"Daddy,"
Brooke says solicitously, as she lets me go and holds her hands out in front of her to beg for his patience.
"I know this is a shock, and we wanted to tell you, but, well, with everything going on and all, it just didn't seem like the right time."
I finally get some feeling back in my body and manage to stare down at her. She cranes her neck to peer up at me, and I see all kinds of begging and pleading within those whiskey-colored eyes. "This makes no sense." Coach Perron has eyes only for his daughter, and they are deeply troubled indeed. His voice is no longer laced with fury, but sounds oddly confused. "How could I not know this?"
"We were trying to be sensitive,"
Brooke offers. Sensitive to what, I have no clue. "When?" he continues, with no more signs of aggression in his demeanor. And perhaps I imagined earlier that Brooke was afraid of him. "How? I mean, how do you even know each other?"
"It's a long story,"
Brooke says placatingly. Not sure that was the right thing to say, but it definitely seemed to jolt her father somewhat. He looks down at his watch, and his face reddens with what looks once again like good old anger. His eyes come to me and pin me in place. "We've got the team meeting to get to." I don't respond, not sure my voice would even work if I tried. Claude turns to his daughter and says, "I expect both of you at my house at 6 p.m. for dinner tonight. And you two better be able to explain this shit." I cringe internally, and Brooke starts to wring her hands. Claude merely spins on his heel and marches out of her office, leaving the door wide open.
"I am so sorry,"
Brooke whispers, dragging out the O's in the word "so." My head turns slowly to stare at her, and I can feel my neck getting warm with righteous anger. "That's your father? And why the fuck would you tell him we're engaged?"
"I'm sorry,"
she says again, this time urgently. Her hand comes to my forearm.
"It's a lot to explain, but my dad is really protective of me, and we're really close. I'm all he has after my mom died this past year, and, well, I moved here to be with him because he wasn't taking her death all that well."
"But why lie to him?" I blurt out. "I mean, yeah, it was embarrassing he caught us like that, but we're adults, Brooke. That was idiotic to tell him we're engaged." Brooke pulls her chin inward and looks at me with disbelief.
"Did you not see the look on his face when he walked in here? He was furious."
I just stare at her.
So the fuck what?
At you, she says, jabbing a finger into my chest.
I was helping you out.
Helping me out? I scoff.
Do you really want to start this season with a new coach hating your guts? She asks. And you have never played for my father before, but I'm sure you have heard all about his style. He's a hard ass. You add to that when I was trying to tell you about my mom dying and he's not been doing well, and it's a recipe for disaster. He was going to make you suffer. It could even impact your standing on the team.
So what? I ask sarcastically, throwing my hands out to the side and dislodging her hand from me. We're just supposed to fucking get married or something? To Brooke's credit, she looks as horrified as I feel.
God, no.
Then what? I growl at her, completely frustrated. My first day on the new job has been turned into such a clusterfuck. She lets out a sigh, and her shoulders sag.
Let's just play it out for a bit. In a few weeks we can tell him the relationship died. I'll take the full blame for it, of course. I'll work something out that leaves you in good standing with my dad.
I scrub both hands through my hair, locking my fingers at the back of my head. I don't believe this shit, I mutter as I stare at the ceiling so I don't have to look at Brooke's beautiful, pleading eyes just begging me to go along with this ruse.
Please?
Brooke murmurs.
Will you come to dinner tonight? Help me get him settled down, then we'll start working right away on how to fix this.
My eyes drop, and I glare at her for a moment. Finally, I give her all I can for right now. I'm not sure. Let me think about it. Then I walk out of her office and head to the team meeting. Chapter 3. Bishop. When I hit the team meeting room, it's about half full. I'd been impressed with the auditorium yesterday during the tour, the stadium-style seating being far more plush than I've ever seen. Big leather chairs with retractable desktops in the left arms make sure that our meetings are held in style and comfort. While our roster sits at 24 with 14 forwards, 7 defensemen, and 3 goalies, the room can hold easily twice that number. I spot Dax in the third row on the opposite side and make my way to him. "What's up?" he says, offering his fist to me. I slap at it distractedly as I sit down to his right. Not much, other than apparently I'm now engaged to the coach's daughter. Grimacing, I slouch down in my chair and watch as other players file in. Dax lifts his head when he sees legend Bay enter. He played with us for 1 season on the Vipers before being snapped up by the Florida Spartans when he became a free agent. He's a lot like me, in that the Spartans hated to lose him, but wanted to free up some money for the draft. So he didn't get protected either. He plops down on my right, and we shake hands, and then he leans across me slightly to do the same with Dax as he says, "What's up, Monahan?" "My dick when your sister walks in the room," Dax says back blandly. Legend snickers, but I don't react. Talk about dicks getting up makes me think of Brooke, and, well, I'm furious with her. I don't want my dick affected by her at all. Dax and Legend talk over me, and the chatter fills the air as players reconnect and new introductions are made. Every time someone new walks into the room, my gut clenches until I see it's not our coach and my newly minted future father-in-law. Fuck, I mutter in frustration. "What's up?" Dax asks quietly as he leans into me. I shake my head. "Later," is all I say. Because while I will indeed tell Dax about the insanity of my morning, now is not the time. Eric Dahlbeck joins our little group. We've never played with the dude, but have connected over the years when we visited his team in Los Angeles. He's an extraordinary offensive-minded defenseman who's just as natural leading the puck up ice as he is slamming someone into the boards. His free agency put him here in Phoenix with us. We like to hang out with him in L.A. because the dude is a partying playboy from hell who knows all the best places to go and has many, many hot actress friends who are available for the hookup. The conversation in the room dies almost immediately, and Dax, Legend, Eric, and I all turn our heads to the door. I think it's Coach, but I see someone even more polarizing has walked in. Tacker Hall, notably the most talented player in the league, as well as the most tragically inclined. This is his first full season back since taking several months off last year after losing his fiancée in a plane crash. The tragedy is not just in losing the love of his life 2 weeks before they were going to marry, but in the fact that he was piloting the small craft. From what I remember about the details, he was cleared of any wrongdoing. But the word is that he's carrying tons of guilt on his shoulders, and it's, well, changed him. I know the guy only slightly, having talked to him at a few award shows and such. This was all pre-crash, and he was a nice guy, although somewhat of an introvert. Now I've heard he's an asshole too, but I'll make up my own mind on that. Tacker walks down the front row, eyes glued to his feet, and takes the very last chair on the far end of the room. He pulls his phone out of his pocket, slouches his shoulders inward, and practically puts a sign up around himself that says, "Leave me the fuck alone." The noise starts back up as people engage in conversation again, but immediately quiets down as the coaching, equipment, and training staff file in. Heading up the rear is Coach Perron. The man is huge and used to play in the league a few decades ago. He was a bruiser, and although the guy has to be in his mid-50s, he looks to be in excellent physical shape. I'm glad I didn't have to tangle with him earlier, because that would just be totally awkward. Our new general manager, Christian Rutherford, saunters up to the podium and makes some short opening remarks. While our new team and coaching staff is pretty decent given we're an expansion team, I think this organization really lucked out with our new GM. He's young, smart, and thinks outside the box. Reminds me a lot of the Cold Fury's general manager, who quickly took them to back-to-back championships with her controversial yet clearly effective strategy of team building based on statistical algorithms. Christian introduces Claude Perron, who has had a decent run as both an assistant coach and finally a head coach for the New York Phantoms. It wasn't lost on me that when Brooke boldly proclaimed that we were engaged, it wasn't a far stretch, given that we both lived in New York City and could conceivably run in some of the same circles due to our hockey connections. I'll give it to Perron. His reputation is that of an absolute hard-ass and someone who can be very difficult to get along with, but his words are also inspiring. His speech focuses on our potential to do things greater than anyone ever imagined. He gives us credit because he believes he has the most talented players in the league sitting right here in this room. His gaze sweeps the room as he speaks, making eye contact with many of the players, but passes right over me without any recognition. I, on the other hand, listen intently to what he says. Brooks seems to think that if I don't get off on the right foot with him, my career could be in jeopardy. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but I'm going to study this man so I can decide how the fuck to handle this shit. Coach sure knows how to blow smoke up our asses, doesn't he? Legend says from my right. I don't take my eyes off Perron, but I nod my head and mutter back to Legend. Sure does. The minute my mouth opens and the words are out, it's like I have a homing signal on me. Perone's gaze snaps to me, and his eyes harden when they lock on tight. Something important you want to add, Mr. Scott? My face flushes to have the spotlight on me, along with the knowledge it's clear he was waiting to pounce. I can't help but be a little bit of an asshole about it. No, sir. But please, let's not be formal. You can call me Bishop. Dax makes a choking noise beside me, but I don't dare take my eyes off Perone. The coach stares at me for only a few seconds, but it seems like years. Let's discuss formality, he says harshly, before letting his eyes move off me to look around the room. I am not your father or your best friend. I am not your confidant. I don't care if your feelings are hurt. And we will maintain a formal relationship. I am either Coach or Mr. Perone to you. My word is law. If you don't like it, the bench isn't the most comfortable place to sit, but it will accommodate you nicely until you learn to respect my position. Are we clear? He asks this last question with his gaze coming back to me, as if the speech he just gave to the team was really custom designed to put me in my place. I merely smile at him and give him a gracious incline of my head. After that, Coach leaves me alone. I try to focus back on his words, but there's no having it. I'm fucking pissed now, and I'm thinking the best thing I can do is distance myself from this shit. When it's over, we head to the locker to get changed for a short practice. Everyone starts leaving the auditorium. Legend and Eric say they'll see us out on the ice. I stay behind purposely to have a short word with Dax, because I can't keep this shit in, and I'm starting to freak the fuck out. When most everyone is gone, Dax looks at me with clear worry. Why does Coach Perone have a hard-on for you? You are not going to believe the crazy I've got myself tangled up in, I tell him with a sigh as I scrub my hands over my face. On the first day of training camp, I am usually exhilarated from the pure excitement of a new season starting. Right now, I just want to go to a bar and get stinking drunk. Dax just waits patiently for me to explain. With a sigh, I drop my hands from my face and turn to face him dead on. You know that woman I went home with last night? Dax nods. Well, that was Coach Perone's daughter. Get the fuck out! And I was in her office before the meeting. Office? What does she do here? This information is not pertinent to my dilemma, but I take the time to tell him. Assistant Director of Team Services. Dax scowls. That's a bullshit job. Indeed, I agree. There's usually one person involved in team services. That's the person that coordinates all of our travel and meals when on the road. It's a cush job. We have a director already, and an assistant is most definitely not needed, which tells me that the organization made accommodations for the coach to bring his daughter from New York to Phoenix with him. Now that's damn weird. At any rate, I continue with the important part of the story. Her dad walked in on us while we were in a fairly intimate embrace. And? He drawls with raised eyebrows. And he was pissed, and she told him we were engaged. I bite out, with no small amount of bitterness in my voice. She fucking did what? Dax barks at me. Then his surprised look melts into humor, and he starts laughing hysterically. At one point he has tears in his eyes and is banging his fist on the armrest of his chair. Fuck off, I growl at him as I push up out of the chair. When you get over yourself, I'll tell you the rest of the story, and you can help me figure out what to do. Dax can't even respond. He just laughs harder at me as I stomp out of the room, gritting my teeth so hard I'm afraid they might crack.
Chapter 4. Brooke. Leaning back against my car, I hug myself across my stomach with one arm and nibble at my thumbnail, ruining a really great manicure I got the other day. I've only been in Phoenix for a month, but I've tried to assimilate myself by doing things that I would have normally done back in New York. Manicures were one of the few ways I'd pamper myself. Luxury handbags were the other, but those were few and far between, and I could only afford them after scrimping for months. My gaze travels down to my Stuart Weitzman pumps, and then back to my Moschino dress. Those I did not pay for. They were perks of the job I left behind in New York, working at a boutique magazine specializing in haute couture. I was the executive assistant to the editor, who was the best boss a woman could ever want. And not just because I got free designer clothes after various magazine shoots. Elizabeth Standish was a really great human being, and she saw potential for me in the fashion world. There were many things about leaving New York that made me sick at heart, and still cause me to cry some nights. But leaving my former boss is the one that grieves me the most. Then again, it was a no-brainer for me to come to Phoenix with my father. He simply needed me, and he's the most important thing in my life. Far more important than my awesome job and amazing boss. A car turns onto my father's street and my pulse picks up. It will be the third one since I got here 15 minutes ago, and each time it happens, my nerves fire into overdrive waiting to see if it's Bishop. I arrived early, so he and I could have a few moments to chat. But I still have no clue if he's even going to show up or not. I had snagged his cell phone number from his personal file. I rummaged through my father's office while they were on the ice. I'd texted him this afternoon to give him the address as well as to confirm if he was coming. He never responded. It feels like my heart is going to jump out of my chest as the car approaches. It's a dark blue sports car of some variety, since I know nothing about cars. Subways are, or were, my preferred mode of travel. When the car pulls behind mine on the street, the rumble of its engine seems to match the feeling deep within my chest. When the car cuts off, my throat practically closes off from nerves. And then Bishop is stepping out. And God, why does he have to be so hot and tempting? Had I known who he was in that bar last night, I would have never, ever taken him home. It would have been tough, because he's beyond sinful, but I would have held firm. The man is tall and built in all the right ways. His dark blonde hair is long, probably down to his jaw if I had to guess, but he wears it pushed back from his face, likely held in place by some styling product. The stylish, short-cropped beard makes him look a little older and more mature than his 28 years. I didn't learn that little fact about him last night, but rather Googled him today. And those eyes remind me of the green grasses of Ireland when I studied abroad there my junior year of college. There is much credit to be given to him, not only for showing up to this ruse of a dinner, but because he dressed really nice for the occasion. Dark blue dress pants, slim fit with no cuffs, are paired with camel-colored Oxfords. I don't know men's fashion as well as women's, but he's wearing pricey shoes. He didn't go super dressy, but the pressed button-down shirt in charcoal gray, with the sleeves rolled up 2 turns and open at the base of his throat, gives his appearance a confident casualness. "You came," I breathe out, my lungs not refilling very quickly, as I note the grim press of his lips.
"There is no way he's not going to see through this sham,"
is how Bishop answers me, sweeping his hand toward my father's house.
He'll grill us with questions that we can't answer and sniff out the lie in minutes.
I shake my head and hold my hands out. No, he won't. I sort of padded our story a little bit this afternoon after your skate. He came back up to my office to talk about it.
What do you mean?
Bishop leans a hip against the back of my car, the first I've ever owned, and crosses his arms over his chest. His expression is skeptical, and it dings my confidence a little. I told him we've only been dating a few months. I give him a quick rundown of my conversation with my dad. But that we fell hard and fast for each other. It was sort of whirlwind, so he thinks it's all new to us.
You told him we were engaged,
he growls in reply.
That's a lot different than dating a few months.
I know, I concede, then continue quickly before he gets into his car to leave. I backpedaled on that a little. Told him that you and I have been discussing marriage and that we're sure we're going to do it, but not in that big of a rush to do the whole ring thing. Most importantly, I told him we knew it wasn't the right time, with us all coming out to Phoenix to start new careers.
And he didn't think it was a little too soon to be talking marriage?
I sigh and pinch the bridge of my nose to stave off a building stress headache. When I drop my hand, I look at him and hope he hears the earnestness in my voice. I know I fucked this up, but my dad is in a really weird place right now.
You said your mother died,
Bishop says softly, and for the first time, I get a look from him that's not completely filled with anger or disgust over the situation I've put us in. Pancreatic cancer, in February, I say softly. It was brutal, but at least it was fast. Maybe you can understand this, I don't know. But my dad has not done well since she died. They were together for 33 years. They were soulmates. He really fell apart and wasn't taking care of himself. I stepped in and got him going again, but it's still a struggle. I'm really hoping this move and the new season are going to get him back on track. But I came to Phoenix with him because I am still worried. Bishop's gaze cuts over to my dad's house, which he stares at for a thoughtful moment. When he looks back to me, he asks,
So, what's our short game?
Relief causes my legs to go weak. Oh, thank you for doing this. Bishop holds a hand up.
I'm not committed to this.
My mouth snaps shut as I frown at him.
If it goes south in there, I'm coming clean with everything.
I don't distrust the promise in those words.
But if we can pull this off tonight, then the plan is we wind this thing down quickly and stage a breakup of this fake relationship that leaves me in a good light with your dad. Correct?
I manage to nod my head.
Then let's go,
he says as he pushes away from my car. Bishop snags my hand, and it startles me so badly I pull away quickly. His mouth curves upward, and I'd think he was genuinely amused if it wasn't for the hard glint in his eye. He grabs my hand back and holds tight.
If you're going to sell it, Brooke, you need to sell it. We'll need to at least act like a couple if you don't want your dad smelling out your bullshit.
Oh, of course. I mumble as I allow him to guide me, hand in hand, up the driveway, across the sidewalk, and up the front porch of my dad's house. Before I can reach out for the knob, the front door is pulled open and my dad is standing there, staring at us. His eyes drop to our hands clenched tight, before going right to Bishop. To my surprise, my dad extends his hand and says,
Welcome, Bishop.
Luckily, Bishop's right hand is free, and he takes my dad's for a quick shake.
Well, come on in,
he says as he moves backward into the foyer. Bishop releases me, only to bring a hand to my lower back so I can precede him in. I know my father will appreciate the good manners. Dad leads us into the living room, where he has a small service bar set up in an alcove that separates it from the kitchen. He takes our orders, mixes drinks, and hands them to us. He and Bishop chose straight bourbon, and I opt for a glass of white wine.
Something smells good.
Bishop observes as he glances into the kitchen.
Chicken marsala.
My father replies. Dad loves to cook. I provide, internally cringing over the squeak in my voice that indicates my nerves are still stretched tight. In fact, why don't you two sit down at the table and I'll serve? I manage to set my wine glass on the counter without spilling it from my shaky hand. As I pull plates from the cupboard, I manage not to drop those when my father says to Bishop,
Strange how the two of you met in a city of millions.
My eyes snap briefly to Bishop, who doesn't even look bothered. He merely says,
Small world, right?
I set the plates down next to the stove, where my dad has the pan of chicken marsala and another of French green beans. I go for a light laugh, but it sounds strained. Daddy doesn't understand how popular Club Zero is in the city. If he did, he wouldn't think twice about us stumbling upon each other there. Bishop nods and rolls with it.
Well, it was hard not to notice you in that crowd.
That would be so sweet if it were true and not said under duress. I quickly fill up 2 plates, grab some utensils and bring them to the table. Just as I'm setting the food down in front of my dad and Bishop, who are sitting adjacent to each other, my dad says,
I don't get it. You two don't look like you're in love, and I know what love looks like. I had it for 33 years.
Right then, my heart crumples in on itself. My dad's voice is low and morose, and he didn't say that because he's calling bullshit on us. He said that because he does know love. And I suppose what we've built as a quickly developed relationship looks nothing like what he had with my mother, whom he still misses greatly. Bishop looks up at me, and I blink to dispel the tiny bit of wetness that had started to form. Clearing my throat, I put a hand on my dad's shoulder and squeeze. It's still new for us, Daddy. And it's a little awkward since you're just finding out. But you're going to have to accept it. Bishop is important to me. Man, that lie tasted ashy on my tongue. Bishop is nothing but a one-night stand to me at this point in our relationship. After this is all over, I'm going to be lucky if he doesn't hate me once we part ways. Apparently, things must not be going all that badly, because Bishop seals his fate as a critical part of this deception when he says,
Your daughter is important to me too, Mr. Perrone. I'm sure in time you'll see it.
My dad's eyes bore into Bishop's. The air in my lungs seems to freeze. Picking up his utensils, my dad starts cutting into his chicken.
I look forward to seeing it.
I have to force myself to let the air out slowly and silently as I turn back to the kitchen to get my plate. There's no noise but the clinking of forks on plates while I do so, and by the time I sit down, my dad's waving his fork in the air at Bishop.
You know, none of this means I'll go easier on you in practice. In fact, I'll probably be tougher on you.
Bishop listens while chewing his food, and after swallowing, he gives an affirming nod.
I wouldn't expect anything different, sir.
Shit. Now my dad was going to bust Bishop's ass harder at practice, and that's all on my shoulders as well. I'm in the midst of cutting my first piece of chicken when my dad says,
Brooke, when are you two thinking about setting the wedding date? Because it would be best if it could wait until next summer. You know, after the season is done.
I look up to him slowly and give a tremulous smile. Of course. Like I told you this afternoon, we're not in a hurry.
Well, there's a lot to do between now and then, even if you set it for next summer.
My dad continues as he attacks his chicken again. I turn to Bishop, and his return stare is just as befuddled as mine. We have a new season to get geared up for, I say with a nervous laugh. Plenty of time to talk about weddings
and a ring.
My dad cuts in on me, his head coming up and turning to Bishop.
It's all well and good you're talking about marriage, but you did it wrong. You should have gotten a ring for her, and that's something I expect will be corrected soon enough.
Dad! I gasp with outrage as I drop my fork. That's none of your business.
Bullshit,
my dad says, stabbing his fork in the air first at me, then at Bishop.
Both of you must know I am not happy you hid this from me, or that I got slapped in the face with it today. But I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Now that it's in the open, I expect you to do this the right way.
His gaze turns to Bishop, and he stabs his fork in the air again, right at him.
That means you do this the right way for my daughter. Understood.
Bishop replies in a clipped voice. And my guilt over this whole fiasco intensifies.
Chapter 5. Bishop. I hate holding her hand, and yet I feel like I'd like it way too much under different circumstances. We walk out to her car with our fingers laced together and her father probably watching us out the window. I had prepared to go in there and lie through my teeth with made-up facts to dispel Coach Perrone's suspicions. But he turned the fucking tables on us and seems pretty gung-ho about a wedding.
I am so sorry,
Brooke murmurs as we reach her driver's side door. You've said that enough, I tell her as I release her hand.
Not enough,
she mutters as her head drops and she stares at her shoes. It causes a pang of sympathy to hit behind my breastbone, and I slide my fingers up her neck, pushing my thumb under her chin and forcing her to look at me. I bend in closer to her. It's done. Stop apologizing and let's just figure out where to go from here, okay? She nods, a tremulous smile forming on her face. I mean it, I tell her gently. I'd heard the tone in her dad's voice when he was talking about his wife. And given everything that's happened in that family, coupled with the fact that Brooke got us into this mess because she was altruistically trying to protect me from her father, I decided to just accept what's happened. No sense in bemoaning it now that it's done, and we just have to concentrate on finding a way out of this. And until we do, I'm going to take advantage of a few things. I lean into her, my hand now wrapping around the back of her neck. Slanting my head, I bring my mouth down onto hers for a softly lingering kiss. Brooke gasps with surprise into my mouth. When I pull back, her expression is guarded. She brings a hand up, placing her fingers against her lips as if to hold on to the feeling.
Why did you do that?
She murmurs. Because your dad's probably watching us right now.
Oh,
she says, her eyes dropping from mine. Releasing her, I open her car door, nodding my head to her seat. I say, I'll follow you to your house.
What?
She jerks with surprise. I'm coming to your house tonight.
Why?
A deep line of confusion etches in her forehead. Because you and I are practically engaged, I tell her, as I put a hand to her lower back and gently push her to get in. We have a ruse to perpetuate not only to your dad, but to an entire professional hockey team.
We don't have to sleep together to do that,
she points out. I grin at her. I don't intend on getting much sleep tonight.
We don't have to have sex to make people think we're engaged.
She snaps at me, fire leaping in her eyes. Yeah, that's where you're wrong, I tell her as I snag her from behind the neck again and pull her into me. Her lips part slightly, and her hands brace against my chest. If her dad is watching, I suppose it looks like an intimate move. I tilt my head and bring my lips to her ear. You see, Brooke, I'm still just a little pissed that my life is going to be disrupted for probably weeks over this. And if I'm supposed to act madly but stupidly in love with you, well, you're just going to have to give me something to help me get past that anger so I look like I'm crazy, head over heels for you, and don't actually want to strangle you. She tries to push away from me, but I hold her with sheer strength. She tips her head back to look at me, eyes all frosted over with indignation. Brooke's lips peel back in a snarl.
So you're blackmailing me for sex, or are you punishing me?
Chuckling, I give her neck a squeeze. In a low voice, I tell her, Baby, you know damn well it's no punishment having my tongue pushed deep in your pussy. The coolness in her eyes melts into pure heat. She swallows hard and places a hand back to my chest. I give a half shrug. My cock in your ass, though? That could be punishment, but we'll work up to it so it doesn't hurt that much. I expect her to slap me, but I just couldn't help myself. Instead, the heat in her eyes goes nuclear as she's clearly moved by my dirty words. You'd like that, wouldn't you? My voice is taunting, but also curious. Brooke definitely liked my finger in her ass. It's what pushed her over the edge last night, but she still seems like she'd be pretty vanilla past much more than that. It's why when she finally answers me, it knocks all the wind out of my sails.
I've always been a little curious about it,
she admits softly, before digging her teeth down into her lower lip.
You're pretty big, though. Not sure I could handle it.
Swallowing down a groan and ignoring the twitch in my dick, I tell her, You could handle it. I know she could. And while I think my anger toward her is justified, and I'm okay with taking advantage of it a bit, I also have to be honest. It's not just about giving me something to make up for this, Brooke. Before your dad ever walked in on us, you and I reconnected for a reason. Had your dad not walked into your office, you and I both fucking know I'd be at your house tonight. Am I right? She nods, but then again, she'd be lying if she didn't.
We do need to talk, though,
Brooke says, and the coolness in her tone tells me we're done talking about the possibility of me tapping her ass.
We've got to figure out some type of game plan. I can't figure out why my dad's suddenly okay with all of this.
He's not, I tell her as I once again release my hold on her and point to her car seat. After she gets in, I place one hand on the roof, the other on the door frame, and lean in. I think he's calling our bluff. Her eyes bug out.
You do?
I do, I reply confidently. No way in fuck that guy buys our story, and now he's fucking with us. Unfortunately, that means we're going to have to do a damn good job selling this relationship to him before we break it off.
I am so...
she starts to say, but I glare at her. Her mouth slaps shut. No more apologies, I remind her sternly. I'll be at your house in a little bit.
Where are you going?
She asks. Store, I say tersely as I stand up straight. I look down at her with a lecherous smile. Going to buy a big box of condoms. Her mouth drops open, but I shut the door before she can reply. My mouth opens wide to come down on Brooke's pussy. I give it a full, wet kiss before giving her what I promised, and that's my tongue shoved in as deeply as I can. She grips my hair tightly and pulls so hard my nose mashes into her. Inhaling deeply, I groan, because she smells amazing and tastes even better. I lift my head easily against her grip, shoot her a quick smile, but her eyes are rolled back, so I can peel her apart and expose what I really want. That clit, swollen and begging for me.
Bishop,
she cries out as I start to lick at her oh so very gently. I slide 2 fingers inside of her and scissor them, moving my thumb to press up just on the underside of her clit. I lift my head again to look up at her, all naked and splayed out over her bed. Legs wantonly spread wide with her feet planted hard so she can rotate her hips to create more friction with my mouth. Her nipples are hard, and her eyes are now squeezed shut. My gaze travels back down to where my fingers are lodged in deep, and I rub her clit with my thumb. She groans and bucks. I stare at her pussy a moment, loving she's mostly bare except for a tight-cropped strip of hair down the center. She clearly waxes, as her ass was just as beautifully bare too. I give her my mouth again, starting with gentle whorls that gradually get faster and a little rougher. She takes 3 of my fingers, and it only takes 1 hard pursing of my lips and a sharp suck on her clit, and she's splintering for me, screaming my name. And I like that a lot. It takes but a moment to get the condom on. Brooke lifts her head to watch as I put my hands to the back of her thighs and splay her open even wider. Guide me in, I order her through gritted teeth. My dick is fucking hard as a rock, which usually isn't the case after I take my time going down on a woman. I generally need a little bit of extra stimulus to get it fully ready to punch home, but everything about my eating Brooke's pussy turned me way the fuck on. I needed nothing but the condom and I was ready. Her hand curls around my shaft and she squeezes me hard. I involuntarily groan. She rubs the tip of my dick through her wetness before planting me dead center, and I give a tiny push. Christ, so tight, and despite the condom covering me, I can feel the fiery heat of her flesh permeating and coating me. I rotate my hips and work my way in slowly. Despite that orgasm and finger fucking, she's still incredibly tight. I definitely don't want to hurt her, even though my baser instincts are driving me to plunge in deep and hard. Staring mesmerized at my cock disappearing inside of her, I realize that there's some small part of me that's actually a tiny bit grateful this all happened. Granted, it's the part that's controlled by my dick, but still, if I have to spend a few weeks in a fake engagement, it just doesn't get any better than Brooke Perron.
Bishop?
Brooke whispers, and I let my gaze slowly glide up her body until she has my attention. I slide in the last inch and bottom out. Her eyelashes flutter briefly before she focuses on me again. Her expression puts me slightly on edge. It's almost wistful, but perhaps it's just guilt I'm seeing. Regardless, I'm not prepared when she says, "In this moment, right now, not sorry at all for how this has all gone down." Never in my life have I had such a laugh-out-loud sort of moment while fucking a woman, but my head tips back and I'm all flashing teeth and barking laughter. When I look back at her, she's grinning right back at me. A shared understanding that perhaps this just isn't going to be that bad presses between us. If super fucking amazing sex is the burden we have to carry, so be it. "You can fuck me now," she says with amusement. "And don't be gentle, okay?" Now she's talking my language. I bring my body down onto hers and give her just what she asked for. Chapter 6. Bishop. "Here's what I don't get," Dax says as we sit at our kitchen table. He's downing a 5-egg omelet he cooked up, and I'm halfway through a strawberry whey protein shake. Dax likes to eat big first thing in the morning, but at least 1 hour before his workout. I don't get hungry until mid-morning, so I start off with the shake. But by the time I'm done working out, I could eat a moose. Dax had been my roommate in New York for the last 3 years, and over that time living and working together, he's become the closest friend I've ever had. "What's that?" I prompt him before he can take another bite of his food. "How did she not know who you were that first night when you met?" he asks, his tone appropriately inflected with sarcasm and a healthy dose of skepticism. He's past the laughing stage and is now actually kind of worried for me. I'd just finished filling him in on how dinner went with her father. This was something I'd wondered too, and to be honest, I thought perhaps she set me up. But that thought was fleeting, and for 2 reasons. The first was that I don't get any type of vibe off Brooke other than she's a genuinely nice woman. She uprooted herself and moved to Phoenix because she was concerned about her dad and the obvious depression he'd been suffering since his wife died. Brooke told me a lot more about that last night, in between the times we were fucking. Second, I straight out asked Brooke about it. "You seriously didn't know who I was when I introduced myself to you?" "I swear I didn't," she said, then dragged the tip of her index finger in an X pattern across her chest. That got my eyes sidetracked on her tits, and I had to play around with her nipples a bit. When I finally left her alone, she explained. "I love hockey. I follow my dad's team, which was the Phantoms, and now it's the Vengeance. I go to a lot of games, but that's about as involved as I am with the sport. It's just not all-consuming to me." It was plausible. I mean, there's over 500 players in the league, and even though I play against them, I don't know all of them. I watch the leading point scorers and the division rankings, so I know quite a bit. But why would Brooke do that unless she was just really into the sport as a superfan? "She didn't know who I was," I tell Dax with surety. "She's a big fan of her dad, but not of the sport as a whole." He doesn't seem convinced, and just stares at me while he chews another big bite of his omelet. When he swallows, he asks, "So what in the hell are you going to do?" While I'd told him about the dinner last night and how it went, I did not mention the details of what happened after at Brooks, but he knew I stayed there all night. Dax had been cooking an omelet when I walked in this morning, feeling very loose and very sated, despite the lack of sleep I'd had last night. For a few weeks we're going to pretend to be together, I tell him nonchalantly. Then we'll sort of institute a breakup. We'll figure it out as we go along so Coach isn't too pissed at me. Brooke will probably be the one to dump me, so she takes the heat.
This is about the dumbest fucking idea I've ever heard,
he mutters, then shovels the last forkful into his mouth. She was just trying to protect me. I find myself defending her, for it was her actions alone that got us into this mess. She didn't want my relationship with her dad to start off badly. No, it's just starting off as a lie, Dax points out as he swallows and pushes up out of his chair to take his plate to the sink. That it is, brother. I lift my glass and throw back the rest of my shake. So, what's this chick like? Dax says as he places his plate in the sink and turns to face me. He leans back against the counter and crosses his arms over his chest. Her name's Brooke, I mutter as I stand up, my intention to rinse my glass out and put it in the dishwasher. Sorry, Dax says with a snort and moves to the side so I can access the sink. What is Brooke like? I'm guessing great in the sack if the smile on your face when you walked in this morning is any indication. The shrug I give him is supposed to convey a casualness about Brooke that I most definitely don't feel. She's cool. Cool? Yeah. Cool, I tell him before turning to the dishwasher to open it. I pull the top rack out, place my glass in it, and shut the door. How many condoms did you use last night? Dax asks, slyly using a roundabout way of getting what he wants. 3, I admit. I've certainly used more over the course of a long night, but I don't bother to tell Dax that we did plenty of stuff without a condom, too. After all, he didn't ask how many orgasms I'd had. Dax laughs and claps me on the back. At least you're getting something good out of all this. That's one way to look at it, I say with a laugh. So, what's her deal? Dax turns from me to put his plate in the dishwasher. One thing I'm glad of is that we're both sort of neat freaks. I move back to the table and sit down. We don't have to be at the arena for practice until 2 p.m., although Dax and I had planned to go work out this morning. Still, we're not on a tight schedule. She used to work for a fashion magazine in New York. Has a degree in fashion merchandising, but she lost her mom in February and her dad is really taking it hard, so she moved to Phoenix to be near him. I didn't ask her, but I suspect that job in team services might have been created for her. Dax nods as he turns from putting his plate in the dishwasher. He nabs a bottled water from the fridge and comes to sit back down at the table. Hard to believe that crusty son of a bitch has a soft side, huh? I don't know. I imagine part of his coaching demeanor is just put on to set the tone with us. He seemed a lot more laid back at dinner last night. After he got through with all his bluster and threats, I didn't tell you that part, he sort of demanded I put a ring on Brooke's finger. Dax's eyebrows shoot up. Are you? Fuck no, I tell him, appalled he'd even ask. Why would I buy a $30,000 piece of jewelry for a sham? Rings cost that fucking much? He asks, eyebrows completely disappearing, perhaps rolling off the back of his head. I don't know, I say sarcastically. Maybe. The point being, the only way I'm ever shelling out money for a diamond or putting it on a woman's hand is if I love her. And I don't have any plans to be doing that anytime soon. Dax's eyebrows reappear, and he nods in understanding. How are you going to play this with the team? There's going to be all kinds of get-togethers this week, and she'll probably be traveling with us. Brooke and I had actually talked about this, and we decided to play it the way any other in-love couple would. We'd attend functions together, and when we traveled, she'd be in my bed with me if I raided a room on my own. That was never known until the start of the season, and single rooms came not only by seniority, but by performance. Still, pre-season we most likely would all be paired up with roommates. Well, that's not exactly the arrangement we came to. In fact, she specifically said she would not be in my room, since she was not about to flaunt that in front of her father. I conceded that she would have her own room, but that didn't mean I wouldn't be fucking her on road trips. She just doesn't know that part yet. You're the only one that knows this is a sham, I tell Dax. We'll stick to the same story that we gave the coach. We started dating a few months ago, fell hard and fast, blah, blah, blah. Not much else to tell. Going to be weird seeing you all cozy with a Dax starts to say, but my glare redirects him. I mean, Brooke. That's the truth. In the 3 years we've been friends, neither one of us has had a serious girlfriend. In fact, in my 28 years of life, I never really have. I mean, sure, I've dated women exclusively and for lengths of time, but I've never been in love. And I'm thinking dating a woman casually versus dating one you're supposedly in love with are probably two different things. As a professional hockey player, I think casual dating means maybe being able to hook up once a week for dinner and a movie. Definitely fucking after. Or maybe taking a woman to a charity gala, like arm candy, and then, well, fucking after. But this thing with Brooke, our fake, serious relationship, is probably going to play out in a vastly different way, especially if her father is to believe us. This might be more complicated than I thought, I admit to Dax. He chuckles as he twists the cap off his water bottle. He points it at me. You'll figure it out, bud. Maybe you should read some romance novels or some shit. My sister reads them all the time and says that if men read them and acted like the dudes in those books acted, women would be a lot happier about giving blowjobs. I can't help but snort. Dax's sister, Willow, is the last person I'd take dating advice from. She goes through boyfriends faster than I go through M&Ms when I have a chocolate craving. My phone rings, and I pick it up from the table where I'd set it earlier. A smile forms on my face when I hear the opening, "Ah!" of Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song. My mom is a total Led Zeppelin freak, and it's her favorite song, so it's her ringtone. What's up, hot mama? I ask as soon as I connect the call. Dax leans across the table, puts his face near the phone, and yells, "What's up, Mama Scott?" I lean away from Dax with a glare, but my mom's laughing on the other end. Tell that sweet boy I said hello. He's not sweet, I say, but it would be futile to get her to believe me on that. She adores Dax. So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your lovely voice this morning? Just wanted to say hi, she says almost wistfully. I tried to call you yesterday to wish you good luck on your first day of training camp, but got your voicemail instead. She had indeed called me. It was during the team meeting, and I'd turned my phone to mute. After the meeting, we went straight to the ice. Then, after that, I'd hit the gym hard, trying to squat, deadlift, and chest press my frustrations away. After that, it was dinner. Then I was getting lost in Brooke. I hadn't had a chance to call her back. Sorry, I tell my mom. Yesterday was just really hectic. So, how was it? She asks me guardedly. My mom, more than anyone, knows how disappointing it was for me to get traded away from the Vipers when they were stacked to really kick ass this year.
How was the coach, the other players? What about the training staff? Are they cool?
Chuckling, I settle back into my chair and tell my mom all about it. She's been such an integral part of my hockey life, she deserves my time to indulge all her curiosities. Mary Ann Scott raised me solely by herself after my father died of a heart attack when I was 7. He got me started in hockey, but my mom took over as my biggest supporter after he was gone. She's a financial analyst for an insurance company that has a main office in London, Ontario, where I was born and raised. All through minors and major juniors, which I was fortunate to play for London so I didn't have to stay with a billet family, my mom was there for almost every single game, even traveling over 6.5 hours to watch me play in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. Needless to say, we're close. After I won the gold medal in Sochi in 2014 playing for Team Canada, I gave it to my mother as a way to thank her for her support and dedication to me during those formative years and beyond. Of course, she's insisting she's just holding it for me until she dies, but whatever. That gold medal is hers now.
What's Coach Perron like? She asks after I wind down.
I'd obviously steered clear of the topic of my coach, not wanting to get drawn into deceiving my mom by mistake. It's hard to tell, I reply, which is the truth. It's also the truth when I say, he's hard, but those that have played for him before say he's fair. Then, to completely redirect her even further from the topic of Brooke's dad, I ask her, have you decided what games you want tickets to yet? My mom is pretty high up in her company, having worked there for 31 years now. They are very flexible in letting her travel to come watch me play, partly because I'm a native son of London and big shit in the NHL, and partly because my mom can pretty much work from anywhere as long as she has her laptop.
I'll definitely want to hit the games close to me, she tells me. Detroit, Buffalo, maybe Pittsburgh. And I'll pull up the schedule and decide on the ones I want to come to for the first half of the year.
That brings a smile to my face. Sounds great. Just let me know, and I'll get working on the tickets. Of course, it would actually be Brooke's job to help me secure tickets for the away games. But hey, what are girlfriends/fiancés for, right?
Let me talk to her,
Dax demands and rips the phone away from me. I let him have it because he's become like a son to her. He starts telling her all about his new workout regimen, and because my mom will be sincerely interested, I know they'll be talking for a bit. I head out of the kitchen to get into my workout gear, not in the slightest bit concerned that Dax will tell my mother about what's going on with Brooke and Coach Perron. He's got my back. Always. Chapter 7. Bishop. There have been nerve-wracking moments in my life. The NHL entry draft, waiting to see when I'd be picked up and where I'd go. First time I stepped onto the ice as a professional hockey player. The last few minutes of the gold medal game in Sochi. Walking into a team event with Brooke Perron on my arm. Honestly, I'm not sure which one is worst, but my stomach is in knots. It's not only because people are going to be shocked as shit to see us together, and the lies are going to unfold as our fake story is brought out, but also because she and I haven't seen each other or talked in 3 days. We've completed training camp, and our first preseason game is day after tomorrow. The new team owner, a rich dude named Dominic Carlson, who also owns a professional basketball team in L.A., rented out the swankest restaurant in Phoenix for us and gave the team carte blanche to eat and drink whatever we wanted. The invitation included spouses, kids, significant others, and even arm candy that I was sure many of the players would show up with tonight. This get-together was purely to celebrate this new team as a whole and bring us together as a family. It would be the first time all of the players, coaches, team staff, and front office staff, plus their extended families, would come together under one roof to get to know each other. I expect Mr. Carlson is going to be picking up a 6-figure bill tonight, but I'm sure he can easily afford it.
Is it your hand that's sweaty or mine?
Brooke asks as we walk into the restaurant. I had grabbed her hand as soon as I met her on the other side of the car where the valet was helping her out.
Shit,
I say, as I drop her hand like a hot potato and wipe my hands on the bottom of my suit jacket. Brooke does the same, although she runs her hands down her hips. I'm not sure that slinky black material is going to help much, though.
It's fine,
she murmurs, taking my hand again, and I'm thankful to feel cool, dry palm against cool, dry palm.
We'll be fine, I'm sure.
I sure as shit hope we will. This is as disconcerting as sitting down at her father's table earlier this week to face his scrutiny and potential wrath. Neither Brooke nor I made any effort this week to see each other, and I'm not really sure why. I know I demanded that we engage in a whole lot of fucking to get to know each other so we could carry this off without a hitch, but that wasn't really necessary. Let's be honest, that was totally self-serving to me. But if she didn't complain or tell me no, I had to assume she was just as into it. I think the number of orgasms she had that last night together, as well as the completely satisfied, yet sleepy smile on her face when I left, speaks volumes. I actually held back in part to see what Brooke would do. Would she call me and ask to get together? I have to admit, the fact she didn't dinged my ego a bit. She's totally into sex with me, there's no doubt. But maybe she's just too shy to initiate? Or maybe once a week is good for her, or something. Or perhaps she needs something more from me before she gives it up. And that right there would definitely mean we were in a relationship. I guess. Not sure. Regardless, we lost 3 days we could have been getting to know each other to help solidify this ruse. Even more important, due to inaction on both our parts, we lost out on a whole lot of great sex. Now, we're both getting ready to walk together in front of the entire team, and eyebrows are going to be shooting skyward everywhere. This is going to be especially so, since just last night, a large group of the players, including significant others, met for dinner and drinks. I did not ask Brooke, although I thought about it quite a bit. In the end, I just sort of chickened out, putting off the inevitable awkwardness that would come with questions when we were seen together. The player and the coach's daughter. It was going to be portrayed like a fucking episode of the Kardashians, and there were going to be questions upon questions from everyone. Speaking of which, I'd better bring Brooke up to speed. So, there was a get-together last night, a bunch of the players and their wives and girlfriends.
Okay,
she drawls. Well, we didn't go together, I add, as I reach the door and open it for her.
That would be a true statement,
she replies tartly as she walks through and I follow. I reach out, grab her hand, and pull her off to the side. A few of the players and their guests come in, casting curious glances at Brooke and me. People are going to wonder why you weren't there last night, so I figure we should get our story straight.
You're just now worrying about us having our story straight?
She asks with a cocked eyebrow.
Right before we're walking into a team event together as a couple for the first time?
I ignore the pointed jab. So what should we say to people who might ask why you didn't come out last night?
Tell them the truth?
she says with a casual shrug. I was working. You were working? I repeat dumbly. Yeah, I was working. Why would you be working at night? I ask her, now completely interested in her on a different level. You're assistant to the director of team services. I know exactly what that job entails, and I doubt it's much more than a 40-hour-a-week job. Brooke's chin tucks in, and she crosses her arms defensively over her chest. I suggest you not malign my job if you want this relationship to last more than the next 10 seconds. I'm duly chagrined, but before I can apologize or explain my curiosity in a more tactful way, she continues. As it happens, I'm also working part-time in the merchandising department. There wasn't a position available when I first applied, and yes, they did create this job for me as an accommodation to my dad, but it's not what I'd like to be doing with my time. My background is in merchandising, and I'm hoping I can slide full-time over there. Now that's interesting. Merchandising? What does that mean? Did you go to school for it? Her eyebrow arches higher. Seriously, Bishop, you want to get my life story down right now? Okay. So perhaps I should have put in some more effort this week getting to know her, rather than obsessing about sex with her and waiting for her to call me like a petulant kid. I blow out a long breath. Okay. Sorry. We should have made some time this week to discuss these things. Yes, you should have, she says, throwing a tiny jab of her own. I hold my hands up. Whoa, I didn't see you reaching out to me. You know, you're the one that got us into this mess. Why didn't you call me and ask that we get together to discuss these things? Brooke's eyes flash with amusement rather than the anger I thought I'd get. Her arms drop, only for her finger to come up and poke me lightly in the chest. Because I know your idea of a get-together and mine are two totally different things. You made it clear that you want the sex benefits, and I didn't want to call you and have you thinking that's all I was after. I wouldn't have thought that, I assure her. Another cock of the eyebrow. Damn, she's not believing much of what I say. Look, I say softly as I step in closer to her. I snag her hand and bring it up between us, squeezing it gently. Let's get through dinner, and we'll stay for a bit to be sociable. But then let's get out of here and go somewhere and talk. We can go to a coffee shop or something. Okay? That's apparently all she needed to hear, because her face softens and she squeezes my hand back. I won't say I'm sorry, because you told me not to say it again. But I very much understand day in and day out it's my fault we're in this situation. I don't want to make things difficult for you, and to be honest, I didn't reach out to you because I didn't want to bother you. I'm sure you have a lot on your plate and would rather be doing something other than playing fake relationship with me. If I had to play fake relationship with someone, I'm glad it's with you, I tell her earnestly. That's no shit. You're sweet, she says, with an exaggerated flutter of her eyelashes, and it makes me laugh. Ready to get this over with? Ready, I tell her as I turn for the hostess podium. But then another thought strikes, and I turn back toward Brooke, backing her into the corner. Bending my face down to get near hers, I say, We don't have to have sex, you know that, right? I know, she says in a breathless whisper. I mean, I want to have it, I quickly say so she doesn't think otherwise. And you seem very much into it with me. But if I'm wrong about that, well, just know that's not my priority. It's getting through this charade with your relationship intact with your dad, and without him throwing me off the team.
He can't do that,
she says dryly. I know that, I return with a grin. But he can make my life hell.
We want the same things, Bishop.
Her words brush across me light as a feather. Her voice is so soft, yet their meaning punches me in the gut. She knows what I want. That's her. She wants the same thing, which means she wants me. If that's the case, then fuck if I'm going to stand back from her. I think in this moment, there's no need to use the excuse we need to get to know each other to put on a good show, but rather it's more we can get through this fiasco and also have a good time doing it. At least that's the way I'm reading it, and I'm sticking to that. Let's start the show then, I tell her, and lean down to brush my lips across hers. Her breath comes out in a shaky pant across my lips, and when I pull back, her eyes are bright and promising. Without another word, I tuck her hand into the crook of my arm, then turn to lead her into the restaurant. At that same moment, Eric comes through the doors with the type of woman I've seen him with on a few occasions. She looks like she came straight from sunny California, with a mass of bleached blonde hair and huge tits that practically spill out over the top of her dress, the hem of which barely covers her ass. I shake my head in amusement as he walks toward us, his arm around the woman and hanging low enough I'm betting his hand is on her ass. "What's up?" Eric says, and starts to hold a fist out for a bump when he notices Brooke standing close to me with our arms linked. His eyes get big, and his mouth drops open. Whoa! I know exactly what he's thinking. It's what everyone else in there is going to think too. Bishop Scott is banging the coach's daughter, and nothing good will ever come of that. "Brooke, have you met Eric Dahlbeck yet?" I twist my neck and drop my gaze down to her. The smile she bestows on me makes me want to pull her in closer. She shakes her head.
I haven't had the pleasure.
Eric joined the vengeance from the Los Angeles Demons. He's a premier defenseman, one of the toughest enforcers in the league, and we're lucky to have him. I glance back at Eric, who is still looking dumbfounded. I give a slight nod of my head toward my girl and tell the lie for the very first time. This is Brooke Perrone. She and I have been dating for a few months. What the what? Eric mutters, and then seems to get that he's not handling this in the most professional way. He sort of shakes his head and then holds his hand out to Brooke. Pleasure to meet you.
Welcome to the team,
she says back with a smile. Eric turns his gaze back to me and gives me a very pointed look that says, "Dude, you and I, we have some talking to do." Pulling his date along, Eric makes his way in without even bothering to introduce her. This is not strange behavior. Lots of players, myself included at times, have had one-night-only dates. Hot, gorgeous women you show a good time with a bunch of famous people, then you bang their brains out and go on your way. There's no sense in really making introductions because she won't be around for the next event, so why even bother? The fact that I just introduced Brooke to Eric as a woman I've been dating a few months will send a message to the team that she's not just arm candy. Chapter 8. Bishop. I still can't fucking believe it, Legend mutters as he looks from me to Brooke, who is standing across the room, and then back to me again. I also cut my gaze to Brooke, but hold my eyes there a moment, watching as she talks to Eric's arm candy date, whose name I still have no clue about. We've finished dinner, which was a 2.5-hour affair. And now some of us have gathered in the spacious bar area of the restaurant, while others are still lingering over dessert in the dining room.
How in the hell could you keep quiet about dating the coach's daughter?
Eric asks me. His tone as disbelieving of the situation as Legends just was.
I mean, you dated her while you played for the Vipers and while Perone coached the Phantoms, and you never told anyone about it?
Dax laughs and claps Eric on the back.
I knew about it, but I'm just as good as Bishop about keeping secrets.
I have to grin at that. Dax has appointed himself as a character in our hoax upon Coach Perone and the team. The first time tonight someone questioned me about the secrecy of my relationship, Dax jumped right in and loudly told everyone listening that he knew from the get-go. In fact, he went on to start feeding the fake details of the story of how we met. Luckily, I had recounted with pretty great specificity what we'd told Coach Perone, and Dax picked right back up there.
We were at Club Zero,
he told the group that made up our table of 8.
We had purposely sat down with some of the players we didn't know very well in an effort to start getting to know them. And there were so many people there because this is like a really hot space to party. At any rate, Bishop saw Brooke on the dance floor and he became like a zombie. Sort of creepy the way he stared at her with his tongue all hanging out. He only got the guts to talk to her after I plied him with a few mixed drinks and gave him about 10 pep talks. Yeah, you could say their entire relationship is all my doing, as Bishop was too much of a pussy to approach her otherwise. I wanted to cheerfully strangle him, and Brooke was giggling from behind her hand. The other players were highly amused, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do to correct him. The story went on from there, Brooke and I adding to it, making up shit on the fly. We revealed the secrecy and that we didn't want to complicate things with her dad, but he found out and so we're coming clean to everyone. We left that very vague, preferring that no one know that Coach Perone actually caught me in a compromising situation with his daughter in her office. What's Coach Perone really like when he's not riding our asses at practice?
Legend asks, jolting me back to the present. I shrug as I turn to look at him.
He's cool. He's still a little gruff, and he's overprotective of Brooke, but he just wants what's best for her.
I had determined the first night I agreed to enter into this deception that I was going to paint Coach in as good a light as he'd let me. I figured it was going to go a long way in keeping our relationship stable when Brooke and I broke up.
You know you're fucked if this thing with her doesn't go the distance.
Legend returns to me. He wouldn't be wrong about that.
Is it going to go the distance?
Eric asks casually. It's serious, is all I'm willing to say. We have not perpetuated the engagement that Brooke told her father about. We figured he isn't really going to say anything publicly about it until it's done formally with a ring. And I'm not about to do that, so for now, Brooke and I are just dating, and I've confirmed it's serious. Between the guys at dinner, and Dax, Eric, and Legend, word is going to get around probably before the night ends that Brooke and I are a serious couple. I look back over at Brooke. I have to admit, she held herself together well during dinner. Both of us kept light on details, but when she spoke about me, it was with warmth and affection. She was also attentive to the other people at the table, and it was a good opportunity for me to actually observe her for the very first time, without the pressure of our duplicity hanging over us, or without us being preoccupied with sex. I found out tonight that just watching someone interact with others will tell you a lot about them. I learned that Brooke is a good listener. She's funny, in an understated kind of way. By the end of dinner, I could tell Brooke didn't have an arrogant bone in her body. And as I watch her talking to Eric's date, it's even more evident. She's non-judgmental, too. All the other wives and girlfriends have steered clear of the woman Eric brought. But there Brooke stands, listening to whatever the woman says with immense interest. Bottom line, she's just nice like that. The guys move on to another subject, the upcoming game we have in San Francisco. I've been pleasantly surprised this week during training camp that this group of guys, now known as the Vengeance, have some pretty good mojo on the ice. When you get traded to a new team, it takes a little bit of time for you to acclimate. Imagine bringing in 30 guys from the expansion draft, all with different playing styles and who have been coached differently, and throwing them all together on the ice. Well, I'd pretty much expected disaster. Instead, and for whatever reason, our lines came together quickly, and we just sort of have an intuition out there that seems to be working for a bunch of guys that are essentially strangers. Hopefully, that will continue for upcoming games and into the regular season. Even Tacker, and my eyes slide over to where he sits alone at the bar, has integrated somewhat. He's quiet and won't seek out conversation, but will politely engage if you make the first move. But out on the ice, he's a different person. He's subtly commanding and exerts such confidence that he's almost a comfort to the other players. It's like if Tacker thinks we can do it, we can do it. It helps that he's one of the best players the league has ever seen. And even at 30 years of age, he can outskate most of the rookies and beat almost any goalie in a one-on-one situation. I'll be back in a minute, I say out of the side of my mouth to whoever might be listening. Eric's going on and on about a great topless bar in San Francisco he wished we had time to hit after the game. But he's lamenting that sadly, we'll have to go straight to the team plane to head to Los Angeles. Brooke's eyes catch me from across the room as I head over to the bar. She gives me a sweet smile, and I wink back at her. Miming with my hands, I mouth the words, "Want another drink?" She shakes her head, and I shoot her a thumbs up. At the bar, I take an empty stool to Tacker's right, although there's one on his left, too. He doesn't give off the most welcoming vibes, and he's currently hunched over what looks to be a glass of bourbon on the rocks. "What's up, man?" I say as I sit down beside him. "Not much," he mutters, hunching further around his drink. I get the guy is sort of antisocial, but why even bother hanging around after the dinner was over? I mean, I'm sure I know the answer. It's all tied into the devastating loss of his fiancée. I certainly can understand being withdrawn, but I'm not going to let that thwart me. Besides, Coach put Tacker and me on the first line together at the beginning of training camp, and it hasn't changed. As right wing and center, we need to trust and anticipate each other. Sometimes it's done with communication. Other times it has to come from knowing your man and what he's going to do. "Monday night," I say to get his attention, and he turns to look at me. Monday night we'll be on the ice playing the San Francisco Bay Brawlers. If they have Bronson in goal, he's always down in the butterfly stance. It's like once he starts, he can't stop, so be on the lookout for that. I know this well because Bronson played with the Vipers for 2 seasons as our backup before he went to San Francisco to be their primary. "So what's the best play?" Tacker asks me, his expression now relaxed and interested. I've figured him out. As long as you talk about hockey with him and keep it impersonal, he'll actually engage openly. When I have the puck behind the net, if I have some space, sneak into the corner pie, I tell him. The corner pie is a quarter of the face-off circle that sits closest to the blue line and the center of the ice. It's a center's dream to shoot from. I'll find you. Tacker gives me a half smile and nods. I'll go high, stick side. Exactly. I look over my shoulder at Brooke, not wanting to leave her alone for too long. She's still engaged with Eric's date, and she's actually talking animatedly to her using hand gestures. I'm dying to know what they could possibly have in common. We make a good team out there, Tacker says gruffly. And because it's shocking to hear him initiate a conversation, my head swings quickly back his way. I give him an agreeable smile. I think so. In fact, we're pretty fucking fluid out there with each other. The left wing position is still a little up in the air, and I'm sure Coach won't make a final decision until after the preseason games are concluded, but Dax is in the running for the first line. Hell, my place in first line's not even set in stone. Just because I played there all week with Tacker doesn't mean I'll stay there. A lot is riding on these first few games. Movement on the other side of Tacker catches my attention, and my eyes flare slightly as I see Coach Perrone come up to stand on his left. Tacker swings his head that way. Coach doesn't take a seat, but just nods in greeting, first at Tacker, then at me. Glad to catch you two for a moment. It's the first time he and I have talked away from the practice sessions. I'd been dreading the day he'd pull me aside and want to start talking engagement and wedding shit. But so far, he's kept that tucked away. Thank fuck. Can I get you a drink, Coach? I ask him, trying to show some casualness that one might expect from the man dating the coach's daughter, but still not out of the bounds of propriety if I hadn't been dating her. I'm good, he says in a low, rough voice. Listen, I'm naming you, Hall, as captain for this season, and Scott, you'll be one of the assistant captains. The first thing that strikes me about his words is that he just addressed Tacker and me by our last names. This isn't odd, but it's not always the norm either. It really depends on the level of casualness a coach brings, and clearly, even at a party event, Coach doesn't feel comfortable enough to address us by our first names. No matter. Doesn't mean anything to me, but the fact he just made me assistant captain is incredibly shocking as well as exciting. Coach turns his gaze to Tacker. You're my most seasoned player as well as the most skilled. You have everything to offer the young guys as far as guidance and direction. I expect you to proactively give that. My eyebrows shoot up. It doesn't take an idiot to figure out those last words were in order to Tacker to step out of his shell. Tacker as captain makes sense on paper. He's a long-standing veteran and highly accomplished. He's one of the leaders in the league. I do wonder, though, if Coach is putting him in the captain's position to force him to open up. If so, I have to say my respect for the man has just increased tenfold. The coach slides his eyes to mine. Scott, you've clearly got the talent, but I've been impressed with your leadership on the ice as well as the positive reinforcement you give. It's a nice balance to my hard-ass ways. There's no helping the fact that the man has just rendered me mute. A true compliment, coming from a man that I thought wanted to tear me apart a few days ago. I just blink at him dumbly. As you both know, Coach Perrone continues on, as if he hadn't just blindsided me. My style isn't very hands-on. I'll tell you what's wrong. I'll do it in an efficient manner. I'll expect you to correct it just as efficiently. It's not lost on me that sometimes players need more. And that's where both of you will help me tremendously by offering positive feedback to your teammates. Like a good cop, bad cop type of thing, I say with a lopsided grin. The coach doesn't smile back, and I let my smile fade away. He straightens up, offers a hand to each of us to shake, which we do. Congrats to you both. Your maturity and leadership has been noted. Now, I'm off to go talk to Bay. He's getting the other assistant captain nod. I watch Coach amble off and bring my eyes back over to Tacker. He doesn't look at me, but lifts his glass to his mouth, tips his head back, and it disappears in 3 swallows. When he sits it back down, his neck twists so he looks at me. Congratulations, Bishop. That was well deserved. You too, man, I reply. I get a curt nod, and Tacker pushes up off his bar stool and heads for the exit of the restaurant. He doesn't say goodbye to anyone.
Chapter 9. Brooke. Eric's date is nice enough. Her name is Sarah Kanicki, but I keep wanting to call her Pamela, because she looks exactly like a younger Pamela Anderson. She has the wind-blown blonde hair and perfect body. She even sports those same pouty, full lips that Miss Anderson does. And she's slightly on the ditzy side, which I've never been one to attribute to hair color. None of that, though, changes the fact that she's actually a nice woman. She and Eric sat at another table during dinner, but I noticed that no one really talked to her. She would sometimes insert herself into the conversation, but was often glossed over. She got looks of veiled disgust from the women sitting at their table, and it was clear that they were snubbing her, and probably only because she was overtly sexy. Therefore, after dinner, I suggested Bishop go hang out with some of the players to help calm down the tide of swirling rumors that were sure to be circulating after we showed up hand in hand. I immediately sought out Sarah, who was standing by herself in the bar area. She looked visibly relieved when I approached her. Turns out that she just moved to the area from Detroit and loves it here. She was a huge fan of their hockey team, the Cardinals. Sarah's actually quite knowledgeable about the sport, and we've been talking about it. Occasionally I glance at Bishop as he hangs out with a group of players. His eyes sometimes wander over to me, and it makes my belly flutter when he smiles at me. Eventually Bishop breaks away from the group and heads to the bar. I'm surprised when he makes his way over to Tacker, who's sitting by himself. I know all about Tacker Hall. Because I'm not into professional hockey in a deeply vested way, but rather as more of an exuberant fan of my father's team. He and I don't talk a lot about his job. But since coming to Phoenix, he has opened up to me somewhat about his concerns about Tacker's place on this team. I think my father feels Tacker's sadness keenly, since he's feeling much the same way after we lost my mom 7 months ago. While my father had some input into the players they chose in the expansion draft, his concerns about Tacker joining the team, mainly about him fitting into a competitive dynamic, were not heeded by the management. This was ultimately okay, because by the end of training camp this week, my father saw real potential in Tacker to actually be a leader. His emotionally withdrawn demeanor apparently does not play out on the ice. The man is clearly still tortured about losing his fiancée, and that's evidenced by the way he closes himself off, seeking solitude rather than socialization. But my dad had disclosed confidentially to me today that he was going to name Tacker as the captain. Like my father, I'm hopeful that this will help to continue to draw him out, so he can start truly living life again. Not wanting to ignore Sarah, I turn back to her and ask, "How did you meet Eric?" Her eyes light up with excitement, twinkling orbs of blue as she gushes, "I met him at a bar last night. And, well, the attraction was instantaneous. Her cheeks get a little pink, and I can see slight embarrassment in her expression. But it doesn't stop her from admitting to me, "Actually, we sort of had sex in the bathroom. Sorry if that sounds whorish, but I'd never met a hockey star before." I smile at her in understanding. Hey, it's cool by me. Sex is great, as long as it's safe. I wasn't about to tell her that we actually have quite a bit in common, since I slept with Bishop the first night I met him. Clearly, I'm not opposed to one-night stands, but I think I will keep that information to myself. I quickly change subjects. "What do you do for a living, Sarah?" "I'm studying to get my real estate license, but I work as a bartender in the meantime. I was actually working last night when I met Eric." I turn slightly to look back over at Bishop, and now I'm surprised to see my father standing there, with him and Tacker. I wonder if my dad is telling Tacker that he's going to be the team's captain. "So you and Bishop seem like a great couple," Sarah says to me, and it forces my gaze back to her. I really hate not looking at Bishop. He is extraordinarily handsome tonight, in a gray suit, so dark it could pass for black, but it has thin threads of light blue running vertically in a wide plaid pattern. He paired it with a pale blue shirt and a blue and yellow tie. It must be an unwritten rule, but hockey players clean up very, very well. Again, he wears his long hair swept back from his face and perfectly held in place by some type of miracle hair product. I have to find out what it is, because when my fingers get into his hair, it's not stiff or sticky, but feels just fabulously thick and soft. "Any advice for Eric and me?" Sarah asks, and it startles me to realize I hadn't responded to her prior question. Well, it wasn't exactly a question, but more like a hanging statement that required a response. I had not given her one, but instead started daydreaming about Bishop again. Smiling brightly at Sarah, I tell her, "I don't know that my advice would be all that great. We've only been seeing each other for a few months." "Well, he's clearly smitten with you," Sarah says. "What do you mean?" I ask her with a slight tilt to my head. Sarah just nods toward Bishop before telling me, "He's constantly watching you when you two aren't together. Can't you feel the weight of it?" I can't. And that's probably because I actually feel wired, like live electricity is humming low within me, just by being around the man. I'm sure that completely masks the weight of his stare. "I wish something like that could develop between Eric and me," Sarah says wistfully, as her gaze takes in Eric from across the room, with overt hunger. Not a sexual hunger, and not a predatory hunger for the things he can give her. I think Sarah is just looking for love, and she's doing it in an epically big way. I hate to tell her, but she's not going to find it with a one-night stand. Correct that. I mean a two-night stand, since she technically had sex with Eric in the bar last night, and I'm quite sure she'll have it again with him after they leave here. Sadly, I have a pretty good gut instinct that Eric is not going to be calling her after tonight. He's barely said a handful of words to her that I've observed, which makes him a bit of a douche, to be honest. I feel incredibly sad for Sarah, because I can relate. While I had no intention of pining after Bishop, after our one-night stand, I couldn't help but think about him constantly after he left and into the next morning. And then, suddenly he was there in my doorway, and I felt myself come alive. If Sarah even feels a fraction of that excitement for Eric that I felt for Bishop when I saw him again, then her heart is going to get broken. Mine won't, however, because we have a solid game plan. I know there's an expiration date to this, so I don't have any expectations. And without expectations, I can't get let down. A hand at my lower back pulls me out of my internal musings, and I turn, then look up to see Bishop standing there. The way he's smiling at me, like he's happy to see me and can't wait to get me home, I have to remind myself that it's all an act.
You ready to get out of here?
He asks, his voice low and seductive. Sarah gives a yearning sigh from behind me. Yeah, sure, I say, not quite liking the way I come off sounding all breathless and needy. Let's go say goodbye to my dad, okay? Before we walk away from Sarah, I introduce her to Bishop. He'll never see her again, but it's the nice thing to do. We say goodbye to her, and I watch her walk toward Eric for a moment, wringing her hands with nervousness, yet still managing to put a seductive sway to her hips that has his eyes lighting up with appreciation as he watches her. Bishop and I locate my father and give our farewells. This includes a hug from me, where he embraces me just a little too hard, but that's how it's always been. He gives a quietly solemn handshake to Bishop, but there's a wealth of information on his face. With his eyes, and a hard set to his jawline, he tells Bishop without uttering a word, "Don't you dare hurt my little girl." Of course, I know that's an impossibility, given the whole temporary nature of our relationship, and that we both have big plans to move on, without looking behind. The theory is sound. My gut still rolls slightly when I think about the potential damage this could do to all involved. After the valet brings the car, I'm settled into the front seat, and Bishop starts to drive away from the restaurant. He asks,
I think we managed to pull that off, don't you?
Mm-hmm. I agree, with just a hum in my throat. No one seemed the wiser. He doesn't reply, but puts his attention to the traffic coming from his left before he can merge into traffic. There's extended silence once he manages to make his turn, and I settle farther back into the seat.
Can I stay the night with you?
He asks me, and the very minute level of nervousness in his voice makes me turn to look at him. I don't see anything but confidence in his profile as he watches the road, the glow from the dashboard illuminating his handsome face. Okay, I say softly. His lips curve upward, and it's only then that I'm able to see his shoulders relax, indicating that my answer was very important to him.
Good,
is all he says. Chapter 10. Brooke. I've never done this before. My words come out all chopped up as I pant. Bishop's fingers are between my legs, which are spread wide.
That's not true,
Bishop says with his mouth by my ear.
I've gotten you off a few times with my fingers.
I shake my head, the back of which is pressed into his shoulder. He sits behind me in my bathtub, his erection thick and hard against my back. Sucking in a huge breath through my nose, I manage to grit out, take a bath with a guy before. Bishop's index finger strums my clit, and his other arm is wrapped around me with a huge palm squeezing a breast. His mouth is still by my ear, tickling it with his breath. I'm so close, but he just made me come twice in the bedroom, and he's making me work for this one. Taking his time, fluttering touches that build me up so damn slowly.
Brooke,
Bishop murmurs, and his voice is so sexy my toes curl.
A bath seemed like the perfect thing to do after you begged me to come on your tits a little bit ago.
I groan and thrust my pelvis upward. His laugh is wicked in my ear as he keeps giving me his dirty talk and gentle finger.
I was surprised to hear you ask for that. Surprised and delighted, knowing you're a dirty girl.
My head shakes left to right in silent denial, but God, I think he's right. The words that come out of my mouth are practically foreign to me when Bishop has me all wild and out of control. And I feel like it takes him barely any effort to get me there. Not but 15 minutes ago, he had me spread-eagled on my bed and was fucking me so deeply and slowly, I absolutely fucking lost my mind. I'd actually begged him to come on me, something I'd never done before. It was magical, watching the transformation on his face go from deep pleasure to harsh need. He moved from slow and deep to hard and fast, and in moments he was pulling out, whipping the condom off, and coming all over my chest.
Going to let me fuck that mouth at some point?
He asks, voice all low and husky. Yes, I moan without any hesitation. It's something I'd been thinking about because he has such utter control of me when it comes to sex. For once, or maybe a few times over the next few weeks, I want him at my mercy.
Going to swallow every bit of me?
He prods with his words and his finger. His pressure increases on my clit, which is so oversensitized right now. The gentle flow of warm bathwater is contributing to my pleasure. I will, I promise him, and that causes a reaction. I can feel his dick jerk against my back, and he groans, pressing his lips into my neck.
Can't wait for that baby.
He croons and starts moving his fingers faster, rougher. I break away and start falling, feeling the orgasm rushing upward to meet me. I try to plant my feet against his ankles for leverage, and when the pleasure erupts and starts to shred me, my hips shoot upward in a demand for more. Bishop sinks his fingers into me, not sure how many, but I feel so full. I can feel myself rippling around them, grabbing them, sucking them in deeper.
That's it.
He praises me softly before biting my ear kind of hard. I like it. I sag backward onto his body, and my head lolls on his shoulder. My hand covers his, keeping him lodged inside of me for a few blissful moments. I feel his lips press against my neck again as he whispers,
I love making you come.
This is kind of weird, I murmur, and Bishop's arm tightens around me. We're spooning. In my bed. Ready to go to sleep. His voice is heavy and relaxed.
You mean sleeping together?
Yeah, I say, as I bring a hand up to stroke the back of his hand, which is splayed across my stomach. I mean, like we even got semi-dressed and crawled into bed, like adults. Bishop chuckles. It felt weird getting into bed naked to go to sleep. I mean, nothing weird about the bath, him getting me off, and then pulling me out to bend me over the sink. But when we dried off and Bishop announced he was staying all night, my first thought was to put on panties and a t-shirt. I'd suddenly felt vulnerable. He made no comment as he watched me do this, and I was oddly relieved when he slipped on his boxer briefs. God, he looked amazing with all those muscles and just that thin, stretchy fabric covering his goods.
Is this cool, me staying here?
He asked.
It's not like we need to do it for show.
Oh, I don't know, I muse out loud. I mean, if my dad stopped by unexpectedly, that would lend credibility to our story. Bishop gives a fake full-body shudder.
Please, God, don't let that happen.
Laughing, I squeeze his hand, then press it deeper into my belly. His arm tightens around me, and I feel oddly secure. Strange, because I was just feeling so vulnerable.
That was nice of you to talk to Eric's date tonight,
Bishop says into the darkness. I've got my blinds shut tight, as my neighbor's house sits about 20 feet away, their bedroom directly across from mine. The first week after I'd moved in, I got an eyeful of Mr. Krantz, walking around naked, and the blinds have been closed ever since. He feels my shrug, but I add, she was cool. I'm sure Eric would have liked her, had he managed to talk to her. The cringe that follows, I'm sure he also feels. I didn't mean for my words to come out so patronizing. Bishop is quiet for a moment, and I wait for him to lay into me for judging his teammate. But he merely says,
That's just Eric. He's a total playboy, and not ready to settle down yet.
She told me they had sex in the bathroom of the bar she worked at last night. I tell him, feeling secure enough to share this with him. Bishop chuckles.
Yup. And later that night, he left with another woman.
Before I can process how rotten that is, I blurt out, You sound almost proud of him.
Why? Does that make you jealous?
He says playfully. Not in the slightest. I huff out, and he laughs again, pulling me even deeper into him.
Don't worry,
he tells me.
I was a good boy last night.
Yeah, I mumble, as I consider the reasons for his good behavior. It wouldn't be very helpful for the boys to see you on the prowl when you have a supposed girlfriend you'd been hiding from them. Another long moment of silence, and I wait for him to get mad. He brings his hand up and slides his fingers along my jaw. He turns my head so I have to crane over my shoulder to look at him. There's just the shadowy outline of him, and I have no clue what expression is on his face. But his voice is very gentle, very steady.
There is that. The charade we're creating, but, Brooke, if I'm fucking you, I'm only fucking you. That's the way I always roll.
I'd have expected relief to course through me, but instead a cramp of desire hits me between my legs. It takes everything not to take his hand in mine and push it down my body. Way down. I don't, though, because we're actually carrying on a conversation, and that's quite nice, too.
What's the deal with this merchandising position?
Bishop asks, and that catches me by surprise. He sounds interested in me as a person.
Did you get a raise if you're working 2 jobs?
No, I tell him, and then go on to explain. I'm sort of doing a work interview with the merchandising director, Sebastian Parr. I'm hoping I impress him enough that he offers me a full-time position, and I can leave team services behind. No offense.
None taken,
he assures me.
Besides, that's your background, right?
Mm-hmm, I murmur, feeling the fatigue of the multiple orgasms I had tonight. Bishop jabs me in the ribs with an index finger. Lightly enough, it comes off as ticklish. I squirm and let out a laughing yip.
I need more than that, Brooke.
He chides me, as he gathers me back up in his arms and pulls me in tight to his warmth.
College, work history, former boyfriends, funny quirks.
He wants to know about me? I mean, I know that was supposedly the theory behind us spending time together, but he actually sounds interested. I'll start with my career background, I say as I tuck a hand under my chin. I tell him all about how I got my bachelor's in fashion merchandising from the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York, and had high hopes of becoming a buyer for a major retail store, but instead landed in the magazine world. I found out that it suited me well. He listens to me patiently as I tell him about my job as the assistant to the editor, and that I really did like it a lot, mainly because I had a great boss.
Will you go back?
He asks. Maybe, I admit into the darkness. If the position was still available, and things weren't working out here. I had not really given this much thought. I'd committed to staying for at least a year, to get my dad through the season should he need the support that long. But if he was doing well, and he would be okay without me, my heart is sort of back in New York.
Did you like living in New York?
He asks. Loved it. Miss it a lot.
Yeah, I liked it a lot too.
At least you'll get to travel there during the season, I say. There's another moment of silence, and I wait for his thoughts. I'm starting to realize that Bishop doesn't make idle conversation. When his voice comes through in the dark, I'm surprised by the change of subject.
Why did you decide on a one-night stand with me?
I'm a modern woman, I reply, starting to defend my actions. There's nothing wrong with casual sex, and
No, not why you decided to have a one-night stand,
he says with enough emphasis I realized I missed his meaning.
but why with me? You had other guys hitting on you, and more to come, I'm sure.
Are you looking at me to stroke your ego? I tease him.
When I want you to stroke something, I'll tell you, he mutters. But I think the reason you chose me speaks a lot to the type of woman you are, and I'm curious if my suspicions are right.
Now that's interesting, and I want to know what those suspicions are. Because you didn't presume to know what I wanted. You asked me what you could do to get some conversation rather than just thinking I wanted a drink, or that I wanted attention. Perhaps I was just there for some alone time, to have a drink or two to relax after a busy day. You didn't automatically assume I wanted a one-night stand.
No, I didn't,
He confirms.
but I was hoping.
That is funny and adorable all at once, and I don't hold back on my laugh. He presses his hand into my belly, as if he's trying to feel my humor rather than just listen to it. You looked like a decent guy, Bishop, I tell him to further answer his question. I'm no longer laughing, but if he's as intuitive as I think he is, he can hear the smile in my words. You looked like you'd treat me well, even if it was only for one night. I can feel his smirk somehow, can actually feel it in the dark, in the way his body moves slightly. He confirms I'm right when he points out,
You screamed my name out to the heavens that first night. I totally treated you well.
That's not what I'm talking about, I mutter.
Doesn't matter,
He says dismissively, and then throws me for an absolute loop that has my head spinning.
You think there's the possibility that we can really just truly enjoy our time with each other over the next few weeks while we perpetrate this scam on your dad and the team?
You mean like date for real? I ask him for clarification, because I think that's what he's asking. It feels like a grade school will you go steady with me kind of thing.
Well, not for real.
He begins by explaining, and I'm dropped back down to earth.
I mean, we both know how it will end, that we're going to break this off without anyone's feelings getting hurt. But I'm proposing you and I focus not so much on the pretending aspect, but more on the having fun with each other.
You mean sex, I say dryly, which is fine. I mean, the sex is off the charts hot and better than anything I could have ever imagined.
That's part of the fun.
he replies just as dryly.
But I'm talking about more. We'll go out together, and you'll be traveling with the team, right?
That's the plan, I tell him. The current director doesn't like dealing with what he calls peons like caterers and hotel staff, so I'm the liaison.
Good,
he says, and then lays it all out for me.
We have to act like a couple that's crazy about each other, so let's have a good time doing it. We already know that we're perfect for each other in bed, and...
He trails off, as if he doesn't want to continue his train of thought. And, I prompt. There's no moment of silence, no pause while he collects his thoughts, no hesitation.
And you're really fucking cool, Brooke. I'm thinking this is going to be a fun adventure. For both of us.
An adventure, I repeat, testing it out on my lips. Before, it had seemed like a chore, or a dreaded job such as cleaning the toilet. But Bishop is proposing we look at the fun side of it. And that's because, well, I'm not sure, but that's for another time to discuss. I say it once again, letting the words roll off my tongue without any weight or expectation to them. An adventure. I like the sound of that.
Chapter 11. Bishop. It's totally weird riding to the airport with Brooke. It shouldn't be, though, since we agreed that we were going to have fun the next few weeks together. It should be easy and natural, and yet it feels odd. I normally ride to the airport with Dax, via Uber, of course. Or at least that's how it's been for the last 3 years we've been roommates in New York. But after an incredible night with Brooke, a breakfast out at a local diner that served chicken and waffles, and then a workout together at the arena gym, I found myself asking her if she wanted to ride to the airport together. She readily agreed, and we parted ways just long enough to pack for the 2-game road trip to San Francisco and Los Angeles. I picked her up at her house, and we made the 20-minute ride together from there to the private terminal where we were told to meet. Maybe I'm feeling a bit weird because of the way she greeted me when I knocked on her front door to carry her luggage to my car. She refused my help with a light laugh, saying she could carry it. My response was tongue-in-cheek. As your boyfriend, I'm supposed to be doing these things for you, or so I think. Brooke was in the middle of locking her door when she turned to me with bright eyes and a goofy grin on her face. She reached out, grabbing my face in her hands, a spontaneous, carefree gesture for sure, and pulled me to her for a hot, hard kiss. When she released me, I was blinking back stars and telling my stomach that was flip-flopping all over the place to cut it the fuck out. So yeah, feeling a little weird. We park over near the private terminal for private planes and luxury charters, and after I get the luggage out of the trunk, we both roll them behind us to the entrance. We pass through sliding glass doors and the spacious lobby, which is empty, probably due to the fact it's almost 9 p.m. Normally, we don't leave this late for an away game. The norm was usually late afternoon for a flight that would last less than a few hours. But I knew some teams started later flights, and I think the reasoning was to cut down on the amount of partying by some of the crazier, often younger players. It would be nothing to fly into a city like San Francisco, grab some dinner, then hit the strip clubs for a few hours. Players didn't think twice about that, and often would get blind, stinking drunk. If we fly in later, there's no real opportunity to go out and get into trouble. Thus, you would have fresher players the next day. It made sense, I guess. Brooke and I follow the group through the lobby, dropping our luggage and heading right out onto the tarmac to board the plane. Even though it's dark outside, the plane is lit up like a sparkling jewel by floodlights mounted on the exterior of the terminal. I come to a dead halt, as do some of the other players, staring at our new ride in awe. Many hockey teams charter private planes. It might seem pricey at $35,000 per hour, but it can be cheaper than commercial flights when moving 50 to 75 people from point A to point B. Then there's the whole benefit of being able to come and go as you please, rather than being subjected to commercial airline delays. Some teams actually own their own planes, often refurbished jumbo jets. Mr. Carlson clearly doesn't mind spending money on his team, because this isn't a charter plane. I can tell by the silver, blue, and green stripes that run diagonally across the entire body and the team's logo painted vividly on the tail. Even the wings are done in silver with blue and green trim. It's flashy and bold, and proclaims that Mr. Carlson is proud of his new team. Holy shit! Someone mutters from behind me. Indeed. I start walking again, actually trot, to catch up with Brooke. My hand goes to her lower back to guide her to the staircase that leads us up into the plane. I keep it there the entire time we walk up together, dismissing how natural it feels and how it doesn't seem like for show. When we reach the top, a brunette flight attendant welcomes us. She's dressed in a sharp uniform of a form-fitting skirt and jacket done in what looks to be custom fabric to match the team colors. The base color is a light gray with a plaid pattern of thin stripes in the neon green and blue of our logo. The pattern is very subtle, and the lines thin, but they definitely stand out as a whole. "Welcome aboard," she says in a soft, cultured voice. I look to the left, seeing the cockpit door open and the pilot and co-pilot doing whatever it is they do to get ready. I note their uniforms look no different from those of the pilots who fly commercial. They've both ditched their jackets and are in white shirts and black pants, sporting pilot caps as well. The flight attendant gestures with her arm for us to enter the main cabin, and when Brooke and I approach, I come to a startled halt again. There's simply no way to be prepared for the luxurious interior of the plane. Flying charter is nice, big seats and lots of legroom. But this? I'd never seen such a thing. The first section we walk through has a wide aisle straight down the middle that Brooke and I can easily walk through side by side without bumping into each other or passengers. On each side of the aisle, there are 2 rows of seats, looking to be about 15 deep. The seats are dark charcoal gray with the Vengeance logo, which is the head of a snarling lion done in silver, green, and blue, embroidered on the headrest. Some of the players have already claimed their seats, which are equipped with a dark mahogany retractable table that can flip over your lap. It matches the mahogany wood trim on the seats. A few of the players have reclined their seats back, and there's so much room between the rows that they fully extend so you can lie flat as if it were a bed. The leather cushioning looks plush, and I bet comfortable as shit. This is a brilliant design, because there are many nights we get done with a game and are flying out at night to make another game the following day. This will allow the players to get much needed rest. Brooke and I keep walking down the aisle, which I note is a plush cream-colored carpet with the Vengeance logo woven into it. Bet that cost some serious bank. The next section of the plane is ridiculous, and I mean that in a very good way. Same gray leather seating, but the chairs are more captain style and swivel. They are set in clusters of 4 facing each other, 2 on each side, with the mahogany table in between. By a quick count, I see 6 tables in this section. There are also 2 full-sized couches that flank the rear galley walls. "Where do you want to sit?" I ask Brooke as she looks around. "At a table, or do you want to grab a few seats up front?" "Table," she replies, still looking around in awe at the sumptuous interior. We barely get seated before a different flight attendant approaches us. I immediately think that she is exactly Eric's type. She's got the blonde hair, but it's not overly bleached looking, rather a soft gold color that is gathered in a loose ponytail at the back of her neck. Even though Brooke's sitting next to me, there is no way I can't notice the fact that she's got an amazing set of breasts that barely seem to be contained in her buttoned-up jacket. The white blouse underneath has been left unbuttoned, revealing a deep cleavage. I remember that the flight attendant up front had her blouse scandalously unbuttoned as well. And I wonder by whose order did they do that, or did they get together and decide it for themselves? While I'm getting a quick peek at her breasts, I notice her name tag says Blue.
"Would either of you care for anything to drink before we take off? The plane has been stocked with the players' favorites."
Brooke smiles and says,
"I'd love a glass of wine." "I'll get you a list,"
the flight attendant says. Brooke laughs.
"I'm not picky, just a cab. You choose." "All right," the woman returns with an incline of her head. "I know just the perfect bottle to open for you." "Thank you, Blue,"
Brooke answers, and for some reason it startles me that she called the flight attendant by her name. It's not odd by any means, but there are plenty of people who wouldn't notice. Not everyone would look for a person's name tag and use their name, giving validation to that person in a friendly manner. Blue turns to look at me.
"And you, sir?"
"Woodford Reserve on the rocks with a splash of club soda," I tell her, wanting to test her statement that the plane was stocked with our favorites. I'm stunned when she gives me a bright smile and nods her head.
"Right away."
When the flight attendant leaves, Brooke turns in her chair, crossing one leg over the other. She chose a simple navy blue sleeveless dress with a thin ivory cardigan. Her tan pumps have a thick strap around her ankles that gives a slight air of sexiness to the outfit, but it's still professional all the same. I'm a dude, but I recognize the Louis Vuitton logo of her dark brown purse she'd handed over to Blue a moment ago. Brooke had told me earlier while we were just chilling on her back patio after breakfast that her job at the magazine in New York paid only enough to barely keep her head above water, but that she got many of the clothes and accessories left over from editorial shoots. That definitely explained how she was so fashionably dressed all the time in clothes that I may not be able to tell you what the label says, but I know high-end when I see it.
"This plane is off the hook."
Her expression is still awestruck, and she sort of whispers to me like she shouldn't be marveling over it, but trying to act blasé about the immense luxury we'll be traveling in. Most teams don't travel like this. I lean over my armrest toward her. I have to say, Mr. Carlson isn't afraid to spend money.
"He's got billions,"
Brooke reminds me. "But only like 15 or so," I counter. "He's not even in the top 50 billionaires on the Forbes list." Brooke snickers and starts to say something, but Eric is dropping down into one of the swivel chairs opposite of us. Dax plops down beside him. Eric leans forward, looking between Brooke and me with the same awed expression on his face that she'd had. "Can you believe this fucking plane? The seats up front recline into a bed." We'll be able to rest up on the late flights, Dax says.
Too bad they're not those semi-private cubbies they have on overseas flights, Eric muses as he sinks back into his chair. I wouldn't mind getting that brunette.
Eric, I warn in a growl, tilting my head toward Brooke. Ease up on the locker room talk until we get to the locker room.
Shit.
Sorry, he says in apology at Brooke. She waves a hand at him.
I've heard worse.
Just then, the flight attendant named Blue returns with our drinks. She reaches across to give me mine first, setting it down on a thick round coaster with the Vengeance logo on it. She then puts Brooke's wine in front of her and proceeds to tell her what she chose. Brooke picks up the glass to taste, and my gaze cuts across the table to Dax and Eric. Dax is waiting patiently, probably rightly assuming that she'd take their drink orders next. But Eric has the most unusual expression on his face, as if he's been slapped up the side of the head and left witless. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he started drooling at any moment the way he's staring at Blue.
Would you like anything to drink, sir?
She turns first to Dax. What kind of beer do you have? He says.
Whatever your favorite is,
she replies coolly. I think very much enjoying the fact she can practically play the part of a magic genie and can grant any drink request. How about a Heineken? Dax says, and Blue nods with a smile. She turns her eyes to Eric, who just stares back at her dumbly.
And you, sir?
Utter silence as he just stares at her, awkwardly. Dude, Dax says with a nudge of his elbow into Eric's ribs, hard enough to shake him out of that zombie gaze he has going on. Yeah, sorry, he says in an uncharacteristically unsure voice. Eric is usually the epitome of confidence with a dash of ego. Completely amused and trying hard not to laugh at the man, I let my eyes travel between Eric and Blue. She gives him a courteous, patient smile. Eric just looks dazed. To help him along, Blue offers,
We have a very wide variety of all kinds of alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. We'll be serving snacks once we're up in the air. I believe we have a charcuterie board and an antipasto tray to start out. So perhaps something tailored along those lines?
I'll just have a Heineken, he mutters, his eyes still wide and unblinking as he looks back at her. Now it's just kind of creepy. Thankfully, Blue excuses herself to go get their beers. I look at Brooke, who is also finding this amusing. Leaning forward, I extend my arm and snap my fingers a few times in front of Eric's face. He actually blinks rapidly, as if coming out of his daze, and shoots me a lopsided, dopey smile. That woman, is all he says, as he settles back into his seat once again. You kind of went stupid on her, Dax tells him. Did not, Eric returns, pulling his chin inward as if affronted. You kind of did, I tell him, and his eyes snap to mine for a moment, then to Brooke. She nods at him in agreement and adds kindly to help justify his behavior.
She's very beautiful.
The flush of red that creeps up Eric's face is ridiculously funny, but I bite my tongue not to give it up. I'm betting Eric's not come across many women in his life who have knocked him on his ass like that. Poor guy better get it under control, or he's going to be a bumbling idiot on all of these flights. The plane continues to fill up. Blue brings Dax and Eric their beers, and Eric seems to have recovered a bit, as he actually thanks her. She leaves a pack of cards behind as well, stating,
in case you want to play a few hands before we serve the food.
I don't see Brooke's dad, and have to assume he took a seat up at the front of the plane. The back where we're sitting fills up fast, though, mostly with a lot of younger players who are probably too tired to catch a little shut-eye in the front. Texas Hold'em? Dax asks as he reaches for the deck of cards. I'm in, Eric says, before taking a pull on his beer. Dax starts to shuffle and looks to me. I'm in. Brooke? Dax asks. She shakes her head with a laugh.
No way. I'm not good at card games and not about to lose my money. I think I'll go up to the front of the plane.
Brooke starts to stand, but before I can even guess why I do it, my hand shoots out and locks around her wrist. She looks at me curiously. Stay. My tone doesn't convey that as an order, but merely as a request. I bet if I looked over at Eric, he'd think nothing of a man wanting his woman to stay by his side. But I know if I were to look over at Dax, I'd see intense interest on his face, as well as a bit of amusement. Yes, we're putting on a show, but it's clear I want her here because I simply want her here. When Brooke gives me an accommodating smile and sinks back down into her chair, I loosen my hold on her. I give her a return smile, and whether it's for show or not, and fuck Dax and his knowing gaze, I lean in and give her a soft kiss. When I pull back, I turn in my seat and order Dax. Deal and prepare to lose your money. Chapter 12. Bishop. What's your room number? I text Brooke after I get my bag unpacked. I'm tired, but not so tired that I don't want to fuck her. I've thought about barely anything else on the ride from the airport to the hotel. Tacker is still in the bathroom, and the shower is running. His suitcase sits on the bed with the top opened. It looks like a 5-year-old packed it, with stuff just thrown in haphazardly. I wonder why we got paired as roommates. We have no voice in the matter, and room with whomever the powers that be tell you to room with. Brooke efficiently met with the hotel night manager, who had all room keys available when we arrived. Brooke read from a list that I'm quite sure her boss probably put together, and I was slightly surprised when she called Tacker's and my names to share a room. Didn't make any difference to me who my roommate was, as I fully intended to sleep with Brooke in her room. As the only female on this trip, she got one all to herself, and we were going to take advantage of that. My phone chimes, and I look down at her return text. Not going to tell you. Now go to sleep. I stare at my phone for just a moment, not really comprehending that she just shut the metaphorical door in my face. Finally, I'm able to reply. I type out, seriously? But before I hit send, I change my mind and delete it. Instead, I write, tell me the room number or I am going to knock on every door until I find you. Her response is pretty quick. 3 laughing faces with tears emojis, followed by her room number. Smiling, I tuck my phone into my pocket and walk over to the bathroom door. I give a sharp rap on it and call out to Tacker. Going down to Brooke's room. I won't be back tonight. Later. I hear him call back. So much for getting to know the reclusive guy. But there will be time for that later. I've only got Brooke for a few weeks. Grabbing my room key off the dresser, I head for Brooke's room, which is 1 floor down. When she opens the door, she's wrapped in only a towel, her shoulders still wet from a shower she must have taken. Her hair is still dry and pinned up in some kind of frothy mass on top of her head. "Hey," she says, as she holds the towel closed with one hand. She steps back from the door, and I walk in, shutting it behind me. "Took a quick shower. I'm kind of wired for some reason." "First game of the season?" I say in a teasing tone as I follow her into the room. "First ride on a fancy plane? Hanging with scintillating professional hockey players? Of course you'd be wired." She looks over her shoulder at me with pursed lips. "Not sure it was the hockey players, but probably the plane ride. That was awesome." Coming to a stop at the end of one of the queen beds, she turns to face me. I take another step, my hands going to her waist, and look down. Her face is beautiful from any angle, but when she peers back up at me through those thick lashes, it might be her sweetest look. "How about a back rub?" I say to her. "Does your back hurt?" she asks, concern filling her eyes. "No, goofy," I say back to her with a grin. "I was talking about me giving you a back rub, to relax you a bit." "Oh." "Although, I know of other ways to relax you, too," I tell her, with a suggestive waggle of my eyebrows. "Yes, you do," she agrees with a murmur, her eyes glazing over a bit. It's completely suggestive to me that she'd be very open to me relaxing her with an orgasm. But hell, I can do that any time. Bringing my hands to her shoulders, I turn her toward the bed and order, "Lie down on your stomach. I'll be right back." As Brooke lets out a tiny giggle and starts to climb onto the bed, I head into her bathroom to rummage through her things. I've seen enough of her beauty products in her bathroom to know exactly what I'm looking for. I snag the lotion from the vanity, and when I return to the bed, Brooke is on her stomach with her cheeks resting on her forearms and looking straight at me. Those whiskey-colored eyes seem to glow as she watches me approach. She's removed her towel, and her naked body demands my attention. Skin that I know to be delicately soft, the gentle dip of her lower back, and the rounded cheeks of her ass. Long fucking legs with the prettiest feet that I think I'd really like perched on my shoulders tonight. The thought makes me start to harden, but I ignore my own body for a moment. I promised Brooke a back rub, and I'm going to give her a good one. I'm going to make her boneless, then come with my cock deep inside of her. If I'm on my A game, I'm going to time it just right so we come together. I crawl onto the bed and flip my leg over her body, allowing me to straddle her just over her buttocks. I glance down at her ass, wondering if I'll ever fuck it. My dick gets harder, and I shake my head, opening the bottle of lotion. I pour some into my hands and rub them together to warm it up. When I place my hands on her skin, she sighs as if I'm quenching something within her. I use only the lightest pressure to distribute the lotion all over her upper and middle back, setting my weight slightly on her ass. Sliding upward, I curve my finger over the edges of her shoulders and dig my thumbs down into her trap muscles. Brooke groans appreciatively, and it makes me smile. It's quiet for a few moments while I work on her, spending a great deal of time on her upper back. I'm not in a hurry despite the late hour, because I can function very well on just a few hours, and I don't have to be anywhere until the team skate at 11 a.m. "Does your mom come to your games?" Brooke asks, and I note her voice sounds heavy. That also makes me smile. She does, I tell her, as I move my hands down to mid-back. She'll come to some home games in Phoenix, and she'll come to road games that are close to London. When we had breakfast this morning, or actually yesterday morning, as the clock says it's almost 12:30 a.m., Brooke spent some time poking around in my background, so she knows all about my mom. Much like her, my life was pretty much an open book, and no dark skeletons are in my closet. I told her about my father dying, and my mother taking on both roles to raise me. She knows I'm very close to my mom, a fact that I know sometimes can embarrass dudes, but not me. My mom is fucking awesome, times 10. She's so lucky to have a career that has let her take the time to support you in your hockey, she murmurs, and I note that her eyes are droopy. She has a serene smile playing at the corners of her lips. It was really beneficial when I was younger. I agree. Having a loved one cheer you on can really make the difference. Now, if they wouldn't let her travel, I'd just have her quit her job and I'd support her so she could come to all my games. Really? Brooke asks in a dreamy way that tells me she thinks that was a very sweet sentiment. I laugh as I run my thumbs up the muscles that protect her spine. She shivers, and I glide them back down. No, not really. My mom's a financial analyst for a large insurance company and would never quit that job. She loves it too much, and she's one of those people who will probably work until the day she dies. She doesn't know how to do slow and relaxed. I wish I felt that way about my current job, Brooke murmurs, then gives a tiny yawn, her eyes remaining closed, her face peacefully slack. I definitely give good back rubs. What do you mean? It's just in New York, and the job at the magazine, everything is high pressure, deadline-oriented, and I always moved through life at a full-on sprint, but here, it's just not like that. You don't sound enthused about what you're doing, I observe. It's not just that, she says softly. I mean, yeah, not what I want to do, it's just, the work's not all that challenging. So I'm really glad I'm getting this opportunity in merchandising. I take a moment to replenish some lotion in my hands, and I scoot to straddle the backs of her thighs so I can work on her lower back. Brooke gives a tiny groan of satisfaction, her closed eyes scrunching tighter for a moment when I hit a tight muscle. I ease up on my pressure, and her face relaxes again. She doesn't say anything more about the job, but I am incredibly curious about something else, because Brooke told me day before yesterday that she'd go back to New York if she could. How's your dad doing? I ask her. Her eyes pop open, and her head lifts from her arms. She twists her neck slightly to look back at me in question. I shrug. It's just, if your dad's doing good and we're going to be orchestrating our breakup in a few weeks, maybe you could get your old job back in New York. You could even use the breakup as sort of an excuse to want some distance. Brooke just stares at me, her face devoid of any expression. I hold her gaze, still moving my hands across her lower back. Finally, she lays her head down and slowly shuts her eyes as she answers. He's actually doing quite well. I think training camp sort of got him back on track. New team, new home. It's the fresh start I think he needed to break away from the darkness he'd sunk into after my mom died. What was her name? I ask. Another slight smile to Brooke's mouth, speaking of not just a child's love she had for her mother, but a true fondness for the woman herself. "Margaret," she murmurs. "But everyone called her Margie." "I can tell by the tone in your voice that she was an amazing woman," I say. "If you'd known her," Brooke says in almost a whisper, "you'd understand immediately why my dad was so broken when she died." "You were broken too." I'm not sure why I just said that, but Brooke never talks about her pain. Yet I know she loved her mother as much as her father did. At first, she doesn't say anything, and I regret making this turn heavy, but I find myself really wanting to know the answers, too. Brooke sucks in a little bit of air and breathes it out slowly. Her eyes open, and she stares across the room almost blankly. "I broke quietly and unobtrusively." I immediately draw the conclusion. "So your dad wouldn't see it. You didn't want the extra burden on him." Once again, Brooke twists her neck to look at me and smiles. "My dad has been a source of strength for our family for my entire life. The provider and the protector. If for one moment in my life I could be his strength, then I was going to do it, despite how I was feeling inside." My hands stop moving on her body as we hold our eyes locked onto each other. Profound respect wells up inside of me for this slip of a girl who could be such a rock at times. I wonder how tired Brooke must have been in those months following her mom's death, as she became the source of her dad's strength, as she kept a spine of steel and her wounds inside. "Lay your head back down," I murmur, as I nod toward her arms crossed beneath her face. She only blinks once, but complies, immediately closing her eyes as I resume the back rub. I talk to her about stupid shit, telling her a few stories about training camp this week, stories that aren't overly interesting and sometimes are a bit technical and boring. She's not into hockey on a deep level, so it's the perfect type of information to spout to her right now. I continue to rub her back, going softer and softer in my ministrations, keeping my voice low and level as I tell her about the drills we did last week. 4-check drills, D-zone coverage, wall work, puck protection. It takes no time at all before Brooke is breathing deeply, sound asleep, as I'd intended. I slide off the bed and head into the bathroom where I wash my hands. I snag Brooke's toothbrush and don't give a second thought to using it, brushing my teeth quickly with her mint-flavored toothpaste. Flipping out lights as I make my way back to the bed, I note there's going to be no way to get her under the covers without waking her up. So I strip down to my briefs and grab the comforter off the other bed. I lie down next to Brooke and cover us both up before rolling to turn off the bedside lamp. I then scoot inward, gently sliding my arms around her and giving her a slight roll so I'm spooning her. I close my eyes and wait for sleep.
Chapter 13. Brooke. "You really take a nap before the game?" I asked Bishop as we walked down the hall to my hotel room.
"Most guys do, especially when we're on the road,"
he says. He's clutching my hand, our arms swinging slightly as we walk, which seems to have become the norm now. I don't even remember falling asleep last night. One moment I'm getting an amazing back rub and anticipating some great sex. The next moment, Bishop's alarm clock on his phone is waking us up at 8 a.m. I was groggy, and it took me a moment to realize I was in my hotel bed with Bishop. He promptly rolled toward me and more than made up for the sex we didn't have the night before. He wasn't in a hurry, and it was all lazy kisses and slow, roaming hands. Bishop even took his time rolling the condom on, almost like a reverse striptease, while I watched him with my tongue practically hanging out of my mouth. God, something about a man touching himself, stroking his...
"Did you hear what I said?"
Bishop asks me as we stop before my room door. I turn my face to him and just blink stupidly. Not quite.
"I asked if you'd rather go do something,"
he says, and I realize he's offering to take me out and about downtown San Francisco during what is his normal rest period before the game. I actually think that qualifies as asking me out on our first date, because the team dinner didn't really count on Saturday night, since I would have gone to that with or without Bishop. Hanging out at my house most of Sunday before the plane left didn't count either. Turning into him, I rest my hand on his chest and go up to my tiptoes to plant a kiss on his mouth. There's nothing weird about me making that move. It's not part of an act, but rather a pure reaction from me that he offered something so sweet. "Thank you," I tell him as I roll backward, bringing my heels to the floor. "But you are absolutely not going to do anything that deviates from your normal pre-game rituals. I may not be a nut about the sport, but I know enough to know that your strength is important for tonight." Bishop had explained to me over breakfast this morning how today would play out. I knew some of it because as a member of Vengeance Team Services, I had helped coordinate much of the schedule. That included a catered lunch buffet at the hotel after the morning practice. The home team Brawlers had the ice at 10 a.m., and the Vengeance took the ice at 11. The practice also included time for the players to get in light workouts if they chose, or even treatments from the training staff, such as ice baths or massages. After the lunch, the players had free time until the bus would leave for the arena at 4:30 p.m., where I've arranged for a healthy catered team dinner. This is where Bishop filled in the blanks and told me that most players just nap during the few hours they have free. He promptly informed me that he'd be coming back to my room for the nap, as he didn't want to hear Tacker snore. How he knew Tacker snored was beyond me. Bishop takes my key card from my hand and opens the door. He pushes it open for me to precede him in, and I turn to see him hanging the Do Not Disturb sign on the outside knob. After shutting the door, Bishop walks into the room and removes his watch. He sets it on the dresser, his back to me.
"You going to take a nap with me, or do something else?"
he asks as he pulls his wallet out of his jeans pocket and starts to toe off his shoes. My eyes stay pinned on his ass, because it's an amazing ass. Everything about his body is amazing, from his chiseled body born of so much hard work, to his hulking size, which was even larger when he was fully dressed and out on the ice for the practice skate a bit ago. I was able to watch them practice, knowing the schedule and having time on my hands. When Bishop stepped out onto the ice, his hair moving in the breeze created by his momentum as he skated around to get warmed up, I just sat and watched him from a purely appreciative female perspective. I thought Bishop was about the hottest thing I'd ever seen until that moment, but after seeing him on the ice, with pads adding more bulk and the blades of his skates adding more height to his 6'5" frame, I just wanted him to have complete control over me. It was crazy, totally absurd to be having those thoughts, but I wanted to roll over and bare my throat to him and tell him to do his worst to me. "I want to do something else," I blurt out, as I realize the buzzing in my veins and the pleasure cramping between my legs is driving me to be bold. Bishop spins around from the dresser, and I see a brief flash of joyful surprise before his eyes darken to a deep emerald color. He comes toward me, prowling, actually, until we're standing toe to toe. He looks down at me but doesn't make a move. I'd hoped my bold proclamation would have him taking charge by now, but he just stares at me, waiting for me to explain, I guess. I try to swallow past the dryness in my throat, all of a sudden feeling exposed and vulnerable. I have never really been a good aggressor when it comes to sex, not having quite the confidence in my sexuality.
What do you want to do, Brooke?
Bishop asks me in a strained voice.
Because you can do anything you want to me. You can ask me to do anything to you, and I will.
A full body shiver overtakes me, and my eyes squeeze shut in hopes of getting control of myself. I give a hard shake of my head and force myself to look him dead in the eye. No, not like that.
What do you mean?
He asks, his voice rough but also so very gentle. I want you to tell me what to do, I say in a small voice that I hope doesn't come off as pathetic. I want you to do to me what you want. A rumbling growl slips out of him, and he bends his head to get a little closer to me.
Brooke,
is all he says, and it sounds like he's warning me, that perhaps I'm provoking him in a way that I shouldn't be, and he wants me to back off. I start to take a step backward, but his hand is on the back of my neck, holding me in place.
Explain, Brooke.
He orders me. His voice is still tender, as if he doesn't want to scare me, but it's an order all the same. Okay, might as well just go for it. I suck in a sharp breath through my nose and let it out the same way, to give me just a brief moment to gather my wits. Reaching out, I put my hands on his waist and tip my head back so I can see him clearly. I like it when you're in control. That first night, I really liked when you were behind me and... My voice trails off, unable to even bring myself to say the words as we stare at each other with our faces only inches apart, and his expression growing so fierce and intense. His hand squeezes my neck.
You mean you liked it when I finger-fucked your ass?
The flood of wetness that soaks my panties is almost embarrassing, but I manage to nod. Might as well tell the full truth. You didn't even ask my permission. Didn't know if I would like it. You just took it for yourself and, well, that confidence you had knowing I'd like what you did, that's what really turns me on.
Christ,
Bishop mutters, before his mouth crashes down hard on mine. He kisses me so deeply that he bends me backward, with an arm slipping around my waist to keep me from crashing to the floor. His other hand moves from my neck to the back of my head, and he grips my hair so hard it stings. My answering moan tells him how much I like it. Ripping his mouth away from mine, he stares at me a moment, eyes blazing with wickedness. He lowers his head and rubs his nose along mine. A tender gesture, yet his voice sounds ravaged and raw when he says,
Your ass is all mine, Brooke, and I'm going to enjoy the process working you up to taking my cock. You got that?
I manage to nod, feeling my panties getting more wet. The thought of him doing that to me, controlling me in a way I've never let happen before, both terrifies and exhilarates me.
But right now,
he continues, his fingers gripping my hair even tighter,
I'm going to take something else from you.
I swear I can feel my pulse hammering away in my clit, and the need for me to touch myself is almost unbearable. I let out a shaky sigh. What's that?
Going to take that beautiful fucking mouth.
He says.
I'm going to take it and fuck it. I've been dying to watch those lips spread wide and hug my cock. Want to see how tight your throat is. Watch it move as you swallow me.
Oh, God, Bishop. I groan, my mouth actually watering in anticipation.
Get on your knees for me, Brooke.
He commands in a raspy voice that ripples with something dark and almost dangerous. I find I like it a lot, and I wonder what kind of girl that makes me. I'm dropping to the ground almost as if I'm in slow motion. I watch hungrily as Bishop works his belt and jeans open. It's sexy as fuck the way he pushes them down just a few inches, reaching his hand inside to pull out his dick, which is hard and already weeping pre-cum from the tip. He brushes his thumb across the tip, then holds himself out to me. I lick my lips and open my mouth, and he gives it to me so very slowly.
Yes,
he hisses through his teeth as I suck him in. He tastes salty, and his cock fills me up so much my eyes start to water. When the tip touches the back of my throat, I swallow past the gag reflex and slide my hands to his ass, to hold him inside me. Bishop starts to pull out, and I hollow my cheeks to suck. Bishop groans, and when only the tip is in my mouth, I scrape my teeth over it until he pops out. Tilting my head back slightly, I look up at him through my lashes. He's staring down at me with almost a harsh expression on his face, yet his eyes are blazing with wonder and lust.
Do that again, baby,
he murmurs to me, his free hand coming up to cup my face. I reach out and take his cock in my hands. When I bring him back into my mouth, he takes my head with both hands now and holds me so tight I can't move. Only from the movement of his hips do I get his cock now, and he feeds it to me slowly and deliberately. I can't move, can only control the suction I give him and the sounds I make. He's in complete control, and that's exactly how I wanted it.
Chapter 14. Bishop. Well, I always start to get a buzz of excitement while putting my gear on in the locker room. It's only when I'm warming up on the ice before the game that my adrenaline really starts to flow. That's due in part to the diehard fans who come down to the glass to watch us, hoping one of the players will flip a puck up and over for them. To the kids with wonder-stricken faces who tell their parents they want to play professional hockey one day. Shit, even the hot-as-hell puck bunnies who also come down to the glass to watch us warm up get my juices flowing. I mean, what man doesn't perform better when gorgeous women are watching? But I'm not looking at the puck bunnies today. It takes me 3 mini-laps around our half of the ice while looking up into the guest block of seats for me to locate Brooke. It's unusual for wives or significant others to travel to away games, but some of them do. It's usually the guys who don't have kid obligations to worry about, so their wives or girlfriends are more flexible to travel. While they don't fly with the team and are responsible for their own travel there, a block of tickets is always reserved for the Vengeance family members so they can all sit together. When I've casually dated before, I've often had those women come to watch me play hockey. I mean, let's face it, that's what most of the women are in it for when they hook up with us, the fame and glory of being with a professional athlete. But during those games, when I step out onto the ice for the warm-ups, I never bother to look for them. Don't even care where they are seated, because the minute I enter the arena, I'm all about the game. I tune everything and everyone out but my teammates and my coach. Except tonight is very different. I wasn't able to turn my mind off when I got to the arena tonight. I haven't been able to stop thinking about Brooke since I left her a few hours ago to hit the locker room and get prepared. She rode on the team bus with us and sat next to her father, to give me space to get my head in game mode, she said, then disappeared after giving me a quick kiss right in front of him. Right in front of a lot of people, actually. I think the kiss was for show, to prove to her dad and everyone that we were very much a couple, like we've claimed. I was most impressed that her dad didn't even growl or glare at me, but he also didn't smile either. Brooke sits about 15 rows back behind our bench. She's wearing a brand spanking new jersey with Scott across the back, along with my number 32. And that A on the front done in silver with green and blue embroidery on the edges. I surprised her with it last night, telling her, well, you know, my girlfriend would sort of be expected to wear my jersey. She has her beautiful butt perched on the edge of her seat, with her elbows on her knees, leaning as far forward in her seat as she can manage without falling out of it. She grins at me, and I lift my chin before giving her a wink. Her grin gets bigger. Before I can give her a dopey look in return, I make myself turn away so I can concentrate on getting warmed up. We settle into a 2-player breakaway drill, shooting lobs at our goalie so he can also warm up. I manage to make 3 passes at the net without thinking about Brooke once. Admittedly, I do look up to her after that 3rd pass, and she's watching me intently. I can't figure out the why of it, but it seems to ramp up my exhilaration and adrenaline. I'm eager to get out there and kick some fucking ass tonight, and even more so because Brooke will be watching. Even though I felt the Vengeance players had gelled nicely with each other during training camp, I had not really had much in the way of expectations for how we would play in an actual game against a top-notch opponent. But by the 3rd period, when we were up 5-1, I knew this team was made of something special. Maybe there was a magic formula that was employed for picking the players in the expansion draft. Or maybe it was that all of my teammates are just fired up by the possibility of something great. I have to admit, it doesn't suck having a world-class arena and training facility and flying in the most luxurious style to our games. I think there's an element that Mr. Carlson is taking good care of us, so we should give 110% effort. Maybe it's all of it, but tonight we are on fire. There is less than a minute to play in the game, and San Francisco has the puck in our end. Legend has been crushing it in the net tonight, stopping 38 out of 39 shots on goal. And it's impossible, barring a miracle, that the Brawlers could score 4 goals to at least tie this game. But no matter that, we have a comfortable lead. Every single one of us out there on the ice never stops playing our hearts out, even if we're playing conservatively and on the defensive to run out the clock. Down to 30 seconds, and Eric manages to poke-check the puck away from a Brawler. It wobbles right onto Tacker's stick, and I'm taking off down the ice. I look over my shoulder and see that Tacker is already making the pass to me. It had taken no more than a second for me to look for that pass, but in that moment, one of the Brawlers gets ahead and has turned on his skates to face me, making himself a huge obstacle to get around if I'm to get a shot off. Despite the fact my legs are gassed, knowing that Brooke is up in those stands, probably on her feet and screaming for me right now, gives me a burst of energy I didn't expect. I dig my blades into the ice and surge forward, tapping the puck left and right in front of me. I come up on the defenseman so fast, his eyes actually widen before he focuses on my torso to lessen the impact of which way I'm going to try to juke him. My favorite move is to fake left, then skirt around on the right. I have no clue if the player in front of me knows me well enough to know that, but in case he does, I juke right. The minute I see his bulk going the same way to cut me off, I spin 360 degrees to the right, giving him my back for only a mere moment before I have open ice in front of me and a goaltender determined to beat me. I push out 2 powerful strides on my skates to get within 15 feet of the goalie, and I fake a shot to his left. He falls for it, and I give a quick wrist flick over to his right side, watching as the puck flips end over and end, squeaking through the small opening between his leg pad and glove arm, straight through the 7-hole into the back of the net. A tiny roar goes up from the crowd. Admittedly, probably about 20% of the arena is filled with Vengeance fans. But the fact that we're a newly franchised team that has just went up 6-1 over the Brawlers in their arena has made their voices significantly louder. I'm swamped by my teammates, who throw their arms around me and tap me on top of my helmet. This was the 2nd goal I scored tonight. As I skate back to the bench, I lift my eyes, letting my gaze travel up 15 rows to see Brooke clapping and screaming for me. I sit down on the bench and smile to myself. Tonight has been fucking awesome. I exit the showers with a towel wrapped around my waist and make my way over to my locker. Bishop. I hear the gravelly voice of Coach Perron. Looking over my shoulder at him, I raise my eyebrows and question. Give me a minute of your time, he says. And I feel like that has got to be the weirdest way a coach has ever asked me for a post-game talk. I have no clue whether or not I'm getting a coach or an overprotective father when I walk toward him. I have a feeling, though, that he purposefully waited until I came out of the shower and was wearing nothing but a towel to put me at my most vulnerable. When I reach the coach, who is standing in a quiet corner of the locker room, I'm surprised when he holds his hand out to me. You played a hell of a game tonight. You keep that up and you're going to be one of the league leaders. He shakes my hand with a few hard pumps and releases me. Thank you, Coach, I tell him. Figuring that's all there is to the conversation, I start to turn back toward the lockers. His voice stops me. I have to admit, it's nice watching you and Brooke together on the plane and during the team meals. I try to keep my shoulders loose and relaxed as I turn back to him fully, taking a step closer so our conversation is not overheard. It's one thing for my teammates to hear him praising me, but quite another for them to be privy to a personal conversation like this. Any thoughts on the engagement? He asks me in a genial voice. My entire body locks tight, and my stomach cramps into knots. I'm in dangerous fucking territory right now, because I don't know all of the conversation that Brooke has had with her father on the subject. So I try to be vague. Well, we haven't had much of a chance to really talk about it, given the fact we had training camp and then hit the road for our first game. What's to talk about? Coach Perron says, and there is no mistaking the slightly aggressive tone in his voice. I don't even understand why you two are continually discussing this. My understanding is you've discussed it. If you want to get married, you buy a fucking ring and you propose to my daughter. I've got nothing. Have no clue what the fuck to say to that. Because as old-fashioned as it sounds, he's exactly right. If I were to ever get married, I couldn't even imagine having discussions about it. The whole point of a proposal is the surprise. Is there something you're not telling me? Coach growls as he gets in my face. Are you not in love with my daughter? God, it fucking kills me to have to lie to him. but I let it fly anyway. Of course I am. Your daughter is everything to me. Huh. That lie didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. Because while I am not in love with Brooke, and she is not my entire world, I find that I really like her a lot. Coach's face relaxes, and that causes me to relax. Somewhat. His voice isn't as aggressive when he asks me, "Am I missing something here? Because Brooke told me that you two were engaged when I walked into her office that day. Then she backpedaled a bit, and all of a sudden it's that you're both now discussing marriage. But any time I bring it up to either of you or her, both of you put me off. And I have to wonder, are you taking advantage of my daughter?" My eyebrows shoot sky high, and my shock over his question must seem genuine, because his face softens slightly. I assure him, "Coach, I would never take advantage of Brooke. Ever. I am not going to hurt your daughter." I feel safe making those statements, because my absolute intention is that when we walk away from this, both of us will do so without regrets. Coach Perrone doesn't respond to me, but lets his eyes stay on mine for a few moments, as if testing whether or not I will crumble before him and admit to all our phoniness in this relationship. I merely hold his gaze and wait. Finally, he nods and mutters, "Again, great game. Want you to do the same tomorrow." He's walking off, but I manage to call out after him, "Will do, Coach." Chapter 15. Bishop. It's almost 1:30 in the morning by the time we get to Brooks. After beating San Francisco, we flew out that night to Los Angeles to take on the Demons, which is one of 2 teams in L.A. We won that game 2-1, and after quick showers, took a bus to the airport where we boarded the awesome, kick-ass team plane back to Phoenix. I was riding so fucking high off back-to-back road wins as a member of an expansion team that I was too wired to even sleep on the flight home. Brooke, on the other hand, spent the entire flight with her head lying on my shoulder and snoring softly. I was content with this and listened to music. When we pull into Brooke's driveway, she yawns before turning tired eyes to me. "Are you going to stay tonight?" I turn off the car and shake my head, twisting my neck to look at her. "I think I'm going to stay at my place tonight. I have some laundry that I need to do, and we've got a morning practice. It's just really hectic on game day, you know." As excuses go, this one is pretty lame. It's true that we have a home game tonight, and it's also true that I have laundry and a morning practice. One could even argue that I need to go home just so I can get some good rest rather than spending time inside of Brooke's body. Tomorrow's game is going to be brutal, given we are coming off a 2-game road trip. Despite all of that, my excuse is lame because Brooke and I live fairly close together. Staying here tonight would not throw me off my schedule at all. But I have been thinking about it on the drive from the airport to her house. While I am fucking stunned over how much I enjoyed these last few days with Brooke, I'm also freaked out over how much I enjoyed these last few days with Brooke. It felt a little too good sleeping with her at night, and it felt a little too fantastic having her watch me while I play. If anything, I just want to prove to myself that I can go a night without her. Brooke smiles at me and nods. "You really should get some good rest tonight, Bishop. I'm sure you're exhausted." Not so exhausted that if Brooke were to tell me right now that she wants me to take her in the house and fuck her all night long, I would absolutely be all over that. But lucky for me, she just gives another tiny yawn and pushes open the passenger door. She waits for me while I grab her suitcase from the trunk of my car and carry it for her up to her front porch. When we get there, we can see that there is a note taped to her door, illuminated by the glow of the porch light. I set the suitcase down as Brooke reaches for the piece of paper and pulls it off. She unfolds it, and I watch as her eyes move back and forth as she reads the words. "Huh?" she says in a bewildered sort of way. "What is it?" I ask her. Her eyes come up and meet mine.
"It's from a friend back in New York City that I worked with at the magazine. She took an impromptu vacation and decided to come visit me."
I cross my arms over my chest and lean against her door. "She didn't call you first?" Brooke shrugs.
"Nanette is more of a spontaneous type of girl."
"You don't seem overly excited by having a friend drop in to visit you." The guilty expression on her face tells me all I need to know. I don't think this Nanette is a very close friend of Brooke's at all.
"It's just, I don't know, it's really kind of weird. I have no clue why she would do this."
I can tell that Brooke is troubled by this. But it's not like this is a stalker ex-boyfriend leaving a note at her home. There's nothing about this situation that would warrant me staying with her tonight. Although I would if she asked. Fuck. No, I wouldn't. I am going to prove to myself that my balls belong to me solely. "Are you going to go to the game tonight?" I ask her, and then mentally kick my own ass for that. I have no business asking the question when the answer is suddenly very fucking important to me.
"I was,"
Brooke starts off, but her voice trails a bit.
"But now that Nanette is in town, I guess I need to visit with her. The note says she's staying at a hotel close by."
"You can have my 2 season tickets so you can sit together if you want." I blurt out. Fuck. Now why did I just offer that? There would be absolutely nothing wrong with Brooke not coming to the game tonight to hang out with her friend. My mouth is open and yapping with absolutely no control. "Maybe we can go out after the game." I feel like my body has been possessed by a demon who is offering things that I don't want to happen. It clearly wants to be near Brooke, despite my logic and reasoning telling me to cool this a bit. But it's good we take a break. Right? I need to get refocused on, life. Or hockey. Or whatever, just something other than incessant thoughts about Brooke and how well we seem to fit together in all ways. Brooke pulls her keys out of her pocket and unlocks the door. She turns to me with a soft smile and says, "I think that sounds awesome if you're sure you don't mind giving us the tickets. And going out after sounds great as well." "I'll invite a few of the guys, too," I tell her, absolutely trying to ignore the surge of joy that swept through me when she accepted my offer.
"Nanette will love that," Brooke says dryly. "When she found out I was moving here, all she could talk about was how hot hockey players were."
A thought suddenly strikes me, and I can tell by the look on Brooke's face the same exact thought strikes her as well. "We're going to have to tell your friend about our little charade." Brooke nods.
"Shit. She absolutely would be privy to the fact that you and I were most certainly not dating in New York for a few months before we moved here."
"Is she a good enough friend to you that she'll keep the secret?" I ask her with a small amount of legitimate worry. I can tell that Brooke doesn't have a strong connection with this woman.
"I'm sure she would,"
she says, but she doesn't sound overly confident.
"Once I explain things to her, I'm sure it will be fine. Besides, she'll probably be heading back to New York pretty quickly."
"All right," I mutter.
All right, Brooke echoes. We stare at each other awkwardly in the glow of the porch light at 1:30 in the morning. Not a single person around to observe whether I leave without a backward glance or I kiss the fuck out of her. A goodnight kiss is absolutely not necessary to give credence to our story, since no one is here to witness it. When my mouth comes down on hers, my arms wrapping around her, I realize it must be necessary to me. And I know I am in a world of shit because of it. I turn the key in the lock as quietly as possible, noting that Dax's vehicle is in his side of the 2-car garage. We decided to rent a house after taking a quick weekend trip to Phoenix once we signed our new contracts. We had been living in a small apartment in Lower Manhattan, which was not much for a whole lot of money. In Phoenix, the cost of living was drastically different, and we opted for an actual house rather than an apartment. It's almost like we were growing up, and we even made this decision knowing that we would have to do yard work. I push the door open slowly, and immediately see Dax lying on the couch watching TV. All the lights are off, but he's bathed in a blue glow, and I can see his eyes come to me with surprise. I thought you'd stay at Brooks. I don't have to spend every night with her, I say defensively, and that gets a chuckle out of Dax. Dude, you and Brooke looked like you were not living a lie the last few days. Really? I ask him with sincere curiosity, my pique receding fairly quickly. I have no clue how well we're pulling this off, and I know he'll be honest. Dax sits up and mutes the TV. I slouch down on the opposite end of the couch from him, throw my arm over the back. There's something real between the two of you, Dax says, with such surety in his voice, I almost have to believe it. Never one to hold out secrets from my best friend, I admit to him. I like her, man. She's smart and sexy and funny. So make it real with her, Dax suggests. We've known each other an entire week, I tell him dryly. I said I like her, not that I want to go steady with her. There's nothing wrong if you do, Dax says with a meaningful look. But I don't think they call it going steady nowadays. I give him a roll of my eyes and decide to drop the subject. I've been thinking about this so much it's making my head hurt. Instead, I fill him in on Brooke's friend coming to visit. She's going to go to the game tonight with Brooke, and I thought maybe we could all go out after. Is she hot? Dax asks with a suspicious expression. No clue, I tell him. Dax shakes his head before he says, Well, you better invite some of the guys, because I am not going to be a blind date with a woman I have no clue what she looks like. That gets me, and I let out a deep laugh from way down low in my belly. I'd like to say that's typical of Dax, but fuck, it would be typical of me too. I had planned on inviting Legend and Eric. I thought maybe I'd ask Tacker too. Dax shakes his head, not in denial, but more in a sad, resigned way. Tacker won't come. Yeah, he probably won't. Still, I know I bailed on him on this road trip, staying in Brooke's room both nights, but I want to make some type of effort to get to know him a little better. While he gives more than 100% of himself to this team, the guy shouldn't have to go through life carrying such heavy burdens. Chapter 16. Bishop. This should definitely be our official hangout, Eric says, as he eyeballs the waitresses appreciatively. We just entered the sneaky saguaro,
Just one of many establishments where you can go for a pre- or post-game drink and meal in Vengeance Town. It was recommended by our equipment manager, who told us he'd met the hottest piece of ass he'd ever had there. His words, not mine. But it definitely piqued Eric's attention. After completely losing all cool points with the airline attendant, he's looking to get his mojo back on. He and Legend both were up for going out with Brooke, Dax, Nanette, and me after the game tonight. The girls are already here, and all we have to do is find them. The Sneaky Saguaro is a beer garden/restaurant that boasts 127 beers on tap and amazing food. The building is 2 stories high, decorated with southwestern flair, and in the middle is a huge saguaro cactus that has to be a good 25 feet tall. It's got a roped perimeter around it, which tells me that damn thing isn't fake. Eric nudges me in the ribs, then dramatically puts his fist to his mouth as he openly leers at one of the waitresses who walk by. "Damn!" he says, except it comes out very dramatically as damn. And it's an appropriate sentiment. The waitresses and bartenders wear denim cut-off shorts that barely cover their asses and plaid Western-style shirts that are tied just under their breasts, with the top wide open to show exactly how well endowed they are. Cowboy boots and hats complete the outfit. The girls all strut around with a lot of roll in their hips, and I bet they make a killing on tips here. Brooke said they had a table upstairs, I say, without commenting on the waitresses. I've got a girlfriend now. She's the only one I want to see dressed like that. I think about that for a moment, and yeah, that's exactly right. The first floor is all dining tables, and a staircase leads us up to the second floor with a huge bar with taps lining the wall behind it. There's a variety of tables, both tall and low, as well as booths along the perimeter. I'm assuming you can eat up here, but it's mostly full of people just drinking. We have to wind our way through a thick throng, many wearing brand new Vengeance jerseys for our first home game. They're laughing, drinking, high-fiving. It's because we won. Our first home game in our fancy, glittering arena, and we kicked some major ass. 3 games, 0 losses. And while I know we can't win all our games, and this is just preseason, we are off to a fantastic start. I'm sure as hell ready to celebrate. "Fucking get out of town!" I hear a man yell to my left. "It's fucking Bishop Scott!" I turn, get a brief glimpse of a young guy who looks pretty toasted, surrounded by a bunch of other Vengeance fans, pointing at me with his mouth hanging open. Eric comes to a stop behind me, followed by Legend and Dax. The fans' eyes go huge. "Holy shit! Eric Dahlbeck, Legend Bay, and Dax Monahan! Holy shit, people! The Arizona Vengeance is in the house!" He actually bellows out this last part while holding his draft beer high, and everyone starts going crazy that their hometown heroes are in their favorite bar. The exuberance of the fans will wane a bit over time. They won't be nearly as excited, and if we keep coming here, they'll actually start maintaining a respectful distance if we want. But this is a brand new franchise team, and these fans need to know that we appreciate them right back. I give my teammates credit. They all paste the same welcoming smiles on their faces that I'm wearing, and we step forward. I hold my hand out to the fan who called me out. He shakes it and starts chattering away at me about what an awesome game I played and how excited he is. It takes a good half hour to sign autographs and pose for pictures. As expected, there's several puck bunnies in attendance, wearing tight jerseys I'm betting are extra small children's sizes, or low-cut t-shirts with the Vengeance logo on it. Eric, Legend, and Dax eat that shit up, and some of these puck bunnies are going to get laid tonight by my buds. Unless Nanette is hot, and is looking for a good time. When I finally locate Brooke, she's sitting at a high-top table with 4 chairs. Next to her is a gorgeous redhead that I have to assume is Nanette. Much like Brooke, she's dressed quite fashionably, which I expect since she's a New Yorker and works at a fashion magazine. "Dibs on the friend," Eric says in a low voice as we walk toward the table. No clue if the other guys heard him, but I guess it doesn't matter what he wants. It's what Nanette wants. Brooke's head turns, and her eyes lock onto mine. Her lips split apart into a bright smile. Christ, I wonder if there will be a day when her smile doesn't affect me. "Hey," I say as I reach her, leaning in and giving her a quick kiss. "Hey," she says in welcome, curving her hand around my neck. "You played amazing." "Okay, cut that lovey-dovey shit out," Eric grumbles, and takes the seat on the other side of Nanette. He holds his hand out to her. "Hi, I'm Eric." "Let me make introductions," Brooke says as Nanette gives a sexy laugh while shaking Eric's hand. I can tell she's delighted by his attention. "Nanette, that's Eric Dahlbeck who has your hand." She then takes turns pointing. "And that's Legend Bay, Dax Monahan." Nanette removes her hand from Eric's and holds it out to the other guys. Her gaze is bold and appraising, and I can tell she's definitely looking for a good time. "And of course you remember Bishop," Brooke adds, and I drape an arm around her shoulder. I nod at Nanette as she turns to look at me. Brooke had texted me earlier today that she'd told Nanette all about our relationship, and she was all on board with helping us keep the secret. They decided to amend our story to include that I had met Nanette once before, so we didn't have to pretend to know each other very well. This shit was getting really complicated. One of the waitresses approaches, looking boldly at each of the guys and ignoring Brooke and Nanette. Maybe because they already have drinks, or maybe because they're not important. Somehow, Eric manages to ogle the waitress and Nanette at the same time. Once our drinks arrive, Nanette holds court like a queen with Eric, Dax, and Legend, alternating her flirting and spreading it evenly. I use the opportunity to talk to Brooke. I had not taken one of the high stools, but instead preferred to stand by the side of Brooke's chair. "So how was your day?" I ask her, toying with the ends of her hair as my hand rests on the back of her stool. "Exhausting," she says with a small smile. "I worked with Sebastian's group today, and—" "Sebastian?" "Director of merchandising," she says, tucking her hair behind her ear. Even though she had a long day, her eyes are sparkling, and that tells me something. She really needs to get out of team services and get into merchandising. Brooke goes on to tell me how exciting it is to be working on stuff from the design up to the production of the team's merchandise licenses. And I have to say, I've not seen her animated like this, except when I'm working on making her come. "What do you think the chances are you'll be moved there full time?" She shrugs. "Sebastian seems to like my work and ideas, but I don't know. I'm not getting my hopes up." Putting an elbow on the table, I lean into her and lower my voice. "Want me to see if I have any pull?" Brooke brings a palm to my face, rubs her thumb along my beard at the jawline. And it's such a tender move that it shocks me for a moment. She shakes her head and gives me the sweetest smile. "No, I really appreciate it, but I'll get the job or not on my own merits." I hold her gaze for a moment before nodding. "If you change your mind, let me know." "Okay," she says, and drops her hand from my face. I look at it a moment as it comes to rest on the table. While it would be ludicrous to snatch it up and bring it back, pressing it there with my own hand on top, there's nothing unusual in me just taking her hand and holding it. So I do.
Well, look at you two. Just as much in love as when you left New York,
Nanette says. Brooke and I turn to look at her. She spares Brooke only the briefest of glances before settling her eyes on me. Appreciative eyes. The same flirty eyes she'd been giving my buds moments ago. She leans into the table, exposing some cleavage.
You're looking handsome as ever, Bishop.
This is followed by a batting of her eyelashes, and perhaps an expectant look on her face that I'll return the compliment. I'm not sure why that bugs me, but it does. She's got 3 professional hockey players drooling over her, and here she is flirting with me in front of my girlfriend. Well, I mean, she knows Brooke and I aren't really... Or are we? Fuck, I can't tell anymore. It's getting so mixed up. Regardless, I'm not going to even engage in that shit. Thanks, Nanette. That's nice of you to say. She just smiles at me a moment, as if she's waiting for me to say more. And when I don't, she smoothly turns back to Eric to continue her conversation with him. I lean in even more toward Brooke, giving the rest of our group most of my back. I murmur low enough that only she can hear me. How's it going with your unexpected company? Frustration simmers in Brooke's eyes. She moves a bit closer to me.
She invited herself to stay at my place.
Rude, I say in a hushed voice.
It is, she agrees. But what was I going to do? Say no?
No, there's no way Brooke would do that. She would open her door if that's what a friend wanted. I rub my thumb over the back of Brooke's hand. Does she understand I'm coming home with you tonight? So if she expected quality girl time with you, she's not going to get it? Brooke flashes a broad smile.
Oh, you're coming home with me, are you?
You said you like me to be in control, so yes. I'm coming home with you tonight, and your guest might get an earful if you can't keep quiet. Tipping her head back, Brooke lets out a deep laugh. When her eyes come back to mine, wet with hilarity, she brings her other hand up to my face again. And fuck, it feels good there. And nods. Her voice is but a whisper.
Yes, I do like you in control. And I'm glad you're coming home with me tonight.
Chapter 17. Bishop. Finally having my breath return and the strength in my arms to do so, I roll off Brooke and collapse to my back beside her on the bed. With my eyes on the ceiling, I feel her move rather than see her, a slight shifting of the pillow we share.
It was nice not to have to keep that quiet,
she says in a voice raspy from too much screaming. My head rolls, and I look at her. Her face is inches from mine, those amber eyes with gold specks staring right at me, and her mouth forming a crooked smile. I grin back at her before giving her a quick kiss. Always better when you can just let it all out. And since Nanette hadn't come back with us, Brooke held nothing back. I might have roared to the heavens myself when I finally let loose and came so hard I was convinced I'd stroke out. Let me go get cleaned up, I tell her as I roll off the bed.
Okay,
she murmurs and rolls the opposite way. She'll put on panties and a t-shirt to sleep in, as has become her habit. Makes it a little more difficult in the morning to get to her good parts, because I love waking her up that way. But I like a challenge. By the time I make it back out of the bathroom, Brooke is sitting cross-legged in the bed with the comforter pulled up over her lap, head bent over her phone. Her thumbs are flying over the screen.
"There's a bottle of water on the table,"
she says to me without looking up. I slip under the covers without bothering with my underwear. I don't mind sleeping nude or clothed, but since I'm already naked, I just dive right in. I grab the bottle, open it, and take several long pulls. By the time I've returned it to the table, Brooke is leaning over to put her phone on her nightstand.
"That was Nanette,"
she says as she turns back to face me, still sitting cross-legged.
"Texted to say she's staying with Dax tonight."
Now that's surprising, I muse out loud as I lean back against the headboard, placing my hand on Brooke's knee. No clue why, just feels right. I really thought it would be Eric.
"Me too,"
she says with a laugh. When Brooke and I called it an early night after 2 beers, we'd left Nanette happily accepting the attentions of 3 hockey players. She told Brooke not to wait up for her or worry. I gave meaningful looks to all 3 of them, then added to Dax as I walked out. Make sure whoever she goes with tonight gets her home safe. Always, brother, he said in return. I just didn't think it would be Dax. Not that Dax wouldn't have been good enough for her. In fact, he's the best dude out of the 3, in my opinion. I just thought Eric would win the evening, as he's the most aggressive and charming at the same time. But good for Dax. Hope whatever he gets tonight is good and worth having to listen to Nanette to get it. I feel comfortable saying this to Brooke, because I didn't sense any major warm fuzzies between the 2 women tonight. Nanette only paid attention to the men, which was fine by me. That meant I had Brooke's attention. Can I ask you a question? I think it's a given I can, but I sort of want to set the tone that this is somewhat serious.
"Yeah, sure."
Her expression is open and unguarded. Maybe it was just me, but Nanette sort of seems full of herself, I say to Brooke, deciding not to pull any punches.
"Picked up on that, huh?"
she says with a laugh, but then her expression sobers slightly.
"But that wasn't a question."
I guess I'm curious as to why you're friends with her. My hand squeezes her knee. You 2 couldn't be more different. It took only half an hour of watching, and I knew the type of woman she was. She flirted way too heavily and suggestively. Pulled her mirror out of her purse twice to put on lipstick and fluff her hair, also checking out every other aspect of her face. If the guys tried to include Brooke in the conversation, Nanette would interject and turn the spotlight right back onto herself. She was conceited, and to my surprise, slightly vapid. Yet she tried to overcompensate for what she lacked upstairs with her looks.
"We worked together for over 5 years,"
Brooke explains.
"We went out together sometimes at night, often with other work people, had lunch at other times. She was a friend, a coworker, but we weren't close. I think you know what I mean when I say Nanette isn't the type to get close to other females."
Because her self-esteem can't handle not having the attention taken away from her, I conclude. So why in the hell would she come visit? Brooke shrugs.
"I expect it's so she can take a few days off, have a free place to stay, and have access to hot hockey players."
How long is she staying? I ask.
"A week,"
she returns with a groan, and leans back against the headboard, lacing her fingers over her stomach. She rolls her head to look at me.
"Let's hope she stays with Dax the whole time."
Chuckling, I nod toward her nightstand. Turn your light out. She does, and then I'm pulling her into my arms as we settle down into the pillows. I found I like her slight frame resting against me at night, and she snuggles in before twining her legs with mine. Reaching an arm out, I turn off my light, and her arm tightens around my stomach. It's silent for a moment, but I'm not tired, and I have no intention of going to sleep right now. I still have one thing I need to talk to her about. I had an interesting conversation with your dad after the San Francisco game. I tell her, the darkness somehow making it easier to talk about this. Brooke's head lifts from my chest to look at me, but all she'll see is shadows. I press my hand to her head, forcing it gently back down. I continue. I didn't say anything at first, but I've been thinking on it a lot, and I think we might have a problem. Before I can process it, Brooke is scrambling out of my arms, rolling in the bed, and the light on her side comes on. I blink against it for a moment before I can focus on her. She merely turns back toward me, bracing her head on her palm. Her eyes are expectant, and she waits for me to continue, not saying a word about why she turned on the light. I expect it's because Brooke doesn't want any secrets at all between us, and potentially there could be something hidden on my face in the dark. Taking in a deep breath, I turn on my side to face her, also resting my head on my hand so we're staring at each other eye to eye. He really pressured me about the engagement after the game. Like how? Wanted to know what was going on, and when I told him we were talking about it, he blustered a little. Didn't understand what there was to talk about. Said I should have just bought you a ring already. Damn, Brooke mutters, and her eyes go soft with apology. I'm sorry. Don't, I warn her with a growl. This isn't on you. But when he kept pushing at me, he asked me point blank if I loved you. Brooke winces. And I had to say yes, Brooke. I had to look him right in the eye and tell him I did, and that you were my everything. She doesn't say anything for a moment, her gaze dropping to my chest. When she looks up at me, her voice is hesitant. Well, another week, and we can put this all behind us. We can just hold on a little while. I shake my head and reach out to take the hand that's resting on the mattress. I lace my fingers with hers. Don't you see? We can't do this next week, Brooke. I just looked your dad in the eye and told him I loved you. We break this off next week like we'd planned, your dad is going to know I'm full of shit. Oh, God, she says in a small voice as the realization of what I just said hits her. But, what are we going to do? Should I just cop to my dad that this was all my stupid idea? No fucking way, I say gruffly, not willing to let Brooke take the fall for this. We were in it together now. And then she does what I sort of hoped she would. Maybe we should keep this going for a little while longer. I mean, the team is doing so well, and I don't want anything to mess it up. Oh yeah, I like that idea a lot. More time with Brooke while we figure out a good way out of this shit. I think we should do a fake engagement, I say with determination. Her eyes bug out. A fake engagement? Yeah. Keep your dad off my back completely. Give us some breathing room. He can concentrate on being a coach, and I can concentrate on the game, and... It's a good solution. She breaks in on me, and I let out a slow and silent breath of relief.
Is that weird?
Totally not weird, I assure her with a wave of my hand. But this is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever been involved in my life. I am absolutely aware of just how harebrained this entire thing is. I would never say it out loud, but fuck. We should have come clean the moment he busted into her office and caught us, and probably a million times after that. We should just goddamn come clean right now. But instead, I'm plotting a fake engagement because I don't want it to end yet. But I also don't know where I want it to go either. I just know that this past week has been amazing with Brooke, and she's the only woman I've ever been with that makes me excited to see what tomorrow will bring. So yeah, fake engagement it is.
How would we go about this?
Brooke asks, her voice sounding a little too brisk and professional, as if we're negotiating a business deal. I slide my fingers across her cheekbone, over her ear, and to the back of her head to hold her in place. Leaning in, I give her a devilish smile. That's for me to figure out. I'll handle the details.
You can't buy a ring,
she says, looking horrified. Stop worrying about it, Brooke, I murmur, and lean in to kiss her. She pulls back.
But...
Stop talking, Brooke, or I'll occupy that mouth with something that will make it impossible for you to say anything. I get a husky laugh, and she leans in to nip my bottom lip. That leads to another kiss, deeper this time, and before long we've forgotten about fake engagements, her dad, Nanette, and everything else in the world.
Chapter 18. Brooke. My house is quiet when I walk in, my ears open and receptive. Nanette? No answer. I set the grocery bags I'd been carrying on the kitchen counter, then walked through the living room. Nanette? Are you here? In your bedroom, she calls out. My little 3-bedroom, 2-bath, Mediterranean-style bungalow, with red-tiled roof and stucco walls, is actually one of the big things I cherish about moving here from New York. It's only about 1,600 square feet, but that seems monstrous to me after living in half that size for years. And yet, it's just still not quite big enough to give me space from Nanette. She's been here 3 days, and I can't wait until Sunday when she flies back to New York. I feel terrible at the same time for thinking that, but these last few days have reminded me why we weren't the best of friends. In looking back on our relationship, spending 5 years at the same job together, I realize I could handle Nanette in small doses. At work, that may have been a few encounters throughout the day. Nanette mainly did assistance on photo shoots for the magazine, and some days I wouldn't see her at all, because she'd be away on location. The times we went out for a meal or drinks were just as sparse, and usually with a group of people. During those periods, it's almost as if she had a good behavior tank filled up that, fortunately for me, never got depleted in the short snatches of time we spent together. But I think the tank was empty by day 2, and the real Nanette was exposed. A lazy, freeloading visitor who was trying all of my patience. Bishop came by the arena today to take me to lunch, and I basically complained the entire time. He loved teasing me about it, too.
She seems pretty nice to me,
he said with a sly smile. Despite the fact she has nowhere to be, she gets up before I do and uses all the hot water in her shower. I grumbled and then added, she does it on purpose.
Oh, come on, Brooke,
he'd teased me.
Really?
She threw a tantrum that I only have 2% milk in the fridge versus fat-free. Bishop chuckled and took my hand in his. giving me some comfort by stroking the back with his thumb, all while his eyes glittered with amusement. "She talks about herself non-stop," I complained to him. "I know way too much detail about her hair, skin, stomach intolerances, her alcoholic daddy, her overachiever sister who she can't compare to, her last ex-boyfriend who she actually trolls on social media, an affair with one of the assistant editors at the magazine, and her sex life." I added that last bit with a slight shudder. Let's just say I don't know if I can look Dax in the face again, as she was way too explicit about what they've been doing together. Bishop at least had the grace to look a little sympathetic before stating,
"Well, that ship has sailed. Dax isn't going back for more."
"Because she has a certain level of crazy, right?" I asked, feeling vindicated.
"Actually, he said she wasn't that great in the sack," he told me truthfully. "But yeah, I think she was also latching onto him a little too hard after just a few days."
Bishop went on to tell me that Dax politely told her last night, after he dropped her off at my house, that he would be too busy to see her again before she left to return home to New York. I didn't know this firsthand, as Bishop and I were sleeping when she came in, and this morning she was secured back in her room after taking an early shower along with all the hot water. Now she's in my bedroom. Steeling myself and willing my nerves not to get too frazzled, I head in there to join her. To find Nanette going through my closet. My gaze sweeps the room to see several of my outfits laid neatly out on the bed with shoes on the floor below each, as if she's putting together a wardrobe for a fashion show. She has all my jewelry pulled out and spread across my dresser. "What?" I say, getting ready to follow it with, "The fuck is going on?" but I catch myself. She's a guest in my home, but more important, she's carrying around a big secret about Bishop and me. I have to tread carefully. So I cough and say in just a generically curious tone, "What's going on?" She gives me a sharp expression, then looks back to a dress she's holding up to admire. Nanette then brings it up to her body and turns to look in the mirror on the back of my door. Without looking at me, she answers, "I'm just trying on a few of your things. I know you wouldn't mind me borrowing them." My fingers curl inward, my hands balling into fists. Still, I keep a pleasant smile plastered to my face. "Oh yeah?" She nods. "I've got a job interview next week." "What?" I gasp in shock. Her eyes finally come to me in the mirror. "Yeah, I was out last night with the guys." "The guys?" I ask, having no clue what she's talking about, as I thought she was out with Dax. "Eric, Legend, Dax," she says with a shrug. "And there were some others who work in the organization there too. I can't remember all their names, but I met Sebastian Parr. He's the director of merchandising, and, well, he told me about a job opening in his division." What in the hell? There was no job opening there. Sebastian had me doing some temporary work to determine if they could fit me into the budget in the department. And then it hits me. My eyes narrow as she shoves the dress back into the closet and pulls out another. "Was, Sebastian kind of flirting with you?" Nanette doesn't look at me, but nods with a purring type of laugh. "Oh, was he ever? And I was flirting right back. It's how I got the interview." I just bet. Sebastian is a flirty guy, but it's always seemed harmless to me, and I never engaged. But if Nanette was giving it back to him, I could see her persuading him to give her an interview. I poke at her a bit more. "But I thought you were with Dax last night." "I was," she says casually, and then turns to me. And let me tell you, he's got it so bad for me, Brooke. But I just don't want to be pinned down, so I kind of broke things off last night. I'm thinking about calling Eric, though. He could totally be a nice diversion. Oh, just gross. I'm all for women having the same sexual liberation as men, but in the span of just a few minutes, she's practically told me about her using 3 men with no shame at all. I'm really glad Dax wiped his hands of her. And now I feel the pressing need to give Eric a serious heads up. What do you think about this one? Nanette asks me as she turns from the closet to face me, holding up, ironically, a Nanette Lepore silk A-line dress with an asymmetrical hem. It's not one of my favorites, so I shrug. Why are you interviewing for a job here? I ask her. Well, I didn't actually take a vacation to come here and see you. She admits to me with a sly smile. I quit the magazine and thought, what the heck? Brooke is starting a new career, why shouldn't I? My jaw just hangs open, and I really can't think of a single fucking thing to say to her. I'd like to say something like, you could have told me the truth, but that rings hollow given that the minute she got here, I pulled her into Bishop's and my lie. And, you and I could be roommates, she continues without even blinking an eye. I couldn't pay rent until I got a job, of course, but I'll help clean up and stuff. Yeah, right. She hasn't lifted a finger since she got here. Nanette, I start to say, hoping to perhaps get her to slow down and think this through. But my doorbell rings. Bishop. I'd invited him to dinner tonight. I was going to make fajitas and margaritas, and now I'm thinking just margaritas. That's really all I want. I look back at the mess for a moment and then to Nanette. Look, that's Bishop, and I need to get dinner started. We're having fajitas if he'd like to join us. Sounds awesome, she says brightly, and then proceeds to drop my dress to the floor before turning back to my closet and grabbing another. I grit my teeth and walk out of my bedroom. I want to kill her. I hiss to Bishop in a low voice that can't possibly carry through to my bedroom, where Nanette is still rooting around in my closet. Bishop has the sense not to laugh, but instead refills my margarita glass. It took me 2 minutes on my front porch to tell him what had just transpired before he pulled me into my kitchen, sat me on a stool, and made a pitcher of margaritas. He poured me a glass and started fixing dinner while I drank. And drank. I was on my second glass, with him filling that up. Well, 2.5 glass. She can't stay here, Bishop says in a low voice, and I want to kiss him so much for saying that. You'll end up killing her, and I don't want conjugal visits with you in prison. I snort and take a sip of my drink. When I set it back down, I lean across the counter so I can lower my voice even further. I have to be careful with her. I don't know what she'd do about our secret if I'd pissed her off. Christ, he mutters as he slices a red bell pepper. What a mess this is causing for you. I agree with that sentiment by taking a long pull on the margarita. He eyes me with a smirk before going back to cutting. Do you get freaky kinky when you're drunk? I blink at him in surprise, look down at my drink, and then back to Bishop. I don't know. He nods at my drink with a wicked smile. Keep drinking. We'll find out tonight. There's no stopping the giggle that comes out of me. I run my finger along the rim, gathering some salt. I lick it off and then ask him, but seriously, what am I going to do? And what about this job interview with Sebastian? Either that's a total fabrication he made to get in her pants, or he's really going to seriously consider opening it up to her? Bishop stops chopping and lays the knife down. He places both palms on the counter and leans over it to put his face closer to mine.
Listen, Brooke. I don't know what her game is, or what Sebastian's is. All I care about is that you don't get trampled on. Want me to talk to him?
The horror that overtakes my expression gives Bishop his answer, but it doesn't dissuade him.
There's nothing wrong with a person like me using my star clout to get something from the organization. Celebrities and sports stars do it all the time.
I shake my head, cutting off the offer. It's sweet, but no. I'll handle the job issue myself. But any advice you have about Nanette is appreciated. I do not want her for my roommate, short-term or long-term. How do I tell her that? I get a soft look from him. It tells me he truly feels for me in my predicament. I also see a low, burning anger in his expression. That's his protectiveness. Reaching a hand out, he tucks a lock of my hair behind my ear. An intimate, sweet move that has my belly feeling like it's filled with champagne bubbles.
Let's not get too panicky right now. She could just be blustering. And like you said, there's most likely not even a real job offer. She could be heading back to New York as planned this weekend. Let's just wait and see.
I take a deep breath in and let it out, noting that those words really just calmed me down. My chest isn't tight with anxiety, or maybe that's the liquor. Regardless, I give him an appreciative smile. Thanks, Bishop.
Anytime, baby,
he replies with a wink. He then nods back to the margarita.
But keep drinking, okay? I really want to see how fun you get when you're drunk.
I'm not getting drunk, I admonish him. I have to work tomorrow. His face falls slightly, so I add, but I'm still willing to get kinky with you tonight. His lips curve upward, a grin spreading across his face.
Looking forward to it.
Chapter 19. Bishop. Are you okay, or did I kill you? I ask Brooke as I walk out of the master bath, turning out the light behind me. She hasn't moved from the position I left her in, which was flat on her stomach, arms spread wide and face turned so her cheek was on one of the pillows. Her legs are splayed slightly apart, but are totally relaxed. You killed me, she mumbles, but her lips are moving, so that can't be true. Grinning, I climb up on the end of the bed, crawling over her well-used body. I lower myself onto her, holding most of my weight off with my palms planted down into the mattress. My lips brush over her cheek before I murmur, You looked beautiful, Brooke. All tied up, butt plug in your ass, my cock in your pussy. She groans and shifts lightly, raising her head to try to look at me. I help her out by coming to her side and facing her. I put my arm around her waist and pull her into me close. Her body is heavier than normal, which tells me she is beyond relaxed right now. I will give thanks to the 3 margaritas that made her adventurous enough to let me tie her up and play with her ass tonight. I brought along my overnight duffel with a change of clothes and some toys I picked up today. In addition to the plug, there was a cloth gag I had planned for Brooke to wear because I didn't want Nanette listening in on us. Fortunately, Nanette left to go out shortly after dinner. She had an Uber pick her up, and God knows where she went. With Nanette gone, I was more than happy to hear Brooke's cries. I gobbled up every fucking one and tried to wring out even more. Brooke shivers in my arms. Cold? I ask her. She shakes her head and snuggles into me closer.
That shiver was because of your dirty talk. It does things to me.
Chuckling, I bring her closer and stroke her lower back. She was fucking perfect tonight. Scared, yet trusting. Innocent, yet bold. Best fucking orgasm I can remember ever having. And I had a moment of lucidity as I was shooting off that this girl was the one. That I shouldn't hide behind vague notions that were still carrying on a farce. Because this is the real fucking deal. But when I came back down to earth, I decided to go back to the man who wasn't sure what the hell he wanted, and until I figured it out, I was content to let this play out the way it was without me having to overcommit.
Is my butt going to hurt tomorrow?
Brooke asks, the words slightly muffled by the way her face is pushed into the crook of my neck. She can't see my smile, but I'm sure she can hear it. No, baby. I used a really small plug on you. You'll be fine. There's a short hesitation before she admits.
I really liked it. Especially when you were fucking me with it in.
I really liked it too. I murmur to her, drawing my palm in wide, soothing circles over her back. I'm not sure if she'd ever take my cock back there, but it really didn't matter. She gave me more than enough as it is.
Thank you,
she murmurs. For what? I can feel my eyes starting to get heavy.
For being a good friend,
she says. And that startles me so much my eyes pop open and my head jerks back. She lifts her head, and my eyes lock with hers. For being a friend? I ask.
Yeah,
she says softly.
At lunch today, and when you got here for dinner tonight, you listened to me bitch and moan about Nanette. And I don't want to be that type of person who does that, but thank you for giving me safe space to vent. I really needed it.
Jesus fuck. I did that? I gave her something intangible yet so important. She was here thanking me for it in the sweetest of ways. And I had no clue I'd even done it. And that's because it was no chore at all. I could listen to Brooke talk all day as far as I was concerned. She could recite the dictionary and I'd listen. And that right there shocks me. I'm not sure there are many people in my life I can truly say that about, that I care about them enough and respect them even more to give them serious, devoted, and focused time. I managed to relax and lay my head on the pillow. You're welcome, I say. You can tell me anything, okay?
Okay,
she says, her eyes warm and the barest of smiles on her face. We just stare at each other a moment. Then her hand comes up to touch the right side of my forehead, near the hairline. Her finger traces a scar that takes up a few centimeters of skin before disappearing into my hair. It's faint from a distance, but up close, it's noticeable. It's just one of many scars I have as a hockey player.
How did you get this one?
She asks. This is not the first time I've answered that question. She's let her hands roam my body before, gently tracing the puckered skin of each one of my scars and asking that question over and over again. Right knee, meniscus surgery, took a bad fall playing pond hockey. Right thigh, gash from jumping a fence, cut through the wrong neighbor's yard one night trying to make curfew, and then had to escape a Roddy. Upper lip, Hockey puck. Didn't duck fast enough. Left knuckles. A really good fight. The other guy got it worse. Bottom of my chin. Chin met a really hard uppercut. I got it worse than the other guy. But despite all the other scars she's asked about, this is the first time she's asked about the one on my forehead. It's the most obvious, besides the one on my chin, since I wear my hair brushed back off my face. Sledding down Granger Hill when I was 8. I tell her. I wasn't the best at steering, and I had a bit of a run-in with a tree. Brooke winces as she twists her hand slightly to bring her thumb over it and brushes it softly.
You could have been killed.
That's exactly what my mom said while they were stitching me up. Brooke gives me a stern look. It's the same look my mom also gave me. Speaking of which, my mom is coming in next week for a visit. I tell her. Brooke smiles, tucking her hands under her cheek.
That's awesome. How long is she staying?
She's going to fly in Wednesday for the home game we have that night and stay through to watch the next home game on Saturday. She'll fly back home on Sunday morning.
What are you going to tell her?
Brooke asks. She's aware that so far I've not told my mom a thing about Brooke because it wasn't necessary. Not necessary, but doesn't mean I haven't wanted to tell my mom. I want to very much. But to do that, I have to tell her about the lies first. I need to tell her the truth, I say.
Of course. She readily agrees. I'd never want you to lie to her.
My eyes roam over Brooke's face. I see her open expression, the tiny bit of concern she has for me, and some remaining guilt that she put me in this position. I roll so my face gets closer to hers. I'm really glad you're going to meet my mom. You'll love her. Brooke's eyes widen as she comprehends one important truth in this moment. This is the first absolutely real acknowledgement by either of us that what we have isn't all exactly a lie.
I can't wait to meet her either, she murmurs. It will be nice that it's not under false pretenses.
My mom will stay at a hotel, I tell her. She always does, as it gives her a quiet place to work during the day. She won't be leaving work totally behind. But I figure maybe we can all do something together, like maybe the botanical gardens one day. Are you game?
Of course, she says, then immediately backtracks. If I can get time off work. We can't do it Saturday, as you have a game.
I nod, hating that I can't just have Brooke when I want. The days between games are precious. While there's usually a light practice and a workout, I'm pretty much free afterward, and I love the flexibility of that life. It sucks that I want Brooke with me this week to take my mom to the gardens, but she's shackled by an 8-to-5 job.
And then there's Nanette,
Brooke continues, her voice turning glum.
If I can get the time off, should we invite her?
I don't want to, but we probably should. It's the polite thing to do. Before I can say that, though, Brooke's phone starts ringing, and she cringes.
Speak of the devil,
she mutters as she looks at me almost helplessly. I didn't need her to tell me that, given her ringtone for Nanette is Smack My Bitch Up by The Prodigy. I knew exactly who was calling. Don't answer, I tell her.
I have to,
she mutters with frustration as she rolls to grab the phone.
Just in case it's something urgent or something's wrong.
Fair point. I wouldn't answer, though. When Brooke rolls back my way with her phone, she sets it between us and puts it on speaker when she answers.
Hello? Brooke!
Nanette yells into the phone with a slurred voice.
Hey, what's up?
It's a good thing Nanette appears to be drunk on the other line. Otherwise, she'd totally hear the tightness in Brooke's tone.
Hello? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Nanette is yelling into the phone in an effort to hear herself above the din of whatever bar she's in. It forces Brooke to yell back.
Yes, what do you need? Come out and party with me,
Nanette pleads into the phone.
I am having so much fun. No,
Brooke snaps, not even bothering to hide her annoyance.
It's late and I've got work tomorrow. Oh, come on,
she replies, undeterred and oblivious she's pissing Brooke off.
It'll be like the old days.
Brooke shoots me a look that says, old days my ass.
I'm not coming, Nanette. I'm in bed and ready to go to sleep.
There's silence on the other end, although we can still hear music and the chatter of lots of people in the background. Then Nanette sighs before snapping at Brooke.
Fine, but you have to come get me. I don't have any money to get home. What?
Brooke's look to me is as dumbfounded as I feel right this moment.
What about your credit card? You used it to take an Uber tonight. Well, I didn't have much on it,
she says in a pissy voice.
And I thought the guys would be out tonight. They said they would, but they never showed. And I figured they'd be buying my drinks tonight and give me a ride home.
The guys? I mouth to her. Brooke sort of shrugs, but mouths back slowly and clearly enough I can read her lips. Eric and Legend. Another shrug tells me she's not sure.
Just come get me,
Nanette demands impatiently.
I'm at the sneaky saguaro.
She then hangs up, and the line goes dead. Brooke looks at me with wide, disbelieving eyes.
I can't believe she just did that.
What a bitch, I commiserate. Brooke groans and starts to roll away from me. I grab her quickly and pin her down. I'll go get her. You put on your sleep clothes and get to sleep. I can tell she appreciates my gesture, but she shakes her head.
She's my problem, Bishop.
Since you're my girlfriend and soon-to-be fake fiancé, she's my problem too. I tell her with a grin, and then a hard kiss. Go to sleep.
But,
she attempts to argue. No buts, I tell her. Give her one more kiss and roll to the opposite side of the bed. I start putting on my clothes that I pick up one by one from the floor. They flew off kind of fast tonight. I'll grab her, give her an ass chewing, because as your boyfriend I can do that without any repercussions coming back on you, and you can get some rest. Brooke looks suddenly overwhelmed and exhausted as she lets her head flop back onto the pillow. I know that fucking I just gave her is responsible for a good chunk of that, plus a little bit of alcohol. But Nanette's responsible as well for that expression on her face. And I'm damn sure going to give her a piece of my mind for it. Chapter 20. Bishop. This is not how I was hoping to spend my fucking Friday night. I'm currently not the guy who would spend it partying with friends. I'm now the guy who wants to spend it with my girlfriend. Yeah, my girlfriend. That's exactly what Brooke is. And it's something that is actually real between us. At least, in my mind. Between all the tiptoeing around the actual subject of what we are to each other and couching our feelings in terms of let's have a good time and we'll extend the charade for the benefit of everyone, I came to one stunning conclusion tonight. The mere fact that I'm beyond furious at Nanette and I'm heading there right now to deal with her so Brooke doesn't have to and can get some sleep means that she is without a doubt my girlfriend. And it's as real as it comes. My personal interactions with Nanette have been nominal, mostly observations, because Brooke is right. She likes to hear herself talk. Those observations include watching her that first night we met for drinks, and the following night when it was just me, Brooke, Dax, and Nanette. We had dinner and drinks, and yeah, Nanette held the spotlight for most of the night. I wasn't surprised Dax took her home that night, but I knew he would cut her loose very soon. He's not looking for anything long-term, but he's the type of guy that is monogamous. I know he just wants it to be with someone who is at least pleasant to be around if they're not fucking. Once in the car, the first thing I do is call Eric. It's almost 1 a.m., but I know I'm not waking him up, not on a Friday night. When he answers, it's with a, "What's up, dude?" It's surprisingly quiet in the background, so my question is answered before I have to ask it. "I was hoping you'd be at the sneaky saguaro with Nanette," I say with frustration. Yeah, no. That chick is bananas," he returns in a low voice. "No offense to Brooke, you know." "None taken," I assure him. "Where are you?" "I'm at this girl's place I met tonight," he murmurs, and I can hear the smile on his face. "She's in her room getting changed into something more comfortable, and we both know what that means." With a short chuckle, I reply, "Yeah, know what that means, bud. Have fun." "Will do," he says, and I prepare to hang up, but he asks, "Hey, why are you looking for Nanette?" "She just called Brooke stating she was broke and needed a ride home from the sneaky saguaro. She said she wasn't with you, but I wanted to check and make sure in case she was lying. There's something off about that woman, and I can't quite put my finger on it." "She called me yesterday and tried to make plans," he returns with a slight level of disgust in his voice. "Right on the heels of Dax cutting her loose. Sorry, I don't do sloppy seconds. But she wouldn't accept no for an answer. She said that was fine if I didn't want to go out with her, but she'd love to still hang out with the group. Wanted to know how to get in contact with Legend, but no way I was giving him up. Just a little too stalkerish for me." "I hear you," I commiserate. "Look, get back to your girl in the comfortable clothes." Eric busts out laughing, and then we sign off. Bummer. I'd hoped he was there and would do me a solid to get her home. It was a long shot, but I didn't trust what Nanette had said, so it was worth a try. When I pull into the parking lot of the sneaky saguaro, I'm pissed that Nanette isn't standing outside. With a lot of grumbling and cursing under my breath, I park the car and make my way inside to look for her. The place is packed, standing room only, and I know it's going to be hard to find her. I wind my way through the various seating areas of the main floor before moving up to the second. I canvass almost the entire area when I finally spot her, dancing on top of a table surrounded by men. Actually, by a few of the Vengeance rookies. I note Vance Gather, Derek Kemper, and Guy Demire. I don't think any of the three are over 21, but that won't stop them from drinking. Either they've got fake IDs, or the management here is serving them anyway, because it's good business to have professional hockey players hang out at your establishment. When I reach the table, I get a fist bump greeting from Derek, but before I can say a word to the other guys, Nanette sees me. She's wearing a short cherry red form-fitting dress that leaves nothing to the imagination. Her eyes, glazed with alcohol, light up when she sees me, and she holds her hand out to me as she yells,
"Yay! Bishop is here! Come up and dance with me!"
I ignore her and turn to Vance, who's looking at me in shock that I know the girl on the table. "How long's she been like this?"
"We just got here, man,"
he says as his eyes go from me to Nanette and back to me again.
"You know her?"
His tone is slightly condemning, and that actually amuses me and makes me respect him at the same time. He knows I'm dating Brooke, the coach's daughter, and he's suspicious I'm stepping out on her. Nanette goes back to dancing, ignoring us all now. She has a beer in one hand, and her hair is fisted in her other to hold it on top of her head while she rotates her hips lewdly. She's Brooke's friend, just visiting. She just called us to come pick her up. Vance nods in understanding.
"Like I said, just got here. Said she'd give us a table dance if we bought her a beer, and, well, wasn't going to say no to that."
Not sure quite what the look on my face says, but Vance can see I'm not happy about the situation.
"But she seems really cool, man."
I know he offers this only because he doesn't know the nature of Nanette's relationship with me or Brooke, so I clue him in. "Yeah, she's really not. So you're going to thank me for taking her off your hands." Turning my attention back to Nanette, I yell at her to be heard above the music and din of bar chatter. "Nanette, let's go." She either doesn't hear me, is too drunk to understand, or is ignoring me. She keeps dancing, looking out around the bar to see if anyone is watching her in return. "Fuck," I mutter, before reaching up to grab the beer out of her hand. I hand it off to Vance. That gets her attention, and she turns angry eyes at me.
"Hey! What the hell, Bishop?"
"Get down and let's go," I say to her, holding my hand out so she can step from tabletop to chair to floor. She glares at me a moment, dropping her fistful of hair. Then she appraises the situation, which tells me she's not as drunk as I'd thought. There's a flash of something calculating in her eyes, and then she's flinging herself at me. She actually just sort of drops from the table, assuming I'll catch her, which I do. She's in my arms no more than a few seconds before I'm dumping her on her feet. She sways a bit and throws her arms around my neck.
"Oh, come on, Bishop. Let's dance. Why do you have to be such a drag all the time?"
Reaching back, I lock my hands around her wrists and peel her arms off me. I hold them tightly in front of her body while she smirks at me. "I am not here to dance with you, drink with you, or even talk to you. I'm picking you up for Brooke because you rudely called her and demanded it. Now grab your purse and let's go." Her face sours, and her lips press into an ugly, flat line. She jerks her wrists from me and waves one hand toward Vance, Derek, and Guy, who are standing there watching this unfold with their eyes bugging out.
"I've got new friends. I'm going to stay out for a while."
She turns and gives a sexy pout to the guys. Vance immediately takes 2 steps back, hands held in front of him.
"Sorry, but we have plans to be elsewhere and have to go."
Vance shoots me a quick look, as if to ask if that's the right thing. I give him a curt nod, because I don't want any more of the vengeance tied up with this woman. They turn and start to walk away, but I call out, "Hey!" 3 heads turn to look at me over their shoulders. "I don't care that you're underage drinking. Just be smart and careful, okay?" Got it, Bishop, Guy says, answering for the other two, who are merely nodding. Have fun, I tell them before bringing my gaze back to Nanette. She's now standing with her arms crossed over her chest and one hip jutted out, still glaring at me. Let's go, I say as I turn to the side and motion her to proceed.
Fine,
she snaps and grabs her purse from one of the chairs. She stomps past me, pushing her way roughly through the crowd. With a sigh, I follow her. Nanette gives me 5 minutes of blessed silence on the ride to Brooke's house before she starts talking. She turns slightly in her seat to face me, her range of motion limited by the seatbelt.
Why are you such a downer tonight?
This comes out as a bit of a whine, which causes me to grit my teeth. Not a downer, I say neutrally, without taking my eyes off the road. Just tired and a little bent out of shape. I had to come get you. She doesn't respond at first, which makes me think she's calculating something. I feel her fingertips on my shoulder. Then she shifts in her seat and slides her hand behind my neck. In a throaty voice, she purrs.
I could show you some fun tonight, Bishop.
Keeping one hand on the wheel, I use my other to pull her hand off me and push it back to her side of the car, gently but firmly. It's my voice that bears the true message. Don't put your hands on me again, Nanette. It's not wanted and won't ever be returned.
Fine,
she grumbles and slumps down in her seat, crossing her arms over her chest again. I have no clue if she's drunk or not, but her words aren't slurred, and she walked okay out of the bar. But while I have a captive audience, I figure I'll go ahead and delve. I heard you have a job interview with the Vengeance organization next week.
Yep.
I glance over at her to see her examining her nails on one hand. What's that all about? I ask. Why do you want to get a job here in Phoenix? She shrugs.
Why not? This seems like a nice place. And once again, Brooke has the perfect life here, so why can't I?
What does Brooke have to do with it?
Look,
she says, turning to face me. I spare her a brief glance to let her know I'm listening before putting my attention back on the road.
I'm just at a good point in my life that I could make a career change. I came here to check the area out. Then Sebastian told me about the job, so I thought, why not?
Nothing wrong with that, I say neutrally. I don't mention that Brooke was hoping to move into merchandising. She had not told Nanette about that, so I wasn't about to. But can I give you some advice? She gives a sigh.
Sure, go for it.
Be a little bit of a better guest to Brooke, I tell her bluntly, shooting her a look that locks in place for just a moment.
What do you mean?
She asks, and to her credit, she sounds dumbfounded. I know I can't change her personality. Someone so stuck on herself is not going to miraculously become humble, but I can plant a seed. Just try to be more aware. Help out around the house. Be gracious to Brooke. Don't call her in the middle of the night because you're broke and need a ride. I brace and wait for anger. I get curiosity instead.
Why do you care? What you have with her is a sham. It's not real.
I laugh and turn to look at Nanette. Now that's where you're very wrong.
Really?
she asks in a skeptical voice. Really?
Chapter 21. Brooke. I pull the rest of the bacon off the griddle, sliding it onto a plate lined with paper towels. I cooked an entire package this morning because I don't know how much Bishop will actually eat on game day, but I didn't want to underestimate. I won't start the eggs until he gets up, which should be soon. He'd set the alarm last night for 8 a.m. because he has a morning skate at 10. Then it's off to rest until he has to get to the arena for the game tonight. The sound of creaking on the floorboards causes me to turn that way, ready to level a smile at him. Instead, it's Nanette, padding through the living room and heading into the kitchen. She's holding her hand to one side of her head, and I'm guessing she's nursing a nice hangover. She's wearing a bathrobe, but I'm thankful it's one of those big, fluffy ones that covers her almost neck to toe. "Hey," she says in a hoarse voice as she enters the kitchen. "Hey," I say cautiously. "Want some coffee?" "I can get it," she says with a wan smile, and rounds the kitchen island to help herself. I turn to the toaster and load it up with bread. "Would you like some breakfast? Bacon's done, and I can whip you up some eggs." "No, thank you," she says, and the politeness actually causes me to turn and look at her. She's leaning back against the counter, sipping a cup of coffee. She lowers the mug and admits, "My stomach's not feeling that great. Way too much alcohol last night." "I'm sorry," I tell her. "Want some ginger ale or something?" She shakes her head. "I'm good, but I can totally help you make breakfast if you want." "I've got it covered." I smile to her and turn back to the toaster. "I'll help with the kitchen after," she says, and it's a good thing I'm not facing her, or else she'd see the shock she'd just given me by the offer to help. Apparently, Bishop's words must have made an impact on her last night. I was awake when they got home. I stayed in the bedroom listening as the front door opened. No conversation and 2 steps of footsteps heading into the bedrooms. Bishop opened my bedroom door and closed it again, looking dismayed to see me awake with the bedside lamp on.
"Thought you were supposed to go to sleep,"
he chided before stripping to his briefs and sliding into bed next to me. He then told me how everything went down with Nanette, including the way she came on to him. He'd also told her to just be a better guest, and apparently she remembered that. "Hey, Brooke," Nanette says softly to get my attention, and I turn to face her. Her eyebrows raised in question. She looks to the side a moment, screwing her face in what I think might be courage, and then starts to just gush as her eyes come back to me. "I'm really sorry about last night. Calling you like that? I wasn't broke. I just wanted you to come out and have fun with me. I was lonely, and I never expected Bishop to show up. And I'm really sorry I've been a bitch and a bad house guest. I've always been a little bit of a slob, but this is your house I've been disrespecting, and you've been nothing but kind. So, please, forgive me for being a total bitch. I'm really, really sorry." Luckily, Nanette doesn't see my jaw drop wide open in surprise as Bishop enters the kitchen and catches her attention. He catches my attention, too, because he looks amazing just freshly out of bed. He's got on a pair of workout shorts, a Vengeance t-shirt, and running shoes. His legs are strong and tanned and sexy as hell. He's wearing a baseball cap turned backward, but by the bright green and navy trim on the edges, I'm sure it's got the Vengeance logo on the other side. Bishop gives Nanette a tight smile, and then moves my way. He steps behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist and drawing me back into him. He bends, kisses me on the neck, and says in a voice that has my toes curling,
"Good morning, sexy."
Nanette turns away quickly to give us privacy. I wonder if that's genuine, given she blatantly came on to my boyfriend last night. She can blame the alcohol for sure, but in her long-winded apology just now, I note she didn't apologize for that. "Want some breakfast?" I ask Bishop, feeling slightly woozy from his attention. It's been a long damn time since someone has wrapped me up in their arms so affectionately, and for no apparent reason other than to say good morning in the sweetest of ways. A genuinely painful cramp of longing hits me square in the chest. Not that I could have something like that on a more regular basis, but for it to be real with Bishop. In all the ways I thought this stupid idea of trying to pull off a fake relationship to appease my father would go, I never thought it would be me falling for Bishop. For God's sake, I sought out a one-night stand, feeling that the only time I had in my life right at the moment was to settle into my new career and watch over my father as he embarked on his. I know they say love and romance hit you when you're least expecting it, but I can tell you it knocked into me with the force of a hurricane, because I truly, honest to God, deep down in my heart, wasn't looking for this with him.
"I've got time for a quick bite,"
he says just as the toast pops up.
"What do you need me to do?"
"Get yourself some coffee," I instruct him as I pull out of his arms. I start to slather some butter on the toast before stacking it on a plate. It will only take a moment to do the eggs.
"Sounds like a plan."
Bishop skirts around Nanette, who watches all of this silently. Bishop doesn't say a word to her as he makes his coffee from the Keurig. "Nanette," I say to get her attention, "sure you don't want some eggs?" She shakes her head, then winces as if it causes her physical pain. Pressing 2 fingers to her temple, she asks me, "Are we good, though? About what we just talked about?" Well, we didn't really talk. She talked, I listened. But I have to give her some credit. She apologized for several things, and I know that took something for her to do. So I give her a bright, genuine smile. "We're absolutely good." "Oh, thank God," she gushes with a relieved look on her face. She walks to me and gives me a hard hug. "I was afraid you were going to toss me out today. I really don't want to be a bother. But do you think I could just stay through next week? I've got that job interview with Sebastian, and, well, if that doesn't pan out, I thought I'd put in some other applications, just to see what's available. I'll even pay you rent."
"How can you pay for rent when you can't pay for an Uber?"
Bishop cuts in, and I turn to see him now leaning against the counter, one arm folded across his stomach, and the other holding his cup to his mouth as if he's getting ready to take a sip. Okay, that was, wow, in your face. I quickly intervene. She has money. She said that she did it only to try to get me to come out and have fun with her last night. We've talked about it already this morning, and Nanette's made a very sincere apology for her behavior. Bishop just cocks his eyebrow at me with so much skepticism that my face actually burns with embarrassment for Nanette, who is taking the brunt of his distaste. Turning to Nanette, I tell her, "We'll talk later, after Bishop leaves for the morning skate. Okay?" She gives me a wan smile and nods. "Okay, thanks. And I think I'm going to lie back down for a while, if that's okay with you. Leave the kitchen. I'll clean it up a bit later." "Okay," I tell her as I watch her retreating back. When I hear her bedroom door close, I turn to Bishop and give him a bit of a chiding look. "You've got quite the burr up your butt," I tell him, and he snorts. Moving to the fridge, I pull out a carton of eggs and start cracking 6 of them. I figure that will feed him and me nicely.
So she apologized, huh?
He says, and by the tone of his voice I can tell without him even knowing what she said that he doesn't buy a word of it. Profusely, and for most of the things that were driving me nuts.
What did she apologize for?
He inquires. She wasn't sorry for coming on to you last night, I mutter, and then feel my cheeks heat up once again, because technically I don't have the right to be mad about that. I don't technically have room to be jealous. Beating the eggs gives me a respite from saying anything further, so I put some muscle into it. That is, until Bishop's hand clamps down on my forearm and my whisking comes to a dead stop. He stares at me intently.
She will be sorry if she tries it again,
he says in a low voice, filled with the promise of retribution.
And you have every right to be mad about it, Brooke. No matter what led us to this moment, right now I'm yours, and no one should touch what is yours.
The feeling that sweeps through me is indescribable. Something short of euphoria, but much more intense than joy, tempered with wonderment, that perhaps those words are just too magical to believe. I'm left blinking at him stupidly. His face softens and his lips curl into a tiny smirk. He leans in, presses a kiss to my mouth, and releases me. I have no clue what just happened, but I start whisking the eggs again until they're light and frothy. Grabbing a pan from the bottom cupboard, I set it on the stove to preheat and head back to the fridge for some butter.
Are you going to let her stay here, like she asked?
Bishop asks me as he settles onto a stool on the other side of the kitchen island. I cut a few pats of butter and toss them into the pan. I guess. She apologized for the things that matter. So what reason would I have for asking her to leave?
Because she didn't mean that apology,
Bishop says, and wow, he just really doesn't like her.
Because she was just saying that to calm you down and ensure her ability to stay here longer. You're going to regret it, Brooke.
So I just ask her to pack up and leave? I ask him. Because I really don't think I can do that. It's just too confrontational. If she hadn't apologized, sure. But I have to give her the benefit of the doubt right now, don't I?
You're a lot nicer than I am, Brooke.
Bishop replies softly.
That's the difference. If in your heart you think the right thing to do is let her stay, I've got your back. And when she does something to fuck you over or becomes a big pain in your ass again, I'll be the best boyfriend ever and won't say I told you so.
I turn to look at him and see he's grinning broadly at me, green eyes sparkling with amusement. You're way too sweet, I say dryly, and turn back to the pan.
But seriously, Bishop adds, I've got your back. Do what you think is right, and that's all that matters.
Okay, I tell him as I pick up the bowl with the eggs and pour them into the sizzling pan. But let's stop talking about it. You have a game tonight, and you need to start getting in game mode. So no more talking about Nanette or anything else that will cause you to lose focus.
You make me lose focus,
Bishop says, and my head whips around so hard my temples throb. He laughs at my startled expression.
Sorry, babe, but it's true. And tonight, after the game, I want to really regain that focus right on that delicious body of yours.
More heat flushes through my face and other body parts this time. I can't believe I'm trying to focus him on the game, and he's absolutely rattling me to the core. How can he go from having a serious discussion and being overprotective of me 1 minute to talking about sex the next is beyond me. But the fact that he's throwing me off and making me feel like I'm teetering on the edge of a cliff is some of what makes me like him so much. Too much, I think.
Chapter 22. Bishop. After pulling into the players' parking lot outside the arena, I turn the car off and pull my phone out. My mom and I have been playing phone tag today, starting with me missing her call while I was taking a power nap this afternoon. I called her back as soon as I woke up, but got her voicemail. She'd called me back just a few minutes ago, but I was on the phone with Brooke while driving to the arena. She had been telling me that Nanette was acting completely different and almost solicitous. She was still skeptical that this was only for show so she wouldn't get kicked out, and I had to agree with her. Now I'm hoping I get my mom before I head into the arena to start prepping for the game. She answers almost immediately. It has become our tradition over the 10 years I've been in the league that we talk or text before every game so she can wish me luck.
You at the arena?
She asks. Just pulled into the lot.
How do you feel? Get enough rest today? Tonight's a big game.
A hockey mom through and through, and she knows our opponents well. We're playing the Vancouver Flash tonight, and they are incredibly talented. They lost a hard-fought battle for the cup against the Carolina Cold Fury last year, and their team is pretty much intact and healthy. I'm good, I tell her. I'll probably start seeing a bit more ice time tonight. My mother understands what I'm saying. While I've been playing first line, I haven't been playing the amount of total time I'd normally see in a game. It's still preseason, and Coach is giving the ice time to the guys he's still not quite sure about where or if they'll fit in. We've only got 3 more preseason games, so the final cuts are coming.
Oh, I can't wait to see you next week, honey. I feel like it's been years.
Or more like 6 weeks, I tease her. I'd gone home to London for a while before making the full move to Phoenix.
You'll always be my baby, baby.
She teases right back.
And hey, I was looking at the schedule next week. You'll have Thursday and Friday relatively free outside of whatever practices you have. So I was thinking we should go explore the area and see what Phoenix has to offer you. I know damn well you've probably not managed to check out anything but the best bars in town.
That wounds me, Mom, I say in a voice filled with mock pain. But then I lower my tone a bit so she knows I'm not joking anymore. But there's something I actually need to talk to you about.
Whatever it is, it's not as important as you getting your head in game mode. I'm sure it can wait until tomorrow.
Actually, it can't, I tell her, because it's on my mind and it's bothering me a bit. And I need to unload it. Trust me on this.
Okay,
she says softly, and I can hear the concern in her voice that something is majorly wrong. It's about a girl, I tell her quickly, so she can have some peace of mind until I can get the whole story out.
A girl?
She repeats, as if she's never heard of the concept before. Lucky she can't see me roll my eyes. Yes, a girl. You do know I like girls, right?
You've never talked to me about them before, she retorts. Honestly, I thought you were gay, Bishop, and I just figured you'd come out when you were ready to.
That stuns me. Absolutely speechless. Are you kidding me? She busts out laughing hysterically, and I can imagine her blonde ponytail swishing as she's bent over at the waist holding her stomach.
Of course I'm kidding you.
Another eye roll from me she can't see. Funny, Mom. You're hilarious. Her laugh winds down to chuckles, and I can hear her suck in air. When she releases it, she says in a much more somber tone, "But you don't ever talk to me about girls, so I know you've never been serious about them. So I guess I have to ask, what's her name?" "Brooke," I answer, not able to help the smile that comes to my face when I say her name. And it's a bit of a doozy of a story that I'm going to condense for you.
"Go for it,"
she says. So I do. I lay it out for her. The one-night stand. Yes, I talk to my mom about a lot of stuff and don't hold back. I tell her about seeing her the next day, being happy and amazed to have found her, almost as if it was fate, and then her father catching us. I managed to make it through how Brooke lied to her father to protect me, and I went right along with it. My mom only called me a dumbass once, but also thought it was sweet Brooke did that, and I got on board to help her. I explained how we seemed to be pulling off the deception to everyone but Brooke's father, and how we didn't feel like we could manage such a quick breakup since he thought we were talking marriage, so we decided to extend the charade a bit longer. I even admit to her that we're going through with a fake engagement to keep the stress off her dad for a while, since he seems so focused on it, although this part was a struggle, since it's still completely ludicrous we're doing this.
"And I'm assuming somewhere in that story you're going to tell me you fell for her."
My mom cuts in, urging me to get to the point.
"Because I can hear that in your voice, Bishop. And if you're not falling for her, then this whole thing is beyond stupid."
I like her. That's all I'm willing to say out loud to my mother. I just wanted you to know there's a woman I'd like you to meet when you come. And our history is really complicated and involves deception, and you need to know that. I'm still going to be perpetrating a pretty big lie.
"How you met and the length of time you dated is the lie,"
she corrects me.
"The way you feel now isn't."
"Something like that," I say vaguely. I can't get into it too deeply on the phone with my mom right now. I'm still trying to figure out these feelings myself. And besides that, I have a game to start prepping for. I've got to go, Mom. Talk soon, okay?
"Okay, honey. I understand," she says softly. "I love you. Kick some ass tonight, but we should talk about this more."
Love you too. And we will. All I'm thinking about is Brooke when I walk into the arena. It's 2.5 hours before the game is set to start, and I've given up wondering and worrying about why she occupies so much of my thoughts. I wasn't exactly being truthful to Brooke yesterday when I said she made me lose focus. It's more like I choose to give most of my focus to her, so some other things might suffer a bit. I don't think, however, that includes my ability to play world-class hockey. Because here's where it really gets interesting. It's like Brooke gives me more motivation to do even better than the incredibly high expectations I already put on myself. So if my focus is on her, and in turn, knowing she's going to be in the stands watching me tonight is making me a better player, I'm going to fucking roll with it for now. The players' parking was only about half full. Some players get here earlier than me, some a little later. Within half an hour, though, everyone will be here engaging in their own personal pre-game rituals. Mine is always the same. I head to the locker room and change out of my suit into workout gear, shorts, t-shirt, and sneakers. It's management's policy that all players dress in suits on game day. Doesn't matter that we only may be in those suits for less than an hour. We are to look professional when we walk in and out of the arena. I take a quick look at my equipment, which has been worked on by equipment staff. I make sure my skates are sharp and my sticks are freshly taped. I like at least 3 spares for the trainers to bring to the bench before the game starts. After that, I actually grab a cup of coffee from the players' lounge, where I'll spend 10 to 15 minutes just relaxing by watching TV or chatting with some of the other players. Then it's off to the trainer's room to work on nagging injuries. This is a frequent occurrence: sore hamstrings, groins, hip flexors, or all of the above. As a professional athlete, I have pain a good chunk of the time. Today, it's actually my lower back, and one of the trainers treats me with some hot packs, followed by electrical stimulation. I'm in the training room for about 30 minutes, and when I'm released, I head over to the workout facility to continue my warm-up. I prefer the bikes, and they are set up against the glass walls overlooking the Phoenix skyline. Sunset's not for about an hour and a half yet, and the late afternoon sun has the mountains behind the city blazing with color. There's only one bike in use, and I recognize Tacker's hulking frame as he pedals slowly while staring out the glass. As I approach, I'm surprised to see he doesn't have any earbuds in. But in retrospect, I don't think I've ever seen him listen to music when he's working out. That is definitely strange. I know no player who isn't connected to his music in some way. Most people who work out listen to music. And let's face it, we work out a lot. Many of us have certain music listening rituals, in fact. I take the bike right next to Tacker, who looks over at me when I come into his peripheral vision. "What's up, man?" I say as I adjust the seat. "Not much," he says as he pedals, back straightening slightly. He rests his palms on his thighs and chugs along. "You all good?" "Feeling real good," I tell him, much of that due to my general exuberance over Brooke in my life. But my body's in great shape and feeling awesome as well. I don't tell him this, though, because Tacker is the absolute last person on this team I'd ever discuss my love life with. Not with what he's been through. "No earbuds," I say, and he looks at me in confusion. I point to his ears. "You don't listen to music?" "Nah," he says, with an accompanying shake of his head. "Doesn't do anything for me." Fuck, that just makes me incredibly sad. I know exactly why it does nothing for him, because I don't think there's much that moves this man. I notice it when we eat as a team. He's like a robot, cutting his food, chewing it methodically, facial expression never changing. Even if he tastes the most delectable thing in the world, he swallows, starts the process over again. In fact, I'd have to say that if Tacker Hall didn't have hockey, I'm not sure he'd be alive. I think it might be the only thing that keeps this shell of a man living. "What's up?" I hear as someone claps me hard on the back. I turn left and see Eric jumping onto a bike. He looks past me to nod to Tacker, who I assume does the same back. Then his gaze comes back to me. "Dude, did you get that crazy girl home last night?" "Fuck, she's a mess," I tell him, and then give him the rundown of everything that happened. "Yeah, I figured she was bad news. You know how you can just tell with some women? I'm glad she picked Dax over me that first night." I don't tell him just how lucky he was, given that Dax told me she was awful in bed. Dax wouldn't really tell anyone else, as he's not like that, and it's not my confidence to share. "But, Bishop, man, let me tell you about this girl I was with last night," Eric says, jumping to a new subject. He starts rambling on, and I listen while I continue my bike ride. After about 15 minutes, Eric, Tacker, and I all head back to the locker room. Our strength and conditioning coach leads the team through a dynamic stretch, and then we play two-touch for about 10 minutes to complete our locker room warm-up. Seems a bit weird to warm up with a soccer ball in the hallway before a hockey game, but it's our thing, and it works well. It gets our legs completely fired up and our lungs opened. It's also a good way to get our goalies warmed up as we take shots at them that aren't quite as hard or fast as a puck. Now things are getting real. We get dressed and recheck our equipment. In a few minutes, we'll hit the ice for our warm-ups, and I'll try hard not to locate Brooke in the stands. When we come off the ice, the players will take the top part of our equipment off to cool down a bit. I usually snag another cup of coffee and down a protein bar. At the 10-minute mark before the game starts, Coach Perrone will come in and talk strategy with us. We'll do a last-minute equipment check. I'll retape a stick to keep my hands busy. We'll get fully dressed again, and then we'll head down the tunnel that will lead us out onto the ice. This is when the energy is at its highest, and we're all fully focused on the game. This is what I live for. And yet, when I step out onto the ice, my eyes immediately go to where Brooke is sitting.
Chapter 23. Brooke. The door on my mailbox is sticking again, and when I give it a hard pull, the damn thing comes right off. I stare at it morosely for a moment, before grabbing my mail with a resigned sigh. Classic Monday. Trudging back up the slope of my driveway, I head to the passenger side of my vehicle, where I toss the mailbox door onto the floor in exchange for the large pizza on the seat. I picked it up on the way home from an exhausting day at work, so I wouldn't have to cook dinner. Oh, Monday. I used to love you. When I lived in New York, the start of the new week was actually something to be excited about. I know that's because I loved my job and the motivation I derived from it. That was the benefit of working for a great boss and mentor. I could put in a 10-hour day and still come home completely energized. Here, Mondays are just kind of blah. The people are nice to work with, but the work isn't all that challenging. Team services is absolutely not a two-person job. I end up doing most of the grunt work, and my boss takes the credit for it, which is fine. But again, it's just not that hard to arrange hotels, travel, and meals. I do think I would be more stimulated over in merchandising, but I have absolutely no clue if that's even a real potential for me. Sebastian could just be blowing smoke up my ass about transferring there. He interviewed Nanette this afternoon, and I haven't heard a word from either her or him. Sebastian hasn't even sent me any work to do, which is unusual. With my purse hooked over the inside of my elbow, I balance the large pizza and bump the car door closed with my hip. The hockey game is going to be starting in about 20 minutes, and I want to have my pajamas on and my first slice of pizza on a plate on my lap before they drop the puck. Bishop and the team flew out this morning for a road game. I didn't go for a few reasons. First and foremost, it was a short trip, out and back in one day to Houston. The hotel and catering confirmations could be handled via phone. I also wanted to be in the office today in case there was an actual job offer from Sebastian in the merchandising department, whether that offer was made to Nanette or me. And last, I didn't go because I still had a guest in my house. I unlock my front door without managing to dump the pizza, and when I push it open, my gaze immediately sweeps the interior to locate Nanette. She's on the couch with the remote pointed toward the TV. She gives me a quick glance over her shoulder before turning back. Hurry up, the game is going to be starting soon. It seems a passable truce has been reached between my house guest and me. True to her word since her apology 3 days ago, Nanette has been an overly gracious guest. It made for a nice, stress-free weekend. I'd spent Saturday hanging out at my house doing laundry and general cleanup. Nanette helped out with that, and we actually had some easygoing conversation along the way. She came to the game with me that night, and was not bent out of shape at all when I told her I was going to stay at Bishop's place. We offered to drop her somewhere, but she said she was just going to hang at my house for the rest of the evening. I thought it was cool that she did not feel the need to go out and party, but Bishop wasn't buying it. He called it the calm before the storm. Yesterday, I spent the entire day with Bishop, and it was amazing. We went hiking in Papago Park in the morning, and spent the afternoon chilling at his house, which also may have included some hanky-panky of the orgasmic kind. That evening, he took me to an out-of-the-way Peruvian restaurant that he had heard good things about. Bishop and I are both adventurous eaters. We dined on ceviche, antisuchos, or beef heart kebabs, and salty plantains. We were there for 2 hours, and I don't know where the time went. He stayed with me at my house last night. We watched some TV on the couch, and with a full and happy belly, I fell asleep with my head on his lap. I don't know how I made it into bed, but I woke up this morning with him kissing my forehead and dashing off to catch the team plane to Houston. I spent several moments after he left, staring at the ceiling and replaying the last few days. We have fallen into a relationship. A real relationship. We haven't talked about lies, fake engagements, or ways to mollify my father. We talked about each other. We held hands, and we ate meals together. We watched TV, and he carried me to bed when I was asleep. He didn't even bother to wake me up to have sex, which I totally would have met with a big smile on my face. But he didn't. And that somehow makes the relationship all the more real, because it meant that's not the only reason he stayed the night. Walking into the living room, I dump the pizza box onto the coffee table. I turn toward the hallway that leads to the bedrooms and call out to Nanette, "I'm going to get my pajamas on. Grab us some plates." "Got it," she says. It only takes moments to get out of my dress and into a pair of sleep shorts and a camisole top. My feet are always cold, so I put on a pair of fuzzy socks. I wash my face quickly, slapping on some moisturizer, and I'm ready for dinner and a hockey game. When I make it back into the living room, Nanette has plates, napkins, and 2 bottles of water. She's already halfway through her first slice of pizza. "This is really good," she says while chewing a mouthful. She then nods down to the coffee table, and I see a $10 bill lying there. "For my share." "Thanks," I say, once again thankful that Bishop had a talk with Nanette about her manners as a guest. I settle onto the opposite end of the couch from where she sits, after pulling a huge slice of pepperoni pizza onto my plate. It has the appropriate amount of grease on it, and I'm hoping it will be close to as good as what we could get in New York, but knowing it will never quite make it. We both eat in silence while we watch the pregame show on TV. I have to say, watching on TV versus being there live is completely awful and unacceptable. It's frustrating because I have to depend on them to show me what I want, and I want to see Bishop. In the games I saw him play, I never really realized how much I watched him like a stalker. My eyes would be pinned on him during warm-ups, trying to gauge how his legs looked and if his head was in the game. The TV gives you none of that, because the sports announcers would rather talk and see themselves on screen. I know once the game starts I'm going to be equally as frustrated, since I won't be able to see Bishop while he's on the bench. It's not that I stare at him 100% throughout a game, and I most definitely follow the action as a good Vengeance fan should. but having the ability to glance over at him and see how he's doing when not on the ice is something I will not take for granted again. I don't intend to miss any more away trips. The TV cuts to a commercial just as I'm finishing my first slice. I wipe my mouth with my napkin and lean forward to grab another. Nanette does the same, and when we settle back in, I use this opportunity to ask her about how the job interview went. She has been noticeably mum about the entire thing. I think mainly because she may be embarrassed about her past partying with the members of the Vengeance team and front office staff. In turn, I have not once told her that I had been dabbling within the merchandising division, that I had been doing work for Sebastian with the hope that he would bring me on full-time over there. I didn't tell her that I was suspicious whether there was actually a job opening, and figured she was just going to have to go through the process and we would let the chips fall where they may. My curiosity is getting the better of me. So, how did the job interview go today? Nanette smirks at me with a triumphant look on her face. She gives me a sly wink. It's in the bag. In the bag? My stomach flips in shock, and then drops with disappointment. She gives me a side glance and a broader smirk. Let's just say I gave the best interview of my life, and Sebastian was a satisfied man when I walked out the door. My stomach rolls as I think I know what she means. But I have to make sure. I lighten my voice to a conspiratorial tone and say, "Ooh, you have to give me details." That's all it takes for Nanette to spill her guts and tell me why she is looking and acting so triumphant. She puts her plate down on the coffee table and turns toward me, sitting cross-legged. Leaning forward, she practically gushes about her interview. So, I figured that when Sebastian offered me an interview, it was not going to be a typical interview. There was enough innuendo that night at the bar. And as expected, he had me give him a blowjob, and I happily did so. I mean, he's so hot, and I would not mind working for someone like that. He was practically speechless when I left his office. I expect I'll be getting the offer any day now. It's a true testament to my willpower that my mouth doesn't drop open, and I keep an amused look on my face. You're so bad. You have no idea, she says with a laugh. But that's how things happen. As women, we have to use every weapon in our arsenal to get what we want. If giving Sebastian a little extra happy in the process is what it takes, so be it. I want to ask so many questions. Like, how does she even think that was professional? Does she feel debased? And how in the hell can you give somebody a blowjob that you don't even know? That's absolutely gross. Clearing my throat, I force a bright tone into my voice. Well, good luck. I simply can't say any more. There's no way I can validate what she just did. She doesn't seem to care. She grins at me and says, "Thanks."
Chapter 24. Bishop. Brooke wasn't in her office, so I head to the receptionist's desk in the lobby of the management suite. The woman sitting behind the desk looks up at me with a warm smile. "Mr. Scott, how can I help you?" I'm impressed. I've never met this receptionist, and yet she knows who I am. That means either she is a big Vengeance fan, or she has taken the time to study all of the players. I smile back at her. "Hey, I'm looking for Brooke Perron. I was over in her office and she wasn't there. Wanted to surprise her for lunch. Any idea where she is?" The receptionist turns to her computer screen, taps a few keys on the keyboard, and swivels to look back at me. "It looks like she's in conference room number 3 with Mr. Parr.
They're working on a merchandising proposal and needed the room to spread out. I rap my knuckles on the desk twice and grin at her. Thanks so much. Anytime, she returns, and then points to a door. Down that corridor, take it to the end, and turn left. You'll run into the conference rooms. I follow her directions in search of my girl. We flew in late last night from Houston, and I texted Brooke when we landed. She didn't respond until this morning, which verified what I had suspected. She was asleep. With a few more texts exchanged, we made loose plans to see each other after she got off work today. She, of course, had no clue I had planned on surprising her at lunch. I walk past Christian Rutherford's office. The door is open, and he's looking at something on his computer. His eyes come up, and I wave a hand at him as I walk by. But he calls out, "Bishop, got a minute?" I like Christian. He's a hands-on general manager, but he's not overbearing about it. He's also incredibly approachable, acting more like a brother-in-arms than our boss. When I walk into his office, he stands up from his desk. His suit jacket is thrown over the back of his chair, and his dress shirt sleeves are rolled up to mid-forearm. He's a former professional hockey player, turned coach, turned general manager. He knows almost everything there is to know about this sport and the league. He extends his hand to me, and I shake it. "Good to see you," he says. "Hell of a tough game last night." I give a brooding nod. We were handed our first loss in Houston. A lot of things we could have done better. We've got some work to do. Christian smiles at me. I have the utmost faith in you and the rest of the team. Appreciate it, I return. Hey, just wanted to ask, how are things going with you and Brooke? I know that has to be a little tricky, given that she's the coach's daughter. It's actually going really well, I tell him. And it's refreshing that I can say something that is truthful about Brooke and my relationship. Coach told me the other day that you two will be getting engaged soon. That's exciting. Now we're getting into tricky territory. Brooke and I have agreed to extend our charade a bit longer. We've also agreed to go ahead and do a fake engagement to get her dad settled down. But saying the words out loud, even with the best of intentions, makes me feel a little guilty. Yeah, soon. Very soon, actually. But I don't tell Christian that. I had a lengthy conversation with my mom just this morning about this topic. Christian stares at me a moment before saying, "Well, that's great. I wish you the best of luck." I stick my hand out for him, and we shake. It was good seeing you, Christian. Thanks for the words of encouragement. Any day, he says, and turns back to his desk. To the left, at the end of the corridor, I can see the conference room dead ahead at the next intersecting hall. The wall is made of glass, and my gaze immediately locks on Brooke. They stay pinned on her as I walk down the hall toward her. I have to admit, beyond looking gorgeous, she looks to be in her element. She's wearing a light gray skirt with a pale blue blouse. Her hair is pulled back into a fashionable twist, and I'm actually surprised to see her wearing glasses. I didn't know she needed them, but fuck, they look super hot on her. She looks like a sexy librarian. Standing at an easel set up at the end of a long conference room table, Brooke is pointing to a graph and talking to Sebastian, who is leaning up against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. I can't hear what's being said as the door is closed. I check out Sebastian for a moment. I've never met the man, but I know it's him, because I had looked up his bio on the team's website when Brooke first told me that she might be working with him.
He's dressed in a suit, which is typical of all front office management, and he seems to be immersed in whatever Brooke is saying. They engage in a back-and-forth conversation for a moment, and Brooke shakes her head before moving to the conference room table where there are all kinds of documents spread across it. She starts combing through until she finds what she's looking for. Bending slightly at the waist, she places one palm flat on the table, and with the other flips a few pages. When she finds what she needs, she taps her finger on it. Her neck cranes, and she looks at Sebastian while still tapping the document, saying something to him. He, in turn, pushes off the wall and moves to stand beside her. I'm almost at the conference room door when he bends over to take a closer look at the document she is referencing and puts his hand on her lower back as he does so. It's a bold move. Intimate. It fucking pisses me off. I shove the conference room door at the same time I see Brooke jerk away from his touch. The door slams into the adjacent wall, and Sebastian jumps about a foot in the air as he turns to me with wide eyes. I give only the briefest of glances to Brooke, but I find her glaring at Sebastian in reproach. The fact that Brooke thinks it's as inappropriate as I do makes my rage burn hotter, and I come barreling around the end of the conference room table to get at him. I vaguely hear Brooke gasp, "Oh, shit!" I don't give any more thought than that, as I am entirely focused on Sebastian, whose eyes have now started bugging out of his head because a 6'5" enraged hockey player is barreling toward him. He retreats until his back hits the wall, and then my forearm is against his throat, with my other hand splayed across his chest to pin him in place. "Bishop," Brooke says in a sharp voice. "Back off." I ignore her, keeping my eyes pinned on Sebastian. "Did she ask you to touch her?" Sebastian shakes his head furiously, eyes filled with fear. "Did she, in any form or fashion, indicate to you that she was interested in you in any way?" I ask him. Again, he shakes his head. "This is your only warning. Touch her again, and I'll break whichever arm you use to do the touching." "Bishop," Brooke says, in an exasperated voice. I continue to ignore her. Leaning in, I put my face just a little bit closer to Sebastian's. "No one touches what is mine." Okay, that came out a little like I should run over and pee on Brooke or something. Shaking my head, I immediately release Sebastian. He nods his head effusively at me. "I got it. It didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't thinking. It won't happen again." Jerking my head toward Brooke, who I note is now standing there with her arms crossed and glaring at me, I order him, "Apologize." I listen as Sebastian gives a long and, I'll admit, heartfelt apology to Brooke. He then turns to look at me with his eyebrows raised, questioning whether or not I will demand anything else of him. I'm done, though. I think I made a good point. I tell Sebastian, "If you don't mind, I would like to take my girlfriend out to lunch. Do you need some time to finish up this meeting?" Sebastian shakes his head vigorously and turns to Brooke. "You go ahead and have your lunch. You did a great job with this proposal. So good, in fact, I'm not going to make any changes." I can see the conflict on Brooke's face. She wants to be pissed and affronted at Sebastian, but she also wants to be pissed at me, since I made a scene and also physically assaulted what could be her boss at some point. It's especially conflicting for her because Sebastian just complimented her work, and who doesn't like a sincere compliment? I hold my hand out to Brooke, and she takes it somewhat reluctantly. We walk out of the conference room, out of the management offices, and straight to the elevator that take us down to street level. When the elevator doors close on us, I spin toward her and put my hands to her face. She doesn't resist me as I give her a kiss of greeting and also of longing. I sure miss the fuck out of her while on this road trip. I want her back on the road with me, but if she gets this new job in merchandising, that will end. That puts me in a terrible position, because obviously it's to my benefit if she stays in team services. But I know that's not what Brooke wants, and I need to support her desires and ambitions. It's what any mature boyfriend would do. When I break the kiss, all of the anger is gone from her face. Instead, she looks at me with warm eyes and says, "I missed you." "I missed you too," I tell her. We exit the elevator on the main level and leave the arena through an employee door that leads out onto the courtyard surrounded by the Vengeance Town shopping complex. We choose a small Irish pub because Brooke said she was craving fish and chips. Once we order, Brooke looks at me with a slightly condemning look. "You know, you probably just killed my chances of getting that job in merchandising." I don't want to admit that she might be right, so instead I ask, "Is there really a job? I mean, have you verified it?" That seems to be the real question. Brooke wrinkles her nose slightly. "I have no clue. But apparently Nanette gave him a blowjob during her interview, so I would have to say she's more in the running for it if there is actually a job to be had." "What the fuck?" I blurt out in astonishment. "She actually did that? And she told you she did that?" Brooke nods with her lips pressed into a grim line. "She was all too happy and proud to tell me all about it last night before the game started." A thought occurs to me. I lean across the table and growl. "Has he ever asked you to do that?" Brooke shrinks back with a horrified look in her eyes. "God, no. But you're kind of adorable when you get all worked up." "What was that hand on your back shit?" I ask her. "He's never done anything like that before," she muses. "Maybe he was feeling cocky given what Nanette gave him. But no, he's never done anything other than some flirting with me like what you just saw." I hold my hand out and wag my finger in her face. "Oh, no. That was not flirting. That was physical assault." "Laying his hand on my back was not assault," she argues with me. "That was just unwanted touching." "I believe you will find that is the definition of assault," I grit out. She cocks an eyebrow at me. "I think the real assault occurred when you jammed your forearm into his throat and threatened to break his arm. You could have gotten in serious trouble, Bishop." I grin across the table at her. "Did you see how scared he was?" Brooke snorts and gives a resigned shake of her head. "Again, all of the job stuff is probably moot. There's no way Sebastian wants me working with him after that. And I definitely cannot compete with an assistant who's going to suck his dick as part of the job duties." She's putting on a fucking brave face for me, and that really gets me, touches me deep, because it's for me. "I'm sorry. I know you would really like to move over into merchandising." Brooke sighs heavily. "I'm just not happy in team services. It's not challenging enough to me." What's the alternative? I ask her, afraid to really know the answer.
If I can't get into merchandising here, I think I'm going to go back to New York, Bishop. I emailed my former boss yesterday, and she said the job is mine if I wanted it. She's only been using a temp since I left.
The absolute bottoming out of my stomach and heavy disappointment weighing down on me that almost makes it difficult to breathe tells me more about how I feel about Brooke than anything else has so far. The thought of her leaving is just... I don't want to think about it. If there's actually a merchandising job available, I say to her carefully, can you really work with Sebastian? You have to admit, he's been behaving inappropriately, and he clearly has no qualms with having a complete stranger give him a blowjob for an interview. Let's be real. The guy's a douche, and I need to know if you can really work with that. Brooke blinks at me a moment before she admits,
if he were to offer me a job, I would have to have a very serious conversation with him that set clear boundaries. But I have to tell you, outside of me knowing about that blowjob, which could be a lie from Nanette for all I know, and the flirting, he's not been inappropriate with me in any way. He's actually very good at what he does, and we work well together. So I guess the answer to your question is yes. With clear boundaries, I could work with him.
I stare at her a moment, weighing my need to keep her protected versus my long-term need to keep her close by. Finally, I tell her, I'm going to find out from Christian Rutherford if there's an actual job opening, and if there is, and you're eligible for it, and I'll leave it up to you as to whether or not you can work with the guy. I trust your judgment. Brooke merely smiles wanly, and I know this decision, if an offer comes, will be incredibly difficult for her. I decide to change the subject. My mom's plane lands tomorrow morning around 11. Think you can swing lunch with us? Brooke smiles at me, and I see an actual eagerness for her to meet my mom. Brooke knows I told my mom all about us, and she is well aware of our duplicity. But more than anything, I've talked so much about my mom to Brooke, I know she is just excited to meet a person she already knows to be incredibly kind, generous, funny, and sweet. I'm equally excited for my mom to meet Brooke.
I can totally do lunch,
Brooke says, but her expression turns slightly worried.
But shouldn't you be resting and gearing up for the game tomorrow night?
You're cute when you worry about me as a hockey player.
Sort of like how you're adorable when you assault men on my behalf.
Exactly. I grin at her, taking in those beautiful eyes, staring at me through her glasses. I make a waving motion. What's up with those? I thought you wore contacts.
What, my glasses?
Her hand comes up, and she touches the frames almost tentatively. Yeah, they're sexy as fuck.
You can't be serious,
she says, dropping her hand back down. Dead serious. You can wear those to bed any time with me. Brooke rolls her eyes.
I forgot to order more contacts. The new one should be here in a few days, so you only get these glasses for a little bit more.
Tonight, baby, you're playing sexy librarian, and I'm playing the naughty thug hockey player that fucks her over the back of the desk. Okay? Brooke's face goes beet red, but she nods her agreement at me. Chapter 25. Bishop. My mom and I arrive at the restaurant about 10 minutes early. Brooke had insisted on meeting us here so I didn't have to drive the extra 25 minutes out of our way to pick her up. I don't necessarily like that, but this is probably better, because having them meet for the first time in a car is not conducive to good conversation. Plus, it gives me a chance to get settled in and relax as much as I can. Let's face it, this is a big deal. Ruse or no ruse, this is the first time I'm introducing a girl to my mom. "You seem nervous," my mother says. I don't even bother asking her how she knows. She's my mom. She just knows. I shrug. I've never done this before. Fear of the unknown and all. If it's any consolation, I'm sure I'll like her. I can't help but grin at my mom. She always knows how to make me feel safe, even in the midst of something incredibly stupid that I have done. "Oh, before I forget, let me give you this." She turns and bends to reach into her purse, pulling out a light gray velvet box. She hands it across the table to me. I open it and stare at the engagement ring that my father had given my mom so very long ago. He's been dead now almost 2 decades, and the ring has been sitting in the drawer of her bedside table all these years. My mom dated someone seriously a few years after my dad died, and of course she'd removed her wedding rings. That relationship didn't go the distance, but my mom never felt compelled to put the rings back on. She dated other men over time, but never anyone who made her want to get married again. She's actually in the on part of an on-again, off-again relationship with a wealth management advisor, and as long as she's happy, I'm happy. When I had told my mom about us perpetrating the fake engagement to get Coach Perrone off my back, she apparently mulled that over for a few days. She called me just yesterday morning to tell me that she was going to bring the engagement ring with her and that Brooke could wear it as part of the charade. Not going to lie, it didn't sit well with me at first. I'd told her it wasn't a good idea. She didn't agree and assured me that it was not only fine, but that maybe it was actually appropriate. Her way of thinking was that if the ring, a symbol of her and my father's commitment to each other, could be used to help out their son and a woman he cared about, then that was the reason she had kept it all these years beyond sentimentality. She believed the ring had a higher purpose, to help her son out. It's a simple ring, and something a newly graduated engineer would be able to afford. A thin yellow gold band with a simple, unadorned Marquise diamond that's not quite a full carat. My mom reaches over and points to the side of the diamond. "There's a flaw in there. It's visible if you look really hard. Oh, your poor father fretted over that stupid flaw. It was the reason he could get me a diamond ring that big on his meager wages early in his career. I'd have never noticed it, but your father felt so guilty about it, he had to show me a few days after he proposed. He was such a thoughtful man." Chuckling, I turn the diamond and hold it up, trying to see what she's talking about. I finally locate a very tiny, cloudy area and examine it a moment. I think it lends the ring character. When my eyes come back to my mom, she says, "You're so much like him, not just in looks, but in personality and character traits." I nod, not because I know this for a fact. I don't remember a great deal about my dad, but merely because my mom has told me that so many times over the years, I believe it. "Brooke's a lot like you. Isn't the type of woman who would care about the size of a diamond or whether or not it had a cloud in it. In fact, I'm not sure she really would care if she got a diamond or not. I think the ring more than anything is the type of symbolism she would gravitate to." A corner of my mom's mouth quirks up in amusement. "What?" I ask her.
Do you realize how well you actually must know this woman to make an observation like that?
I shrug. I could be wrong about her.
We'll see, she says vaguely. She then folds her hands and places them on the table. Besides, using this ring is going to save you money. I hated the thought of you spending money on a ring.
It wasn't about the money for me.
I close the box, lift my hips slightly to reach my front jeans pocket, and stow it away.
This whole situation is all kinds of fucked up, pardon my language, that we even perpetrated this farce in the first place. The fact that we're continuing it shows you just how moronic your son can be. If I had to buy a ring, so be it. I could have returned it.
Well, now you don't have to worry about that.
I suppose,
I say, letting the words hang in the air. What? She pushes at me, encouraging me to finish my thoughts, to never hide something from her because she won't judge but only try to help.
It's just, I feel like I might be marring or tainting the actual day that I would ask a woman to marry me.
My mom reaches her hand across to pat mine sympathetically. Honey, yes, you're pretty stupid to have done this, but it is absolutely too late to moan about it. Your intentions were solid, the both of you. Brooke started this whole thing because she was trying to protect you and her father. You're keeping this going because you're trying to do the same for them. I would say you are stuck in the middle of this because both of you are good people. If you have to see this through to keep everyone's feelings from being bruised, then at least do it with your head held high. Because your hearts are in the right place. A very, very good place. There's no way this could ever taint any true proposal down the road. I blink at my mom in surprise. I know she supports me in anything I do, but she actually just legitimately validated my stupidity in a way that doesn't make me feel quite as stupid. She made it about the type of people Brooke and I are at our core. And it's about the nicest thing she could have ever said to me about this. Besides, my mom adds mischievously, who knows? This would be a great story to tell your kids one day. I actually jolt in my seat and look at her with astonishment. Why would you even say that? Why would she even think to imply that Brooke and I would get married and have kids one day? She lifts her shoulder casually, but her green eyes sparkle with wickedness. Because I might be the only one who really sees what's going on here.
What do you see that's going on?
I ask her urgently, as if she's bent over a crystal ball and about to lay my future out. She doesn't answer me, though, as something catches her attention. She smiles, and I turn to look over my shoulder. There's Brooke, walking toward both of us like a vision, stylishly dressed with those fucking glasses that I most definitely made her wear last night while I fucked her with her legs over my shoulders. Brooke gives me a slight smile, but then turns her gaze to my mom. We both stand, and my mom walks around her chair, holding her arms out to Brooke. I'd expect no different. Brooke hugs my mother tightly, and I see a world of relief in her eyes. Thankful my mom is so cool about all of this. Hi, Marianne, it's so nice to meet you. Last night, Brooke had asked me before we fell asleep how she should address my mom. Her first name or Mrs. Scott. She was actually fretting about it, and I was charmed. I assured her my mom was a first name type of woman. When they pull apart, my mom takes Brooke by the shoulders and lets her eyes roam all over her face. Oh my, Bishop said you were beautiful, but I had no clue my son could land someone as gorgeous as you.
That produces a belly laugh from Brooke, who waves off the compliment, turning one back on my mom.
Your son is the one who's gorgeous, and you and he look just alike.
That's true and endearing. Brooke thinks so. My mom thinks I look like my dad, and I definitely inherited his blonde hair and green eyes. Those are the obvious similarities, but I got everything else from my mom. The shape of my nose, the fullness of my lips, and the way the left side of my mouth raises just a bit higher than the right when I smile. We also have the same eyebrows, and they quirk the same way when we're skeptical or surprised. My mom and I even have the same exact laugh. The fact that Brooke just called me gorgeous is a bonus. Okay, I say gruffly as I pull Brooke away from my mom. Got a hug for me? Surprise flashes in Brooke's eyes, but she easily walks into my embrace. Her arms come tight around my neck, and I press my face into her hair for a brief second before blatantly squeezing her ass with the palm of one hand. She gives an indignant growl and leaps away from me, face burning bright red. My mom just shakes her head, but her smile tells me she enjoys that her son can be playful. We take our seats, with Brooke between my mom and me.
I'd ask you to tell me about yourself, my mom says to Brooke. But Bishop has told me so much already. Oh, really? Brooke drawls teasingly, cutting me a sidelong glance before her eyes go back to my mom. What exactly has he said? Leaning back in my chair, I get comfortable to listen. I have indeed told my mom a lot about Brooke, and this happened just yesterday morning. My mom actually grilled me, I think just overexcited that I'm interested in and have feelings for someone. Let's see, my mom says with a smile. He said you were intelligent and had a dry sense of humor, which he adores. Not exactly what I said, I interrupt, wanting to be a part of this conversation to keep my mom on the straight and narrow. I think I said you were intelligent and witty, and that you were a smartass at times. Brooke rolls her eyes at me and turns back to my mom. Bishop brings the smartass out in me, I'm afraid. I can totally understand that. My mom returns as she leans toward Brooke in a conspiratorial way. Her voice lowers, and she says, "One time?" And that's it. I'm out of the conversation. My mom launches into a story about me that's slightly embarrassing, but has Brooke laughing, so that's okay. And the two of them don't stop talking for 2 hours while we have a leisurely lunch. 2 freaking solid hours, and I'm practically ignored the entire time. I fucking love it. Chapter 26. Bishop. That's enough, Brooke. I growl, my head lifted off the pillow and neck muscles straining. But is it really? She purrs, leveling me with a wickedly killer smile that makes my balls ache. She's giving me the fucking handjob of a lifetime, and it might even rival her blowjobs. Her hand, which can't quite close around my cock, is gripping me tight and jerking me hard and fast. Just how I fucking love it if I were to do it myself. I dig my heels into her mattress, lifting my hips off the bed, wanting to come and not wanting to come. She's sitting back on her heels beside me, completely naked and utterly focused on what she's doing to me. When she said she wanted to play a little bit, I wasn't going to say no. But her play took a dark turn when she started getting a little rough.
and I know I'm not going to last long if she keeps it up. Up and down she strokes, trying to tear the pleasure out of me. Enough! I bellow as I surge up and pull her hand off me. She grins and holds a finger to her mouth. Shh. You'll wake Nanette up. Fuck Nanette! I snarl as I grab Brooke around the waist and toss her down where I was lying just moments ago. I push her legs open and slide a finger inside of her. Wet, baby. Did jacking me off like that excite you? She moans and nods, eyes glazing over while I work her with my fingers. In moments, I have her hips rotating. A few more, and she's bucking against me, seeking that sweet release. I pull my hand away, and she gives a cry of distress. I ignore it, leaning over to her bedside table, where I stashed a gazillion condoms. Because my dick is hard as granite and standing straight at attention, the condom goes on easily. There's no waiting. Brooke is soaked, so I dive in and... Fuck! Nothing should ever feel this good. It should be immoral and against the law. I drop down onto her, pulling her legs up around my waist, bringing my mouth to hers. I tease her lips open so I can taste her there. Oh, absolute heaven. My hips move, start a leisure stroke, because I want to draw this out. I don't want this night to end. I kiss her while I fuck her. Kiss and fuck and kiss. Just Brooke claiming every bit of my senses. Her hands go to my head, sliding her fingers through my hair, and it causes prickles to race down my spine. I lift my mouth from hers, twist my neck, and push my head almost insistently into her hands. She gets the hint and grips my hair tightly, giving a tiny yank. That's it. I praise her as I level her with a hot look. Tell me what you want. I want you, she says simply. All of you. All the time. You have that, I tell her, and then I wonder immediately. But forever? Do we have this forever? I don't want to think about the what-ifs and can we have this or that, not while I'm sunk deep into the sweetest, best thing I've ever had. Taking Brooke's hands from my head, I lace my fingers through hers and pin them to the pillow on either side of her head. I push up, gain leverage, and start pumping harder inside of her. I concentrate on how fucking good she feels, and it obliterates the doubts for now. Harder, Bishop, Brooke urges me, and I love the sound of my name rolling off her tongue. I kiss her to see if I can taste it, and fuck her harder as requested. I'm getting close, she whispers. Me too. So fucking close, and when Brooke slams her eyes shut and groans, I'm coming, I let loose and fall right along with her. The roar that tears free from me is as relieving as the orgasm that ripples through me. Pressing my face into Brooke's neck, I just release everything inside and let the bliss have its way with me. We played my former team, the New York Vipers, tonight in a hard-fought overtime battle. We came out victorious over the team that let me go. And that wasn't even the best part of my night. Not even close to the way I feel right now. Wow, Brooke murmurs as her hands stroke my lower back. Her legs are still wrapped tight around my waist, and I could happily stay here forever. Gets better and better, doesn't it? I ask her. Yes, it does. Her words are soft, washing over me in a way that makes me feel secure in what we have going on between us. Lifting up to peer down at her, I take note of her flushed cheeks and the still slightly glassy look in her eyes. I did that to her, and that's definitely better than the win tonight. This is a startling revelation, because there's never been anything more important to me than the win. Perhaps I'm maturing, evolving. Perhaps it's just Brooke. I bend down and kiss the tip of her nose. Let me go get cleaned up.
Okay,
she murmurs. Pushing up to my hands, I pull my very happy and very sated cock out of Brooke, holding the edge of the condom in place as I do so. My eyes flare as I realize what I'm seeing. My semen all over my dick and a hole about the size of a pea in the side of the condom. Fuck, I mutter as I pull all the way out.
What?
Brooke exclaims as she sits up. Her gaze falls down to stare at what I'm looking at. Shit. My gaze snaps to hers, and I blurt, I'm not ready to have a kid. Because Brooke is Brooke, she smirks at me in return, and I'm immediately put at ease.
You're adorable. The big bad hockey player afraid of a teeny weeny baby. But don't worry, I'm on the pill. I'm not ready for a baby either.
You are? I ask, dumbfounded. And then it hits me what she just said. Oh, thank fuck. Rolling away from her, I flop down onto the mattress and let out a sigh of relief. Brooke laughs at me, and I twist my neck to look at her. If you're on the pill, why the hell are we using condoms? She shrugs.
Disease and pestilence?
I don't have any of that, I tell her.
Me neither.
Goodbye condoms. I practically chirp, with a peppiness I wasn't feeling a minute ago, and Brooke starts laughing. Fucking Brooke without a condom is going to be off the charts good. And I'm going to take a crack at it as soon as I get recharged in a bit. I did play a hockey game tonight, and I am a bit tired. After I get cleaned up, I find Brooke under the covers wearing a tank top. I know she'll have a pair of panties on. Sliding under the comforter, I turn to my side and study her face. She just stares back at me, hand tucked under her cheek, and it's not awkward at all.
I really love your mom,
Brooke finally says, and my responding smile is automatic. She's great, isn't she?
Cherish her,
she replies. And I know she means don't take a single minute for granted, because she may be gone. Brooke talks about her mother often, as I imagine the memories of her are still so fresh since it's been less than a year since she died. Always, I promise, leaning in to give her a kiss. I then roll back toward the bedside table as I tell her, I have something for you. 2 somethings, actually.
Oh yeah?
She asks curiously. I pull open the drawer, and sitting beside the condoms that I'll have to donate to Dax or something are 2 jewelry boxes. The gray one from my mom, holding her engagement ring, and a square, flat box with something I bought just for Brooke today. My mom and I went on a quick shopping trip after lunch, and she helped me pick it out. Come here, I tell her, as I roll back with both of the boxes. and then hitch myself up so my back is against the headboard. Brooke's eyes are on the boxes as she slides over and curls up against me. Setting the black box on my lap, I hold the gray one up and open the top. It's my mom's.
Oh, that's so pretty,
Brooke murmurs as she reaches out to pluck the ring from its nest. My mom brought it for you to wear, so you could show your dad we're engaged and he can finally stop worrying. And don't even think about saying no, because it's my mom's. She really wants us to use it. Brooke shakes her head before looking up at me.
I wouldn't say no. I think it's incredibly sweet and meaningful your mom would do that. I mean, I know she thinks we're both jackasses for even getting embroiled in this mess. But I also think she's amused by this too. She's going to help us fumble through it as best she can, and this is her way.
Exactly, I say as I take the ring from her. I hold her left hand and slip it on her ring finger until it settles in place. I'm not prepared for the punch of emotion that hits me square in the chest at seeing it there. That ring that in normal circumstances would mean that Brooke belongs to me for the rest of our lives, and it's not a horrifying feeling at all. If anything, it feels a little too right. And that will totally freak me out if I continue to think about it. Clearing my throat, I release her hand and pick up the black box. Handing it to her, I say, "This is for you."
Why?
She asks as she takes the box from me. My eyes come to hers, and I can see that she's genuinely baffled that I would get her a present, and that doesn't set well with me at all. Does Brooke not feel the same way as I do? Or perhaps she doesn't understand at all how I feel, which is understandable, because I don't understand what I'm feeling either. I nod at the box, urging her to open it. It's because I think you're amazing, and I don't need any other reason. Brooke's gaze stays pinned on me. She doesn't make a move to open the jewelry box, and I start feeling like maybe this wasn't a good idea. But then she leans in and presses a kiss to my jaw, murmuring,
I think you're amazing too. And thank you for the gift.
Relief floods me, and I give a nervous laugh. You're welcome, but you don't even know what it is.
Doesn't matter what it is,
she says with a smile.
I'll love it.
Fuck. Chest squeezing painfully again. Brooke finally turns her attention to the box and lifts the lid slowly. Inside is a platinum bangle bracelet with the word fierce written in script on the top and outlined in tiny diamonds. It was not an inexpensive purchase, and Brooke would know this since she knows fashion and jewelry. She gasps.
Oh, Bishop, that's way too much for a...
Yeah, I say dryly, as I put a finger over her lips to silence her. That's not exactly what I want you to say. Her eyes slide from the jewelry to me, eyebrows raised. I want you to say, Bishop, I love it, and it makes me horny as well, and I really want to do dirty things to you right now. I wink at her and move my finger from her lips. She doesn't give me an eye roll, but returns her attention to the bracelet. She pulls it from the box and slips it onto her left wrist. It fits perfectly, and she holds it out to admire, turning her wrist this way and that, causing the diamonds to sparkle. When she looks back to me, she says,
It's so beautiful. And baby, I really want to do dirty things to you right now.
Grinning, I pull her on top of me, and then she proceeds to kiss the fuck out of me. Then she does really dirty things as well.
Chapter 27. Brooke. Knocking twice on my dad's office door, I wait just a second before opening it. My dad's head is bent over a digital tablet, watching game video. Most likely their upcoming opponents. The team flies east late this afternoon for a 4-game road trip. I've got my suitcase packed and in the trunk of my car, and I'm actually really excited about this. Turns out missing Bishop when he's gone just really sucks.
Hey, kiddo,
he says as he looks up at me, then back to the tablet, pausing the video.
What's up?
I step in and shut the door. I got into work early today knowing my dad would already be here in his office, doing whatever it is that great coaches do to make great teams. Well, I wanted to share something with you, I say hesitantly, my heart beating like a mad drummer on cocaine.
What's that?
He asks, his voice immediately going on guard and his jaw setting tight. I give him a smile. It's not bad, I promise. Stepping up to his desk, I hold my left hand out so he can see the engagement ring on my finger. Bishop and I made it official last night, and now you can stop worrying about it. Sure that your little girl is exactly where she needs to be. My dad's eyebrows furrow slightly as he stares at the ring a bit more, before slowly returning his gaze back to me. He seems flustered, perhaps a bit confused. He sort of stumbles over his words.
Well, that's, good, great. It's just a little shocking.
Shocking? I ask him with a laugh as I lower my hand. You've practically been breathing down Bishop's neck about it. I thought it would make you happy. Shaking his head, my dad turns on a smile and backpedals a bit.
Of course I'm happy. If you're happy, that is.
I am, I assure him, and that's the truth. My relationship with Bishop is crazy and twisted and on uneven ground, but I'm very happy right now.
Well, that's all that matters,
he says as he pushes up from his chair. He walks around his desk and pulls me into a hug.
I only want the best for you, honey.
Thanks, Dad. I want the same for you. When we break apart, I put my hand to his chest and ask, How are you, Dad? How are you really doing? You work so much and I hardly see you, but...
Brooke,
he says, cutting me off softly.
I'm really good, honey. Really. Taking this job, moving away from New York. I didn't know it at the time, but I really needed it.
My body practically deflates on itself. My relief in hearing that is so profound. I'm so glad to hear that.
I feel a little guilty, though,
he admits to me before turning back to his desk chair. I think putting the desk between us is a sign of his vulnerability right now. You shouldn't, I tell him.
I feel like I'm leaving your mother behind.
Never, I tell him. She'll always be in your heart. Always. He nods at me, but seems unsure whether or not that's a truth he can accept. Regardless, he's told me that he's happy here, and that's all that matters. He'll still work through his grief, but at least he has things giving him joy right now, and that will help to make it bearable. When I return to the administrative offices, I'm still about 5 minutes early, so I take a moment to grab a cup of coffee and a cinnamon roll from the vending machine in the break room. I'm never hungry when I first wake up, and then I'm starving by the time I get here. I keep telling myself to bring in something healthy to eat, but damn, those cinnamon rolls are so freaking good, and I work out regularly, so I can afford some cheats a few days a week. I take my coffee and roll into my office, and while my computer boots up, I remove the plastic wrapper. It goes into the trash can, and I lick the icing that got on my fingers, which is stupid, since I then just pick up the roll and get gooey stuff all over me. Just as I have my mouth open at its widest point to take a bite, there's a quick knock on my door before it opens. Sebastian is standing there. I snap my mouth closed and drop the roll onto a napkin, quickly using another to wipe off my fingers. It gets some of the gunk off, but they remain sticky. Shit.
Got a minute?
He asks me cordially. Sure, I say, as I look left, then right across my desk, looking for something to help me out here. Sebastian enters and sits in the only guest chair, tucked into the corner of my little office. He leaves the door wide open, and I bet that was intentional on his part. I think he took what Bishop said to him very seriously. I spy a half-empty bottle of water behind my computer screen and nab it. I'm really sorry, I explain to Sebastian, as I open the top and pour some on my fingers while I hold them over my garbage can. You caught me off guard just as I was getting ready to eat that cinnamon roll.
No worries,
he says, and casually crosses one leg over the other. Today he's wearing a beautifully tailored navy blue suit, white shirt, and butter yellow tie. His fashion sense is impeccable, but he also has a background in that field as well as merchandising. When I get my fingers cleaned off and dried, I turn in my chair to face him from across my desk. So, what's up?
I'd like to offer you a full-time job, over in merchandising,
he says bluntly, and I'm so shocked I can only blink at him.
I'd put you over in the manufacturing side of it, and it would involve some travel. You'd report directly to Charity Priest. It's a slightly higher-paying job, and obviously, the upward mobility within the franchise is much greater than in team services.
I just stare at him, blinking. Repetitively. Sebastian fidgets with his tie and laughs nervously.
Did you hear me, Brooke?
I shake my head hard to dislodge the disbelief clouding it, because I'd been so sure that he was going to hire Nanette. I mean, I'm not sure I could compete with blowjobs, plus I had that whole assault by my boyfriend thing to my detriment. Sebastian? I say, then stand up from my desk. I walk to my office door and close it. We need to have a talk first. Sebastian bolts upright in his chair, looking wildly at the door.
Does it have to be done with closed doors?
Yes, I assure him, because I don't want anyone hearing this. But I'll be brief. He never relaxes, but just sits ramrod straight in his chair as I sit behind my desk. I'm very interested in this job, but I need to know if things are cool between us. I get you've got me reporting directly to someone else, but you're still ultimately my boss.
Listen, Brooke,
he says, tugging at the knot on his tie again.
I am really sorry about that in the conference room. I'm going to be honest. I was flirting with you and was trying to gauge your interest. It was the wrong way to go about it. And I had no idea you were dating anyone, much less Bishop Scott. It was wrong, and it made you uncomfortable, and there's no excuse. So yes, you'll be reporting directly to Charity, not me. I can assure you that you will get nothing from me but sincere respect and professionalism. Besides, I like my arms unbroken.
The last part has me smiling, and I cannot hear a hint of deception in his voice. He kept eye contact with me the entire time, and I think it might say something about his seriousness that he's offering a job to a woman he made a very unprofessional move on. He must truly believe that I could do a lot of good for this organization. When would you want me to start? I ask him, already trying to calm my excitement. I have to call Bishop and tell him. Then I'll run down to my dad's office. He'll be thrilled, of course.
Right now,
he says as he stands up from his chair.
We'll get your office moved today. I've already talked to Bill, and he's prepared to go to New York in your place, if you accept.
Bill Rowland is the director of team services, and if I leave, would be the only employee left in that group. It's a job he can handle very easily without me, but I'm sad I won't be going to New York with Bishop. That's going to be the part that absolutely sucks about this deal. But I need this to happen. If I want to make Phoenix my home, and I want to have a career that I could love, I need to take this offer. I stand up and offer my hand. I accept. Sebastian gives me a warm smile as he gives me the briefest of shakes.
Excellent. I'll get the paperwork started. Charity will want to see you, but I'm guessing you might want to tell a few people the good news first.
You read my mind, I say with a grin, snatching my phone off my desk. I'll call Bishop first, then go see my dad. Sebastian moves to the door, and when it's open, he looks over his shoulder at me.
Are we good, Brooke?
We're good, I tell him earnestly. Fresh start.
Fresh start,
he agrees, and then he's gone. Turning my attention back to my phone, I pull up Bishop's number to call him. He answers on the first ring.
Hey, babe, you get my message?
He asks. No, I say in confusion.
I just texted you a few minutes ago,
he says, and I can tell he's on speakerphone while he's driving.
Nanette called me. Your hot water faucet handle in the guest bathroom finally fell off. And of course, the water's running full tilt. I'm on my way over there to fix it right now.
Nanette had told me about the loose handle on the very first day she used the bathroom, and I'd been meaning to get it fixed. But it just sort of held on, so it wasn't a priority. Am I surprised she called Bishop? Maybe a little. I mean, why not call me first? I tap the speakerphone button on my phone and flip to my phone log. Hold on a minute. Well, look at that. She did try to call me while I was meeting with Sebastian, but I always keep my ringer off when I'm in the office. I flip to my texts, and she also shot me a text that it was broken, and she was going to try Bishop first and then a plumber if she couldn't reach him. It may be that Nanette truly is turning into a very good roommate, and I'm wondering if I should offer to rent her a room, if she decides to stay here. I mean, she's definitely not getting the job, and I wonder when Sebastian will let her know. Or if he even will. I should have asked him about it, but I feel weird doing so. There's still a part of me that doesn't want to believe what happened between him and her.
Babe?
Bishop calls into the phone, and it startles me. Oh, gosh, sorry. Daydreaming.
If you didn't get my message, what did you call for?
He asks. I got the job in merchandising, I tell him, not able to contain the excitement in my voice. But I do try to mute it a tad, because I really don't know how he'll feel about it.
That's awesome,
he shouts, and I imagine him giving a fist pump in his car.
Did you have a talk with Sebastian?
I did, I say, and it's good. I really think it's good, and besides that, I'm working under Charity Priest on the manufacturing side. More money, more ability to get promoted.
It's a no-brainer then,
he tells me.
When do you start?
I already have, I tell him almost apologetically. He gives a sigh that sounds as if he's dying.
So, you're not coming east with us?
Sorry, I say even more apologetically.
Fuck,
he says, as if he just realized something. What?
I'm going to have to figure out how to have an actual conversation with Tacker,
he grumbles. Laughing, I commiserate. Poor baby. But I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Can we do lunch today, then?
He asks.
I'd like to see you before we leave.
I thought you were helping Dax look for a new car today.
Yeah, spend time with Dax or you,
he says, weighing the words with the tone of his voice.
I think I'll choose you.
You got me then, I reply softly. Man, does he have me.
Chapter 28. Bishop. The house is quiet when I walk in. Brooke had given me a key last week. Actually, on the day she and I agreed to extend our charade. She was tentative when she did it. I think fearful that I would take that as being too much, too fast. I didn't, though, and gladly gave her one of my keys, although we rarely hang out at my place. The kitchen and living room lights are off. The only light coming from the open windows, which is substantial in itself, as Brooke has a lot of great natural light due to the open layout of this house. Nanette? I call out as I shut the door behind me.
In the guest bathroom,
she calls back. I don't respond, but head into Brooke's kitchen, where she keeps a basic tool set in the pantry. I asked her once why she didn't put it in her garage, and she said she had nothing to fix in the garage. It was a fair point. After snagging the tool bag, I head through the living room and down the hallway to the guest bathroom. I can hear the water running as I get closer. When I turn the corner to enter the bathroom, my eyes go to the tub first. Sure enough, water is running out of the faucet, and the hot water handle is gone. Then I see Nanette, who is holding the handle out to me with one hand while clutching a towel that's wrapped around her with the other. A minuscule towel. Shaking my head, I grab the handle before taking a wide step around her to get to the water cutoff valve. You should get dressed.
I'm getting in the shower as soon as you fix that,
she says, and then her voice turns teasing.
Besides, all my good parts are covered.
Gritting my teeth, I don't respond to her provocation. After shutting the water off, I move back to the faucet to look at what the issue is. It takes only a moment to see a long screw that had held the faucet on had broken and is an easy fix. If I had a long screw, which I don't. You're going to have to use Brooke's bathroom, I say as I turn to look at her, but I'm stunned silent, my words sticking in my throat. Nanette stands there before me, stark-ass naked, the towel pooled around her feet.
Bishop?
She purrs in a throaty voice, dragging her fingertip from the base of her throat down between her breasts.
Let's have some fun.
My eyes stay focused on her face, although I can see enough out of my periphery to know she's got a great body. But it's her expression I'm interested in right now, and it tells me everything I need to know. Calculation, cunning, malice. She's doing this to hurt Brooke, and for no other reason. What in the fuck is your problem? I snarl at her as I bend over, snatching the towel off the floor. I fling it at her, and it catches her in the face and chest. I get only a glimpse of wide, startled eyes as she pulls the towel away. But I've turned on my heel, and I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge. I make it no more than halfway down the hallway before Nanette is pushing past me, still naked, and then turning to plant herself in my path. She actually tries to launch herself at me, but I simply grab onto her shoulders and hold her at arm's length. She puts on a sultry expression, pursing her lips in a pout.
Come on, Bishop. What man would turn this down? I'll let you do anything you want. Let you use me however you want.
Jesus fucking Christ, you are tripping, bitch! I growl as I turn her, keeping my arms locked and her at a safe distance. I let her go and continue my escape to the front door. I make it halfway through the living room before something hits me in my back and thuds on the floor. It catches my shoulder blade and hurts like a motherfucker. God damn it! I roar as I spin back toward Nanette, glimpsing a copper vase at my feet that Brooke had on her TV stand. My eyes cut to Nanette, and she has her arm cocked back, getting ready to throw a bookend that looks to be made of something a lot heavier than copper. I brace and watch her. She lets it fly, and she's got fucking good aim. It comes straight at my head, but I easily manage to sidestep it, and it hits Brooke's wall behind me so hard it puts a hole in it. What the fuck is your problem? I bellow as she turns to find something else to throw. I'm sick of this shit. I rush her, covering the living room in 2 big strides. And before she can grasp a ceramic fish figurine, I grab her wrist, twisting it up and behind her back. I ignore the little yelp of surprise and spin her toward the adjacent wall. I walk her into it and press her up against it so she can't move, one hand holding her wrist behind her back and the other lightly but firmly holding her by the scruff of her neck. Her chest is heaving, and she starts throwing curses at me in an endless rant, and I swear I think she might actually be crazy. What is your problem? I repeat. Your fucking bitch girlfriend is my problem. She spits out and tries to struggle loose. I pull her wrist up a bit, and she goes deadly still, so as not to cause herself pain. What in the hell did Brooke do to you? I'm absolutely confused. I thought they were getting along better, and while I was skeptical of her change, I was hopeful. Apparently my judgment is better than Brooke's on this issue. She's always taking what I want. She got the job I wanted in New York, and now here. And that cocksucker Sebastian is going to be fucking sorry about that too. She has the hot hockey star and the great house, and I fucking want what's mine. I want a piece of this too. You are one demented woman, I mutter, as I pull her away from the wall and walk her back to the guest bedroom she was staying in. I give her a tiny push as I release her, and she stumbles a few feet before turning to face me. Her chin lifts, and she sticks her chest out, all in defiance, and not with any sexual meaning at this point. Fuck you, Bishop, and that high and mighty girlfriend of yours. I don't bother engaging her. I just point at her suitcase on the floor. Get dressed and get packed up. You're leaving here now. Or what? She sneers at me. Pulling my phone from my back pocket, I tell her, I'm calling the police in 5 minutes. Pretty sure they'd have no problem with arresting you for assault and destruction of property. So I'd get going if I were you. She makes a growling sound low in her throat, her face an ugly mask of bitterness and hate. For a moment, I'm actually a little concerned about what she might do. Thankfully, she spins away from me, muttering curses and talking to herself under her breath. She gets dressed and starts throwing shit into her suitcase. It takes her about 7 minutes, but I give her a little leeway, because she's at least getting it done. By the time she's finished, I have an Uber waiting out front. I even gallantly take her suitcase and carry it to the car. She throws herself into the back seat and slams the door shut without a word to me. I go to the driver's window and watch as his eyes get wide when I bend to talk to him. He rolls down the window, and I say, "Know who I am?" He nods. Pulling my wallet out, I grab a 50 and hand it to him. Get her to the airport and nowhere else, despite what she might say. Understood? Yes, Mr. Scott, he says, taking the money. What's your name? I ask him. Devin, he says eagerly. Devin Carruthers. I'll have 4 tickets for next week's home game on the 7th waiting for you. Enjoy. Awesome, man, he says with a wide grin. I wait until they are out of sight before I pull my phone out and reluctantly call Brooke. She doesn't answer, but a voicemail won't do. I call her again, hoping she'll see and realize it must be important if I called right back again. Still no answer. Walking into her house, I dial the front office main number. A woman answers. I assume the receptionist I met 2 days ago when I stopped by to take Brooke to lunch and almost beat the shit out of her new boss. I identify myself and ask her for 2 favors. To have tickets put in for Devin Carruthers and to find Brooke and ask her to call me. I tell her it's a slightly urgent matter. By the time I pick up the copper vase and the bookend, returning them to their rightful places, Brooke's number is buzzing on my phone. Hey, babe, I say with a heavy voice.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm fine, I assure her quickly. But, had a little problem here at your house, and I'm going to need you to come home.
What problem?
I proceed to tell her all of it. Every nasty thing that Nanette said, not to cause Brooke pain, but so she understands the gravity of the situation. That bitch is crazy. We need to get the locks to your house changed today. It can't wait. I'm going to call a locksmith now and we'll stay here until you can get home, but I need you to come right now. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get lunch today. Brooke gives me the reaction I expected. Level-headed and efficient, without wanting to ask me a million follow-up questions. She just says,
Okay, babe. Let me go let Charity know I have an emergency to attend to, and I'll be there in 20 minutes.
This is good. I'm glad she's taking it seriously, because I know Nanette has one of her house keys. I would have asked for it back, but why bother? Someone as crazy as that bitch could have had copies made. It's safest to get new locks, and while he's at it, I'm going to have the locksmith add some extra deadbolts. I think I'll also call a security company to see if I can get someone out here to install an alarm today. I'll pay them fucking double. If I can't, then I'll just have Brooke stay at my place until I can get back. Chapter 29. Bishop. Tacker seems surprised when I start undressing after pulling out a pair of gym shorts and a t-shirt to put on so I can relax a bit. You're not going out? He asks as he nabs his shave kit from his travel duffel. Nah, I say with a shake of my head. Don't feel like it. He makes a grunting noise of acknowledgement, at least that's what I think it is, before heading into the bathroom and shutting the door behind him. Grabbing my phone, I hop onto my bed and call Brooke. It's only 8:30 p.m. in Phoenix.
Hey,
she says, sounding out of breath. What are you doing? I settle against the headboard and plant my feet on the mattress.
I set the damn house alarm off again,
she says in frustration.
I keep forgetting about it. Just now, I open the side door to take the garbage out, and then it's shrieking at me. The freaking alarm company calls, and I tell them it's a false alarm, so I have to give them a password to prove it. I couldn't find the paperwork, as I couldn't remember the password. It's just frustrating. Her last words come out clipped, and I know she thinks I went overboard on security at her house, but I couldn't help it. That Nanette chick is a psychopath. I was not happy to be flying to the East Coast for almost an entire week and leaving Brooke behind to fend for herself if Nanette didn't get on a plane bound for New York like I'd hoped.
The way she flipped out, and the violence was one thing. But she was also coldly calculating in her attempt to seduce me so she could hurt Brooke. It's just fucking scary. You'll get used to it, I assure her. In a few days you'll be a pro at it. I suppose, she says glumly, but then it's as if a light is switched on. But hey, you played so good tonight. 2 goals and an assist. You are on fire. Chuckling, I tap my thumb on my knee. Yeah, well, I was just on tonight. Sometimes you are just way in the zone, and I was there. I'm proud of you, she says. A warm sensation spreads through me from her praise. It really means something to me. What are you doing tonight? I ask her. Wearing anything sexy by any chance? I'll lie to you and say I'm wearing a red lace teddy with fishnet stockings and stiletto heels. Do you like? I definitely like. I rumble into the phone. But seriously, what are you doing? I'm actually doing some work, she says, and I hear an enthusiasm in her voice that I've not quite heard before. It's as if her spirit has lightened somewhat. Tell me about it, I say, wanting to know exactly what my girl's doing that's got her feeling good. And I listen to her talk to me about a new line of apparel that they hope to roll out in the winter and how she'll be responsible for helping to pick fabrics and setting production schedules. All the things I never thought twice about when I wore a Vengeance t-shirt or a baseball cap. How in the hell was that shit made? It's pretty cool, actually. She eventually winds down, guiltily apologizing to me. I'm sorry to ramble on like that. Don't be sorry. I enjoyed learning about that stuff. I enjoy learning about you, Brooke, so don't apologize. Keep it coming. She gets very quiet, and I'm wondering if I said something wrong. Before I can inquire, she says, I don't think this is a fake relationship anymore, is it? Not in the slightest. I agree with her. A satisfied smile she can't see, but can probably hear in my voice, takes over my face. Is that okay by you? You know, I think it is. Tacker had come out of the bathroom not long after I'd hung up with Brooke. He's dressed similarly to me in a pair of loose shorts and a t-shirt. I decided to end the call because she actually had work to do, and it was a little after midnight and I was exhausted. I'm sure Tacker is too. He's been playing at peak performance level, but it sure takes it out of you on the physical side, especially right after a game. But he sort of putters around, rearranging the items in his suitcase and taking a few moments here and there to text someone. I figure if he's not ready to turn out the lights yet, I might as well try to get to know the dude. So, where did you end up getting a place to live? I ask him, figuring I'd delve into something personal, not dealing with hockey, but not too nosy. Apartment over the ridge, he mutters as he uses his thumb to scroll through something on his phone. It's about a 5-minute drive to the arena. Cool, I say, and wait to see if he elaborates or offers more. He doesn't. Had a chance to explore the area? I ask him. Brooke and I did some hiking over at Papago Park, and it was pretty amazing. Nah. He looks up, cuts me a brief glance, and then bends over to hook his phone into the charger plugged in beside his bed. I heard there was some good restaurants over that way. Not much for eating out. Tacker pulls back the covers on his bed and sits on the edge, taking his phone back in his hands. His thumb swipes in quick succession, right to left. He doesn't say anything else, and I want to bang my head. He's now officially become a challenge to me. Want to go hiking with me sometime? Not much for hiking. Got any hobbies? Working out. I wait for more. There's nothing. I stretch my brain capacity, trying to think of something to get him to engage. To even look at me and act like he might want to be friends with one of his teammates. I mean, how will he even know unless he tries? Then, I decide to do something bold. Daring. Stupid as fuck. Brooke and I started out as a fake relationship so her dad wouldn't murder me for having a one-night stand with his daughter. I blurt out, then watch him expectantly. His head pops up, eyes wide as he stares at me. Come again? I nod. Yeah. I picked her up at a bar the night before training camp started. We had a one-night stand, but the next morning I knew it was stupid to have left her and not gotten her full name or number. And I ran into her at the arena, and it was like, holy shit. Pay attention to this, Bishop, because this type of coincidence happens for a reason. But her dad walked in on us while we were sort of making out, and he went apeshit. I pause for effect, and Tacker is still listening to me with intense interest in his expression. I barrel forward. So, yeah, Brooke just sort of blurted out that we had been dating for a few months secretly, and then she told him we were engaged. Why did she do that? He asks, and that gives me hope. She was worried he'd take it out on me at practice, or that it would even jeopardize my position on the team. I don't tell him that her worry stemmed from losing her mother earlier in the year, as that would only bring Tacker's loss to the forefront. Tacker nods in understanding, but apparently my story isn't interesting enough to keep his attention, as he starts to look down at his phone again. And then, as we were hanging out more and more to perpetuate this lie, we found out that we actually like each other. Fuck, that sounds lame. Like something I'd say in grade school to my geek loser friends. Tacker glances at me, gives me a half smile, and then drops his gaze back down to his phone. Sighing, I prepare to admit defeat, but then his eyes snap back to me. Wait a minute. So the engagement is fake? I heard some of the guys saying you got Brooke a ring. Yes. I have a conversation going, like feeding a young, tender fire with just a bit of kindling. I offer him tiny pieces of information, hoping to fan his curiosity so he stays engaged. It's my mom's ring. Her idea to use it. I'm confused. Are you two together for real or not? Oh, totally for real, I say confidently. So you're just going to stay engaged? He asks, his brows knitting together in confusion. I don't think so, I say, as I rake my fingers through my hair. You see, the plan was to go through with the engagement to get Coach off my back. He had been pressuring me to shit or get off the pot, if you know what I mean. So we figured we'd pull off a fake engagement, let this settle down, and then eventually institute a breakup that was mutually beneficial to both sides. Tacker just stares at me, scowling slightly. Then he says, "That's the dumbest fucking idea I have ever heard." You're not shitting. I agree with him wholeheartedly. My mom used the word moronic, but same thing. But that right there does it. A slight curving upward at the corners of his mouth. Possibly the first time I've seen him smile outside of when the Vengeance scores a goal. And even then, it's a tight sort of smile. Tacker shakes his head, dare I say in an amused way. You are so fucked if this gets out. You won't tell, will you? Nope, he says emphatically. and it's not a surprise to me. I knew Tacker wouldn't be the type to spill secrets or fuel gossip. I mean, he doesn't talk to anyone, so I knew it would be safe with him. Turning to the table, he sets his phone back down and stands up from the bed. Going to turn in. I'm beat. Yeah, I mutter in agreement. And as he walks to the door to put the Do Not Disturb sign out, I glance over at his phone. There's a picture of him and a lovely blonde woman, faces pressed together side by side and smiling huge at the camera. His fiancée who died. He'd been flipping through her pictures. My gaze cuts back to Tacker as he walks over to his suitcase and takes off his t-shirt. There's a long, jagged scar on his back that crosses diagonally from the bottom of one shoulder blade to his hip on the opposite side. It's not the first time I'd seen the scar, as he's been shirtless plenty of times in the locker room and the training area. I have to assume he got that in the plane crash. But fuck if I'd ever point-blank ask him something so personal. Our friendship is on the shakiest of ground. So new at this point, I'm not even sure we're really friends. I want to tell him how sorry I am for his loss, but the words seem trite to me. And I'm pretty sure if I were to mention his dead fiancée or the crash, it would absolutely kill any potential friendship at all. I think Tacker's going to have to decide when he wants to talk about it. My guess is that will be sometime around never.
Chapter 30. Brooke. I pause for a moment as I'm typing an email to Charity, unsure of how to word something, when a soft knock on my door startles me. I look up and see Hannah, the receptionist from the management suite, standing there. She and I have chatted a few times in the break room, and she's a really sweet girl. "Hey, Brooke," she says, her voice shaking a bit. I notice she's wringing her hands. "What's up?" I ask casually, but an icy feeling of dread starts to seep through my veins. Mr. Carlson is here, and he's in Mr. Rutherford's office. He's asked to see you. There's an attorney with him." I actually go dizzy for a moment. Christian Rutherford, the general manager, is with the team in Pittsburgh. They will be playing the Titans tonight at 7 p.m., 4 p.m. our time. I plan on putting the live stream on my computer so I can watch it while I work. Or at least that was the plan. I'm not sure what the hell is going on right now, but I don't feel good about it based on Hannah's demeanor. The fact that the owner of the Vengeance, who I know normally resides in Los Angeles, is here in Phoenix with an attorney to see me is cause for pretty big alarm. "Do you know why he wants to see me?" I ask her hesitantly, wanting to know and yet not wanting to know. She shakes her head but leans inside my office a bit more to whisper, "I heard them talking about a lawsuit, but I'm not sure what it's about." A lawsuit? What in the hell? I stand from my chair, dismayed that my legs are shaky. I follow Hannah from the administrative suite over to the management suite, rubbing my sweaty palms on my skirt to dry them off. I'm assuming it's proper etiquette to shake the owner's hand and not kiss his ring when I walk in, and, well, I don't want to have gross hands. Hannah stops at her receptionist desk and gives me an encouraging smile. "Good luck." My brain spins as I walk toward Christian's office, trying to figure out what this could be about. The only thing I have to be guilty about is perpetrating a fake relationship to the people in this organization, but that's not criminal, nor do I think it's suit-worthy. The person we've offended the most is my father, and he would never do anything to take it out on me. I wish I could just slip into one of the empty offices I pass and call Bishop. He would calm me down. He'd tell me to hold my head high. But I can't disturb him with this. Not on a game day, when his head needs to be in the game and not worried about me. I miss him so much. And it's telling that he's the one I want to turn to for security. Instead, I put one foot in front of the other and walk like I'm on a very short plank to the general manager's office. As I approach, I can see Mr. Carlson pacing back and forth behind Christian's desk, with a cell phone to his ear. He's one of those men who talk with their hands, so while one hand holds the phone, the other is gesticulating wildly. He's an insanely attractive man, and I find it odd that my brain would even go there. I've only ever seen pictures of him, but they don't do him justice. He's the cliché of tall, dark, and handsome, with raven black hair and what appear to be even darker eyes. He looks mysterious and dangerous, and I think I'm going to puke. There's another man sitting at a small round table near the bank of windows. His head is bent over some documents. He's short, squat, and bald, with the beady eyes of a shark. His head lifts, as if he senses my approach, and he waves his hand to get Mr. Carlson's attention. He points at me through the open doorway, and Mr. Carlson's lips tighten into a thin line when he spots me. By the time I make it inside, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a heart attack, the way my heart is racing. I give one last swipe of my hands on my skirt and enter. Mr. Carlson is setting his phone on the desk. And when he looks back to me, his scowl disappears, and I'm rewarded with a smile that's blindingly white.
Miss Perrone,
he says as he walks around the end of the conference room table, hand extended toward me. Shit. Hope my hands are dry enough.
So glad you could come over so quickly to meet with us.
Our hands clasp, and I can feel the clamminess of mine against the warm dryness of his. He doesn't mention my sweatiness, and when he releases my hand, he pulls a chair out for me at the round table. I take it, thankful to be sitting so I don't fall if my knees give way on me. As Mr. Carlson is sitting in the adjacent chair to me, I can't help the words that come out of my mouth. Am I in trouble, Mr. Carlson? He blinks at me in surprise, his eyes then turning sympathetic.
No, not at all. But we do have something that's very troubling that we have to discuss with you. And it's Dominic, not Mr. Carlson.
No way I can call him that, so I just won't call him anything at all. What can I help you with? I'm actually impressed that my voice comes out a bit stronger now that he said I'm not in trouble. Dominic, and I deem it's fine for me to use his first name inside my head, nods his head toward the man I have to assume is an attorney, according to what Hannah said. His eyes definitely appear shark-like.
This is Fred Gruber. He's the organization's lead counsel, based here in Phoenix.
Hello, I say politely. Mr. Gruber just nods at me, his intense stare starting to wig me out slightly.
Brooke,
Dominic says to get my attention. When I let my eyes slide back to him, he says,
we were served with a lawsuit today, filed by Nanette Pearson.
What? I gasp.
I understand she's a friend of yours from New York, and had been staying with you recently while she visited the Phoenix area, right?
I nod dumbly, unable to answer the question. She sued the organization for sexual harassment, Mr. Gruber says, holding up one of the documents lying on the table before him. She specifically named Sebastian Parr, Dax Moynihan, and Eric Dahlbeck in the complaint. What? I gasp again, this time sounding slightly hysterical. I don't understand. We don't either, Mr. Gruber clips out. That's why we want to know what you know. We understand you're directly in the middle of all this. We figured it would be less stressful to talk to you informally like this than to have to subpoena you to a deposition. Fred, Dominic chastises the attorney with clear warning in his voice for perhaps taking such an aggressive stance. I get it. They're going to play good cop, bad cop with me.
Brooke, we really need to know all the facts, so we can adequately protect our players and employees from this lawsuit.
Dominic says gently. I nod, sort of understanding that, but I'm also sort of starting to feel numb. From the top of my head down to my toes. Mr. Carlson, I manage to say past a very dry throat.
Dominic,
he corrects. I swallow as I nod, trying to lubricate my vocal cords. Dominic, I'll be glad to help in any way I can.
That's not all.
Fred interrupts, and I can tell by the way he's leaning toward me that he's been dying to throw this at me.
Miss Pearson's attorney leaked the story to the news when they filed the lawsuit this morning. Miss Pearson is claiming that your relationship with Bishop Scott is a sham, and that you are secretly having an affair with Sebastian Parr, which is how you got your new position in merchandising.
That's when the room starts spinning, and I can vaguely hear Dominic call my name in alarm. I slap my hand on the table in a desperate attempt to stop the dizziness. To my surprise, it actually works. I focus in on Dominic and manage to rasp out, "Not true. The affair part with Sebastian."
I believe you,
he says immediately.
You see, Sebastian had reported to Christian Rutherford last week that he'd interviewed Miss Pearson for a potential job within the organization. He went to Christian immediately after the interview, quite upset because Miss Pearson made a pretty vulgar pass at Sebastian. He wanted to report it and get it on the record.
Do you believe him? I ask somewhat bluntly. I have to know exactly how Dominic views this, because I know his opinion will matter the most.
Christian believed him wholeheartedly,
Dominic says neutrally.
And I have to trust Christian. Why? Do you doubt him?
Actually, no, I don't, I tell him. Nanette had told me after the interview that she had willingly given him had oral sex with him voluntarily and at his direction. There was something about it. I wasn't sure if she was telling the truth, but it seemed really out there. Is that making sense?
We think Miss Pearson set up this whole sexual harassment lawsuit merely as a way to make a buck,
Fred Gruber says imperiously.
We think she's revealing your dirty laundry to the press just to make things more interesting and keep the spotlight on herself. Tear at us from the inside, so to speak.
My gaze goes from Fred to Dominic. Mr. Carlson.
Dominic,
he corrects. Dominic, I say quite pissily. I swear to you, I did not have an affair or anything of that nature with Sebastian. And yes, the relationship with Bishop started out on not quite a legitimate level for personal reasons that I don't think are anyone's business. But it's not a sham now.
It isn't any of my business,
he says quietly, giving me a reassuring smile.
But we will have to address it to the press. I think the truth is always the best course. Your statement can be just that, with no further explanation. That will eventually die down, and I expect it will be old news, sooner rather than later.
I nod, feeling so very sick to my stomach. My dad is going to know I've been lying to him, and no matter how good my intentions were, it's going to slice him deep. This is going to embarrass Mary Ann, who has been nothing but kind to Bishop and me, trying to help us as best she could. It's going to bring a level of jaundice to this organization that will color all the amazing things they've been doing as an expansion team. And it's all because of me. This is all my fault, I murmur, looking down and twisting Marianne's ring on my finger.
No, it's not,
Dominic says. It is, I say, lifting my eyes to his. None of this would have happened had I not just told the truth to my father from the get-go. Dominic is shaking his head.
That doesn't change what Nanette orchestrated.
Yes, it does, I interrupted, leaning forward in my chair. I brought Nanette into the lie when she came to visit, because she knew I had not dated Bishop for as long as we were claiming. And when I made her a part of my deceit, she had leverage over me. It's why I let her stay for so long, and gave her the opportunity to meet people in the organization and set this up. This is right on my shoulders. And as such, I'm giving you my formal resignation.
I'm not the proper channel to do that,
Dominic starts to say. I know only as a stalling measure. You're the owner, I snap at him, completely not intimidated anymore. What do I have to be scared of? Everything has tumbled apart anyway. There's no one more qualified to accept someone's resignation.
Brooke,
He says in a tone that has me shrinking back a bit. It's commanding, slightly haughty, and a little bit threatening.
you did nothing wrong, and did not cause this. I absolutely will not accept your resignation. I'd ask you to think about it. Take some time away from here if you have to, but at least think about it. That's not a request. It's an order.
There's no sense in arguing with him. He'll roll right over me, and he can't stop me from quitting. But I need to set that aside for now. Instead, I give him a cool smile, and I'm impressed with how calm I am right now. You said you needed to interview me, that you need to know everything I know. Can we get that over with? I'd like to do that, and if it's okay with you, I really would like to take a bit of time away from here to think things through. Dominic doesn't look convinced, and in fact looks a bit troubled. But he nods and says,
Of course. Let's get this done. I know this was all a shock to you, and you'd probably like to get out of here.
For the next 2 hours, I answer everything that Fred Gruber asks. Dominic doesn't ask a single question, but he manages to shoot me encouraging smiles when I dare to look at him. As far as billionaires go, he's pretty cool, I guess. When Fred has finally exhausted himself of any other questions to ask, I finally have one of my own. What are you going to do? Are you going to pay Nanette off? Give her the money she's asking for? Dominic shrugs.
Sometimes it's the most efficient course of action. It will put it quickly to rest.
But she's lying, I snarl with outrage. She pursued Dax and Eric. They did absolutely nothing wrong, and she's totally setting Sebastian up. You can't pay her.
That's not for you to worry about,
Fred says dismissively, as he gathers his papers. He heads toward the door, but before leaving he says,
Make sure we have your most up-to-date contact info. You're a critical witness in this case, Miss Perrone.
Of course, I say, with barely any strength left in me.
Are you okay?
Dominic asks. I nod as I push up from the chair. My back hurts. My head hurts. My fucking heart hurts. I'm not coming in tomorrow, I say bluntly. I'd like to take a few days away from here. I think I'll go visit some friends in New York.
Think you'll come back?
He asks boldly. I don't answer him, but instead twist Marianne's ring off my finger. I hand it to him, and he takes it without any hesitation. Can you see that stays safe and gets into Bishop's hands? It's his mom's ring. Dominic gives me what looks like a sad smile, as if he's watching the death of something beautiful.
Sure.
Thank you, I say, and then turn for the door.
Chapter 31. Bishop. The plane is quiet, and most of the guys are taking advantage of the 5-hour flight from D.C. to Phoenix by sleeping in the ultra-luxurious reclining seats. I'm sure I'll drop off too, because it's almost midnight, and I'm exhausted in more ways than one, but right now I'm nursing my third bourbon because my brain won't turn off.
Would you like something to eat, Bishop?
Blue asks me from the aisle. I move my gaze from the window and past Eric, who sits next to me, to the bombshell flight attendant. We'd established early on that I'm Bishop and not Mr. Scott. No thanks, I say, and then tip the glass back to slug down the rest of the liquor. The ice chunks rattle, and I hold the glass out to her. She reluctantly leans across Eric to take it. But I'll have one more of those.
Of course,
she says, and starts to turn away. Eric calls out to her. I'll have something to eat, Blue. She ignores him and disappears into the front galley. Give it up, I tell him. Eric had made the mistake on the flight that started this 4-game road trip of propositioning Blue to a night of singularly mind-blowing passion, or some shit like that. It was lame as hell, and Blue rolled her eyes. Then he made a terrible error in judgment. I know he was only teasing, but Blue didn't appreciate it when he said, "Come on, Blue. You look like a party girl. Come out and party with me when we land in New York." Apparently, Blue did not like being called a party girl, because she wheeled on him, leaned close, and hissed loudly enough that only Eric, Legend, Dax, and I heard it.
"Don't ever call me that again."
Poor dude was taken aback, but I know he was trying to save face. He asked her, "So that's a no, then?" Blue had expended her energy, though. She merely stood straight, gave him a cool look down her nose at him, and said, "You'd have to mature by about 20 years before I'd even consider it, you toddler." Dax and I started snickering, but Legend called him out. "Damn, boy, you just got your ass handed to you." Since that flight, Blue has steadfastly ignored Eric and refused to serve him. Case in point, another flight attendant comes up and says,
"Blue said you wanted something to eat."
"Nah," Eric says with a wave of his hand. "Changed my mind." The woman merely smirks, because she knew what was going on between Eric and Blue. Hell, everyone on this plane did. Unperturbed in the slightest, Eric rolls his head to look at me. "You okay, dude? I know the proverbial shit has hit the proverbial fan, but it will all blow over soon." "Yeah, I know," I mutter. But even knowing it isn't enough to stop the churning of my stomach and the dread that feels like a lead weight in my chest. I got a visit from Christian Rutherford to my hotel room early this morning. He asked me to step out into the hall and then proceeded to figuratively knock me flat on my ass. Apparently, things went to shit within the Vengeance organization yesterday. They got sued by Nanette for sexual harassment, specifically naming Dax, Eric, and Sebastian, and Nanette had gone to the press and revealed that Brooke and I had a fake relationship going on. I felt sick when Christian told me the story had first hit the local news stations last night, but the national news had picked it up this morning. Frankly, I couldn't give a shit about the sexual harassment suit. It was bogus, and everyone knew it. Christian said Dominic Carlson wasn't concerned at all, so I wasn't worried. But goddamn, I was so fucking worried about Brooke. Christian told me that Dominic had talked to her and given her assurances that this wouldn't affect her position within the company. I know Brooke, though. She's going to take this personally. In fact, I bet she's blaming the entire lawsuit on herself. She's done nothing but carry guilt around on her delicate shoulders from the start of this whole fiasco. While she finally stopped telling me she was sorry, I could still see it in her eyes at times. What's got me wired and unable to sleep is that I haven't been able to talk to Brooke. I didn't call her this morning after Christian left because it would have only been about 4 a.m. her time, and I didn't want to wake her up. So I sent her a text that said, "Hey, baby, Christian told me everything. It's going to be completely fine, I promise. Call me when you get a moment." I had hoped that would give her enough reassurances when she woke up to start the day. She never called, though, and she didn't text. Not a single peep out of her all day, despite the fact I've tried on a few occasions to call and text her. While the day was busy between a morning practice skate, team meals, warm-ups, physical therapy, and meetings to get ready for the game that night, I had expected to be able to have a few minutes to chat with her. By the time I was dressed for the game, I was forced to pull Coach Perrone aside to ask him about it. He's very much aware of the shitstorm that's going on, as is the rest of the team, because Christian made a formal announcement about it at the morning skate. As for what Brooke and I had done, he only said, "You'll undoubtedly read what I consider to be tabloid fodder about Brooke Perrone and Bishop Scott. That's their business, and if and when they're ready to make a statement about it, they will." I wasn't fucking ready right then, mainly because I wanted to talk to Brooke first. I did, however, take a few moments in private to tell Eric and Legend about what was going on. They'd become my closest friends next to Dax, and felt that they had the right to know. Both of them assured me they were cool, and they had my back. It was the only thing that made me feel marginally better today. So when I pulled Coach Perrone aside before the game, I was hopeful he'd be able to tell me something that would settle me down. Just a simple, "I've talked to Brooke, and she's fine," would have sufficed. Instead, he merely glared at me before I could even open my mouth and growled, "Not in a mood to talk to you, Scott. But not another word," he said threateningly, with his finger pointed right at me. "Not another word." I slammed my mouth shut, beyond frustrated I wasn't going to get any help from him. Blue brings me another bourbon. She asks once again if I'd like something to eat. I'm not sure if she's heard what's going on, but I'm thinking she has by the look of sympathy she keeps giving me and the fact she's being overly solicitous, like a worried mother. Eric asks for a bottled water from her, and she ignores him. I merely turn my head and gaze out the window at the dark patches below while the world sleeps, broken up by areas of twinkling lights when we fly over cities. I've always loved flying at night, as something about the sparkling lights seems sort of festive. They're doing nothing for me tonight, though. Thankfully, I've slept off the liquor by the time we land in Phoenix. Grabbing my backpack, which holds my laptop, tablet, chargers, headphones, neck pillow, and other travel whatnot, I wave goodbye to Blue and jog down the stairs to the tarmac. "Later, dude," Eric says as I step off to the side and wait. Dax and Legend come down moments later. I get fist bumps from them. Tacker gives me a chin lift. Player after player comes down, along with some coaches and other staff. And then Coach Perrone steps out of the plane and starts to descend the stairs. When he's 3 steps from the bottom, he notices me standing off to the side, and his lips press into a grin line. The moment his foot hits the concrete, I say, "Coach, I need a word with you." "I don't have time to talk." He growls out the side of his mouth at me. He gets one step away before I'm grabbing onto his shoulder, not overly tight, but just to get his attention. I don't try to lower my voice, and I don't give a fuck who's listening. "With all due respect, this is about the emotional well-being of your daughter, so you should make fucking time." He turns and glares at me. I add, "Sir." Coach heaves a mighty sigh of resignation, and I follow him several paces away from the plane so we can have privacy. While I want to demand he tell me Brooke is okay, I start where I should. I really want to apologize for my deception. "You mean our deception, don't you?" he asks, but oddly he doesn't sound all that put out about it. If anything, he seems amused. "Okay," I say carefully, because now he's thrown me off. "Our deception. Brooke was so worried about you that she thought she was doing the right thing by making you believe she was in a relationship with me." Coach glances over at the stragglers deplaning before looking back to me. He steps in closer and looks me right in the eye. "I'm going to let you in on a little secret. You and Brooke were bullshitting no one. At least not me. You may have had the others fooled, but I knew from the minute she told me you two had been dating that it was nothing but pure bullshit." "Excuse me?" I say, completely stunned. "Do you not think I know my own daughter, Scott?" His pointed use of calling me by my last name rather than Bishop tells me he's still very much pissed, though. "Do you think that sweet and caring woman who pretty much took care of me for months after her mother died could make me believe she was dating someone without me knowing it? Especially when she spent all her time either working or checking up on me? I was on to Brooke's game from the start." "Then why didn't you call us out on it?" I ask him. Coach looks away again, and this time I think it's to hide the sadness in his eyes. When he finally gives me his attention again, his expression is composed, but his words are still packed with emotion. "I didn't call her out because when I walked into that office and saw you two close together, I saw something on her face that I'd not seen in a very long time. And it was happiness. I had been so mired in my own grief that I let Brooke put her life on hold to help pull me out of it. I took advantage of her. And I thought, why not go along with her shenanigans? She clearly liked you. This was obviously going to be exciting, seeing if you could hoodwink me, right?" Right. Although I fucking have no clue what's right or wrong anymore. "But why push the engagement? That was ridiculous." "It was fun," Coach tells me bluntly. "As a father, it was my prerogative to make you sweat a little for even thinking you two could pull one over on me. Consider it my payback for the lie to begin with, which, by the way, makes me kind of sorry you went and spent money on a ring." "I didn't," I correct him. "It's my mom's. She let us borrow it." Coach's eyes flash with slight surprise, but then it's gone. I guess it's neither here nor there to him. "If you knew about the charade, then can I ask why you seem to be very pissed at me right now?" I ask him. "Because all this shit is out in the open and part of it is on you," he tells me. "It's on Brooke, too, and I'm not happy with her either. But I'm also worried about her, which makes me slightly more pissed off at you. Plus, you're the closest to me right now to take it out on. I have no clue if you're fucking with my daughter's emotions or not." "I can assure you I am not," I say. We may have started this out as one thing, but it turned into something else. I care for your daughter a great deal. There are no lies or deceptions when I tell you that, and I'll tell Brooke too as soon as I can talk to her. I'm headed to her house right now. Don't bother, Coach says, and for a moment I think he's saying it because he's forbidding me to see his daughter. But then he adds, she's in New York. What? I snarl, completely outraged that she's in another state and I can't see her, as well as really fucking pissed he knows this and I don't. When did she go to New York? Last night, he says, and I can hear the empathy in his voice. She wanted to get away from this fiasco, especially since it was going to hit the news. She asked me not to tell you because she didn't want to get your head all messed up. She wanted you to play good hockey, and she was right to hold it from you for that very reason. Then I'm headed to New York on the first available flight, I tell him. We have a home game Saturday, he points out. I didn't need the reminder. It was in the wee hours of Thursday morning, and I knew this would be tight. I should be back by then, but only if your daughter is on the plane with me. If not, you can put me on the injured list. My hamstring has been acting up lately. Coach snorts, shaking his head. You know you can't just miss a game because you're running off across the country for a woman. Not just any woman, I correct him. It's Brooke. And regardless of the fact she's your daughter, I've fallen in love with her, and she actually takes precedence over hockey right now. The corners of Coach's mouth curve way up high, splitting his mouth into a wide, beaming grin. Satisfaction, pride, and relief shine in his eyes. Then you better get over to the commercial terminal and book a flight, he says. On it, I tell him, sticking my hand out. He shakes it firmly, but with an underlying current of gratitude. See you Saturday. I follow Coach to the private terminal, all the other passengers having deplaned. When we reach the doors, I'm stunned to see Dominic Carlson standing just inside. He nods at Coach Perrone as he opens the door for us, but his eyes are pinned on me. Coach walks past him, and I stop after I clear the entryway. He lets the door swing shut and sticks a hand out to me. Dominic Carlson. Pleasure, I say with a quick handshake. I'd ordinarily be more gregarious and even solicitous of the man who signs my paycheck, but I'm sort of in a hurry and have more important things to worry about. I have something for you, he says, and reaches into his pocket. He places my mom's engagement ring in the palm of my hand, and my heart clenches painfully. I know it didn't represent a real engagement, but the fact that Brooke left it behind hurts. I have no words, so I just grip it in my hand and mutter, "Thank you." She's torn up, Dominic says, and I'm stunned he would know something about Brooke's personal emotions. What do you mean? I ask, a little aggressively, but I don't like the intimate way he seems to know her. Thinks this entire fucking fiasco sits squarely on her shoulders, he says with a shrug. That's why she ran to New York. It's not because she doesn't want you. She told you that? I ask in surprise. No, but I could tell. She only left that ring behind because she wanted it returned safely to your mother. Why are you telling me this? Because I think you should head to New York and go after her, he says smoothly. She wanted to give her resignation yesterday, but I refused it. Asked her to think about it. Her job's waiting, so I think you should go get her. That was already my intention. I was heading over to commercial to book the first flight out. Dominic shakes his head. I'm going to be staying here for a few days to get things settled down. Take my plane. The team plane? I ask with astonishment. He shakes his head again and jerks his chin at something behind me. I turn and look to see a shiny, sleek Gulfstream G550 sitting on the tarmac. My other plane, he says. Yeah, sure. His other plane. Be glad to.
Chapter 32. Brooke. It's absolutely perfect. A brisk 55 degrees out that's not cold at all with the light jacket I'm wearing, and the way I'm warmed from the stroll I'd taken through Washington Square Park. The west entrance is a mere 2 blocks from Elizabeth's apartment, and there's a fantastic bakery on the way, where I picked up a coffee and croissant. Horns honking, construction noise, and the endless throng of New Yorkers beating the sidewalks. I really, really missed this. Granted, not as much as I miss Bishop right now, but it's a close second. Well, third. I miss my dad a lot, too. This was the right thing to do, though. After I'd given every last drop of information I had to Dominic and Fred, I knew that I needed time, distance, and a familiar setting to help me make sense of just how screwed up things have gotten. Elizabeth is my former boss at the magazine, and she graciously let me crash on her couch. She has an awesome apartment, but it's only 550 square feet, and all she could offer me was a couch. It was enough. It's been so nice to see her again, and she's given me such refuge. Of course, I filled her in on every sordid detail of what's been going on in my crazy life, even admitting to my deepened feelings for Bishop. She wasn't surprised in the slightest by Nanette's psycho ways, and told me that she was fired for bizarre behavior and sleeping with, well, most of the men in the office. Totally doesn't surprise me. Nanette told me she'd quit, but in hindsight, knowing what I know about her craziness, of course she was fired. Elizabeth is at work, and though she desperately tried to get me to come in and hang with her today, no doubt to tempt me right back into my position by her side, I needed some time alone to think. I woke up this morning to no texts from Bishop, and that made me sick at heart. He'd frantically tried to reach me yesterday, but I knew that if I spoke to him, I'd talk myself out of coming to New York, and I knew instinctively I needed to get away. But there was nothing from him today, and I wasn't sure if that was a kiss-off or what. I do intend to call him, and that will most likely be today. At some point. Maybe tomorrow. It's not to say I didn't have texts, though. There were several, mostly from old friends and acquaintances who had been watching this sordid story unfold in the hockey sports world. Of course, the big news was the multi-million-dollar lawsuit Nanette had filed against the newly minted sports franchise. But it didn't mean people didn't want to talk about the juicy stuff, like Bishop and me perpetrating a false relationship, while I had a scandalous affair with Sebastian in order to beat Nanette out of a job. That's actually what was being reported, and it made me sick to my stomach. There was one text that made me feel a little bit better, and weirdly, it was from Dominic Carlson. I didn't give him my number, but I'm sure it was easily accessible to him. It was a bit lengthy for a text, but I sort of got the feeling that was his preferred method of communication. It said,
Hope you are feeling better today. The news is out, and it's going to be brutal for a while. The team's official position is that Nanette's allegations are 100% false, and will be easily disproved in court. Also, we are dismissing the rumors about you and Bishop, as being petty and vindictive, and also are no one's business. Just be prepared. Reporters will call you. It is up to you and Bishop to issue any or no statement at all. But whatever you do, you both have our full support. Keep your chin up. Your job is waiting for you.
It was a really nice text. It made me realize that I had to seriously consider a return to Phoenix. When I'd left, my mind was firmly made up that I was going to come back to New York permanently and take Elizabeth's offer of my old job back. Of course, the terrible ache of missing Bishop had me reconsidering it. Dominic's text made me also reconsider. The walk to Elizabeth's is nice, punctuated every so often by trees planted right into the New York sidewalks. Her building is made up of taupe-colored bricks, and because there's some construction going on, her entrance is covered by a tented walkway. My focus is on that as I approach, but just before I reach her apartment building's entrance, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. I stop mid-stride, ignoring the man who had to quickly step around me to avoid running me over as he curses at me, and look around. Let my gaze sweep in an arc across the street to a small community garden surrounded by wrought iron fencing with sharp spires on top. Sitting on a bench, right in front of it, is Bishop. He's leaning back, both arms stretched out, and casually resting an ankle on one knee. He's wearing a suit that's wrinkled and rumpled in a way that tells me he's been in it for a while. Given that he should have been on a plane yesterday flying from Washington to Phoenix, and I'm assuming immediately flew from Phoenix here to New York, he looks appropriately disheveled. As I stare at him, he merely raises a hand to wave at me. I can read nothing on his face, not anger or disappointment. He doesn't seem bent out of shape because he's chased me across the country. Yes, he appears to be a little tired, but that's a given. However, he doesn't look happy to see me either. Maybe a bit resigned. While I'd like to turn tail and run into the safety of Elizabeth's building, which has a security pad on the door, I know that I have no choice but to find out why Bishop is here. Stepping to the edge of the sidewalk between two cars parallel parked there, I check the oncoming traffic to my left, since it's a one-way street, before making my way across to him. He studies me as I move closer, eyes sweeping from face to toes and back up again, before they really only roam over my face. He's trying to read me the way I was reading him. And whereas I'd normally see only bold confidence in Bishop's eyes, I see nothing but hesitancy there now. It doesn't bode well for either of us. "Hey," I say, as I step onto the sidewalk and come to stand in front of him. He has to look up at me, squinting slightly from the morning sun at my back.
"Hey, time to sit down and talk."
"Of course," I say as I move to sit beside him. I hold the bag I'm carrying out to him. "Croissant?"
"I had breakfast on the plane,"
he says with a shake of his head, as he turns to look at me. With his arms still splayed out across the back of the bench, I can feel his heat radiating, and have to make myself not scoot into him to snuggle. "Take a red-eye here?"
"Nope. Took Dominic Carlson's private Gulfstream. He gave me the keys, told me to take it for a spin."
I give a tiny blink of surprise and shake my head. That was generous.
"Indeed."
Turning away from Bishop, I place the pastry bag and cup of coffee on the seat next to me, before turning back. So much so that my knees bump into him, and I don't care. I keep them there, pressed against his leg. He pulls his arms in and shifts a little more to face me head-on. Staring face to face, eye to eye, no time for lies. "I missed you," I tell him bluntly. Even though you weren't in Phoenix when I left, the minute I got to New York, I was really missing you. Even more so than when you were on the road trip. Bishop chuckles, his expression amused.
Here I was thinking I had to chase you down to make you realize how much you really care for me and need to come back to Phoenix.
Oh, I care for you, I tell him softly. But I'm not sure I want to go back. I'm horribly embarrassed, and Bishop, I brought Nanette down on this organization. It's all my fault.
You know this story will die down in the news,
he tells me as he leans in a bit closer.
It's gossip. Tomorrow there will be a juicier story.
I know, I say glumly.
And you do realize that it's absolutely ludicrous to blame all of this on yourself.
He continues, punctuating just how serious he is by putting a hand to my face, curling his fingers around the back of my head so I would never dare to look away from him.
This is all 100% on Nanette. She's manipulative, narcissistic, and I'm going to make an official diagnosis that she's a little bit sociopathic. There's nothing you could have done to know what she was going to do, or to even prevent it.
All of that sounds good and well to me. I truly want to believe what he's said, but there's still one thing that really sent me scurrying away. The truth is out about our relationship, I murmur in a small voice. There is no need to extend this charade anymore, so there's no need—
Just stop it,
he commands, giving me a small shake with his hand.
Did you already forget that just moments ago you said you cared for me?
I didn't forget that, I reply softly. But I also didn't hear the words back from you, nor did you say that you missed me too.
I'm getting to that,
he says with a lopsided grin, dropping his hand from my face.
But first, we need to put all this bad shit behind us, babe. I've done it, but you're still struggling with that. Can you do it?
Just put it all behind us? Just that simple? He beams the most beautiful smile at me, and it makes my heart sing. He sticks a hand out for me to shake.
Hi, my name is Bishop Scott. I read The Count of Monte Cristo in high school and really enjoyed it. What did you think of it?
I gape as I look from his hand to his face, back to his hand, and then settle on his face. You just want to— what? Start over?
Fuck no, I don't want to start over, he barks with a chortle. That would mean I have to court you all over again, and I don't have time for that. I want to get you on that fancy Gulfstream plane, which has a bed, by the way, and let's get our asses back to Phoenix. I want to start the next step of our life together. And I want that, Brooke. Sweet, beautiful, lovely Brooke. Because I've fallen in love with you over the course of our charade. Which, by the way, you know your dad knew it was all bullshit, right?
Wait a minute, I say as I tuck a chunk of my hair behind my ear. I tilt my head and lean a bit closer. Say that again?
Your dad was on to us from the start,
he teases. The other part, I correct him with a demure smile.
Oh,
he drawls as if it just dawns on him what I'm asking.
You mean the part that I've fallen in love with you?
That's the part, I mutter.
Well, it's true. I've fallen. Off the market, not a bachelor anymore. If I propose, it will totally be way better than I did the first time.
I ignore his remarks about a proposal. That's way down the line. I think. I thought it was just me, I admit to him softly. Who had done the falling, that is.
So, you love me too?
He asks with a waggle of his eyebrows. You know, I believe I do. Bishop lets out a whoop of triumph, and then somehow I end up sitting on his lap, and he's kissing me like there's no tomorrow. When we come up for air, the city of New York is still bustling on without us. People walk by oblivious to the fact that we've just offered to each other the most precious words you can give to someone. Not one of these New Yorkers care that today is the happiest day of my life. That's all right. It's enough that I know. Even better that I know the happiest days are still to come.
This has been Bishop, an Arizona Vengeance novel, written by Sawyer Bennett, narrated by Kirsten Lee and Lance Greenfield at Brickshop Audio, Inc. Copyright 2018 by Sawyer Bennett. Production copyright 2018 by Sawyer Bennett.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.